Graphic audio. A movie in your mind.
Graphic Audio presents William W. Johnstone's The First Mountain Man. Narrated by Mort Shelby, with performances by Richard Rowan, Terrence Aselford, Lynette Savard, Ken Jackson, David Coyne, Christopher Graybill, Johann Detweiler, Dan Smith, Tim Carlin, Michael Reflogel, James Konachek, Thomas Penny, Michael Glenn, Colleen Delaney, James Lewis, and Dylan Lynch. He was on the east side of the Apsarca Range in the timber, heading down toward the Poposhika. He was in no hurry, and there was no real reason for him to go there in the first place. He just had a hankering, you might call it. A feeling he might run into some old friends who, like the lone rider, had felt the calling for companionship. He hadn't been down there in some time, at least not since the last rendezvous back in '30. He was pretty sure this was the year of our Lord, 1837. It had to be close to that anyway, and if the year was as he reckoned, that'd make him about, 35 years old, near as he could figure. And he'd never felt better in his life. The rider was of average height for his time, lean-hipped and rawhide tough, with tremendous power in his upper body. What women he'd run into over the last 17 or 18 years up in the mountains considered him handsome. He could barely recall the last time he'd seen a white one. Hell, 2-3 years at least. Just thinking about the rendezvous got him all lost in memories, but not so lost that he forgot where he was. He always needed to keep a sharp eye out for Injuns. He rode with his hawk and rifle across the saddle horn and had another one shoved into a saddle boot. He carried 2 .50 caliber pistols behind his waist sash, and 2 more hung in leather on the saddle horn, one on each side. He'd always boasted that he was a peaceful man, but Injuns is notional folks. You never really could know how to take them. A man can near about always ride into an Injun camp and they'll feed you and bed you down for the night, and they'll usually treat a body right well. Of course, depending on the tribe and the general mood of the day, the rub comes when you try to leave the next morning. They might decide to have some fun, skin you alive. He'd seen what was left of a man after that. It was a disheartening sight, to say the least. He didn't expect the skinned feller cared much for it either. The lone rider rode easy, ruminating on this and that. He'd seen a white man up the trail about 5 months back when the snow was thick, and he told him it was Christmas. That had got him to feeling all maudlin and like, thinking about folks and family he hadn't seen in years and probably never see again on this side of the grave. Time gets confusing up in the high lonesome, and months and years just blend together and don't take on a whole hell of a lot of importance. He reined up at a creek and swung down from the saddle, getting the kinks out of his muscles and bones and giving his horse a chance to drink and blow. He rode a mountain horse he'd caught in Gentle Broke, called him Hammer for no particular reason. Hammer was a gray, tough as a mountain goat and stood 18 hands high. His good pack horse was also a gray, just as tough as Hammer and just as smart. He wouldn't tote no more than he felt he could comfortably carry. Overload him, he just wouldn't move. Stand there and look at you with them eyes telling you to get that crap off his back. Smart, you know. The rider looked all around him, then stood still. He could detect nothing in the cool mountain air except the scent of nature's own growth in springtime. No scent of Injuns. After so many years in the mountains, he'd learned that all men had a distinctive scent that could be picked up by others if you teach your blower to do it. He stretched out on his belly by the creek and took him a long drink of clean, cold water. He took off his moccasins and thought about sticking his bare feet in the creek and splashing around some like a kid. But that was liable to get some poor critter downstream sick for a week. He rubbed his feet dry on the grass and slipped back into his shoes. Chewing hard on a piece of jerky, he wished long for some coffee. He'd been out of this stuff for weeks. That was another reason for this trip. He had to resupply with salt and beans, coffee, and the like. He also had to get him a new pair of long-handle underwear. His was plumb wore out. His buckskins were thin, too, so it wouldn't hurt to get a new pair of them either. He was known from the wet woods of the Northwest to the cool deserts of the Southwest as Preacher. He was far from being a man of the cloth. About as far as a man could get, even though he'd been raised in the church as a boy. When he was new and green to the High Lonesome, Injuns had grabbed him, planning on slow roasting him to see how well he stood pain. If he stood it well, they would praise him and sing songs about him. Of course, those songs would be sort of hard to appreciate from the grave, so he started preaching. He preached all day and all night. The Injuns finally figured he was crazy as a lizard and they turned him loose, and the nickname stuck. Preacher had been in the mountains since he was just a boy. He'd run away from a good home and reached the mountains a year later. And while he left the mountains many times to see what was over the next ridge or river, he always returned to the High Lonesome. He'd lived with a number of Injun tribes, and he'd gotten along with many of them. He'd had him a squaw from time to time, and a few offspring, too. But unlike many of his counterparts, Preacher could see the writing on the wall, so to speak, even though he might have some difficulty reading actual words. The beaver market was glutted, and the man was hard-pressed to make a living of it anymore, and it was only going to get worse. Most of the other mountain men didn't accept it. The Preacher was nobody's fool. He could do a lot of things besides trapping. He could pan for gold, scout for the army or wagon trains, and he even knew a little about farming, although he kept that to himself. Preacher cut his eyes to hammer as the horse raised his head and pricked his ears up. He was over to him in a heartbeat, stroking his neck for comfort with one hand and the pack horse with his other. If they whinnied, they could give away Preacher's position. They stood quiet. He could tell they weren't liking what they smelled, though. Not one damn bit. Preacher sniffed, too. It was Injuns, and their scent was strong. With it came the scent of blood. Fresh blood. He picketed both horses on graze and pulled the pistols from the saddle horn. He slipped to the top of a rise and peeked through the brush. What he saw below didn't set well at all. He spotted 5 young bucks, and he saw they had prisoners. The Injuns looked to be Arapaho. The Preacher never had got on too well with them. They just didn't much like the white men. Preacher lay still, moving only his eyes, carefully checking everything out. It appeared 5 was all there was, but $5 on the warpath was plenty. He could see fresh scalps on the manes of their horses and on their war lances, and they weren't Injun scalps. The bucks had 2 white women and 2 white men, and from the looks on their faces, they were all plenty scared. Lord knows they had a right to be. A lot of wagon trains were pushing west to Oregon or California. Wagons have been rolling to Oregon for several years now. Preacher had him a thought that these poor scared pilgrims was part or had been part of a small wagon train that just ran out of luck.
The Lord will see us through, brothers and sisters. Put your faith in the Lord.
Missionaries come to the wilderness to bring Jesus to the savages. Goddamn fools bringing women folk out here to preach with them.
Preacher knew Injuns didn't like white people. It's not that the whites were right and the Injuns were wrong. It was just that the two led very different ways of life. Whites and Injuns didn't think alike. For instance, Injuns don't steal 'cause they're bad people. It's more of a game to them, and right and wrong don't enter into it. Courage and dying well and bravery mean a great deal to them, and they can't none of them abide a coward. Preacher tried to tell a few missionaries that the Injuns didn't need or want their religion. They had a religion all their own, and they practiced it and lived by it. But you'd have better luck trying to tell a lawyer to shut up than you would a Bible thumper. Preacher watched as one young buck pulled at himself and grinned at the others. He knew then that one of the young women, and they were both lookers, was going to get hopped on right then and there in front of God and everybody else. She looked up at the engine from the log where they'd plopped her, confusion and fear on her face. Then that buck just reached down and run his hand right up under her dress.
Here now! You stop that barbaric behavior, you hear me?
The woman's hand was tied behind her back, but her feet were free. She kicked that buck right between his legs. He went down hard, both hands holding onto his privates. Preacher could only wince. He knew if he was going to do something, it had to be now. He was 30 feet away. He eased the hammers back on his old .50 caliber pistols and laid them on the ground. He took the second brace, hoping the powder was dry on them all, and eased the hammers back on them too. Ahead, another buck jerked out a knife and whacked an ear off one of the men prisoners. The buck gestured to the lady. Any idiot could see if she didn't hike up her skirts and do it real quick, he was going to cut something else off the man, and it was located a mite lower than his remaining ear.
Melody!
There wasn't any option left to Preacher. He lifted his pistols with the double-set triggers. The first ball hit the buck with the knife in the chest. The second ball hit him in the belly. Both balls from the second pistol hit a brave smack in the face. Preacher dropped the first brace of pistols and picked up the second, aiming them in the direction of the remaining men. He couldn't hardly see a thing for the gun smoke, but he knew he had put 4 Injuns on the ground, leaving one scrambling to his moccasins, still bent over in pain. Preacher jerked his long-bladed knife from its sheath and ran down the short slope toward the terrified pilgrims. He ran right over the skinny Injun with the bruised private and knocked him sprawling back to the ground. The brave jumped up, a war axe in his hand, and he was some mad now. The buck charged, but the preacher ducked, then cut the Injun from brisket to backbone with a blade that was honed to a fine edge. The slash took the skinny Injun out of it. The preacher ran back to his guns and loaded up again as fast as he could. The women were in shocked silence, and the man with one ear looked at Preacher like he was some sort of devil. Preacher realized that he may well look like one for that matter. He hadn't shaved in a month or so, and his clothes were made from nothing he couldn't kill, skin, and cure. His hat was so old and floppy it had no shape. Preacher looked like a wild man to these city folks. He moved over towards the woman that had taken the brunt of the brave's attention, and he cut her bound hands free.
Praise be! The Lord has sent us a warrior.
He ain't done no such a thing. I just happen to be close by. Now get them others untied and let's get the hell going from here before more Injuns show up.
We're all Christians, brother, and we don't hold with strong language in front of ladies.
Yeah, that's your goddamn problem. I don't hold with fools coming into the mountains and stirring up the Injuns, so I reckon that makes us even.
He helped Melody to her feet, and she swayed against him for a moment. She was all woman, that one was, and when their eyes met, Preacher could see that she knew he was all man.
Oh.
A high flush came to her cheeks, and her smile was tight and her eyes bright, like with a fever. Well, they had a fever all right, but it wasn't brought on by sickness. Preacher released her hand, and she stepped away, each knowing what the other was thinking, and Jehovah didn't have a damn thing to do with it.
You don't have to worry about the other savages.
Oh, is that a fact?
You see, the other savages fled in a different direction after the attack.
They didn't flee nowheres. They own these mountains. They got no reason to be afraid. All they did was split up to divvy up the booty. How do you know they didn't plan on meeting up again right here?
We must get our friend Richard here to a doctor. His ear needs to be seen to.
Oh, sure. They got a dock about 250 miles from here. Shit, won't take us more than a month to get there. What we will do is get going from here, and then I'll take a look at your partner's head. Clean it out good. I'd pour some whiskey on it, but I ain't got none.
You probably drank it all, lurching about in some drunken debauchery. Cavorting about with a loose woman, more than likely a pure, simple, ignorant savage you took advantage of.
Amen. It's not only the savages to whom we must introduce God.
Well, now, for sure I drank the whiskey. As for the second part, no. Let's go. When we make camp, I'll fix up a poultice for old One Ear here. You ain't hurt bad, mister, but you're gonna be tilting your hat to the other side of your head for the rest of your life. Now, all of you, move, goddammit!
They were in trouble. The preacher knew that for a hard fact. The Arapaho bucks back yonder had been wearing red streaks on their faces. To an Arapaho, the color red could only mean three things: earth, man, or blood. In this case, the preacher pretty well knew it meant the latter. As far as getting away, they weren't in the best position for that either. They were caught with the Shoshone just to the west of them, the Blackfoot to the north, the Crow to the east, and the Arapaho to the south and everywhere else in the immediate surroundings. All in all, it was not a good place to be. The preacher, traveling alone, never gave it much worrying time. He knew how to stay alive in hostile country. But with 4 pilgrims, 2 of them females no less, well, now that was quite another matter.
Get up on them horses.
We don't have the proper saddles for the ladies. And by the way, my name is Edmund. The young lady you helped is Melody, that's Richard, and this is Penelope.
Well, I am just thrilled beyond words. Now get up on the damn horses.
Preacher climbed up the gently sloping bank, slid down the other side and fetched his own animals, then led him around to the others. The missionary still hadn't made a move toward the pony. Preacher swung into the saddle and led an Indian pony over to the group. He looked at Melody. Melody didn't hesitate. She stepped up on a log, hiked up her skirts, and swung onto that horse's back. Preacher handed her the reins.
Let's go.
What about us?
Keep your voice down, woman. You put a hog collar to shame. Good God Almighty. You want to come with us? Put your butt up on that pony's back and come on.
Barbarous cretin! You'd leave us, wouldn't you?
You see my back, don't you? That tell you anything?
Are you really going to leave them?
No, but they don't know that.
I'm a worker in the house of the Lord, sir.
Yeah, well, you're a woman first. And a hell of a woman at that. Hang on, sister. You're all lucky them Indians took saddles from the dead pilgrims for their ponies. You'd be plumb uncomfortable if you was riding bareback.
I can just imagine.
Yeah, here come the others. I figured I'd get 'em moving. Yeah, luckily, looks like the men can ride. Grab a hold of that saddle horn, sister, and hang on. That damn thing ain't for tooting, you know.
Must you use so much profanity?
I will if I want to, and I want to, so hush up and stay in line, and don't get lost. Which way's what's left of the wagon train?
On the Oregon Trail. It's only about a half-mile from here.
Oh, shit, somebody been playing games with you folks. The Oregon Trail is way, way south of here. People, you was lost.
As a goose, I knew that, but nobody would listen to me.
I suspected our guy didn't know what he was doing. He drank a lot.
Hell, I know lots of guides who drink a lot. That ain't got nothing to do with it. Where'd you folks outfit and jump off from?
Missouri. Our guide told us we would bypass Fort Hall because he knew a better route.
Damn fool. All right. How far north up the trail you were on is the train?
I would say about 15 miles. No more than that, I'm sure.
Yeah, probably not that far. Injuns wouldn't travel that distance in these mountains for torturing and raping, if that's what they had in mind.
Perhaps you could take us onto Oregon.
Yeah, I'll take you somewheres. Yeah!
They all saw the buzzards long before they reached the site of the ambush and massacre. Those carrion birds who had not yet feasted on dead flesh soared and circled and wheeled and waited their turn in the sky, while the others staggered around on the ground too full and heavy to lift off.
This ain't gonna be pretty. I've seen it before. When you puke, don't get none on me. Where you folks from, anyways?
Philadelphia.
I should have stayed there. This country's too crowded as it is. Can't ride 5 days without seeing some damn buddy.
It's called progress.
It's a damn nuisance is what it is.
Must you swear constantly?
Yeah, I must. I'm getting in practice for our rendezvous down south, even though it don't look like I'm gonna make it now.
I've read about those affairs. Then you're a real mountain man.
I am.
What drove you to this horrible existence?
Horrible? What's so horrible about it? I'm as free as an eagle, wild as a grizzly, mean as a wolverine, tough as a cornered wolf, and I'm quick as a puma, too. I can out-drink, out-cuss, out-fight, out-dance, out-sing, and ride farther and faster than any man. And I'm pretty goddamn good-looking, too.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
Why, for being what the good Lord intended me to be? You are what you are, I am what I am. It's just as simple as that, brother. Now, this here is what we call Shine Creek. I know what your guide was up to now, but he was flat out wrong. He'd been listening to lies about a trail through the wilderness just to the west of us. There ain't no wagon trail through there. You'd have to go north over 100 miles and then cut west. Even still, that'd be a tough pull. Get caught there in the winter and you die. You people were listening to a fool. What happened to him anyways?
When the savages attacked, he ran away. I watched him leave.
You know his name?
Jack Harris. I did not like him. He was a lot like you.
Jack Harris ain't nothing like me. Jack Harris is a backshooter and a coward. Brags a lot about how brave he is, but when it comes down to the nut cutting, he ain't nowheres to be found.
He claims to be a mountain man.
Oh, he's a hanger-arounder is what he is. He'd tell you about the time I whooped him down at Fort Bent? No, I suppose he wouldn't mention that. I whooped him to a fare thee well, I did. He ain't liked me to this very day.
What was the fight about?
He said something bad about my mother. Now, you can insult me all day long. If you do it in a friendly manner, I'll just insult you right back. But you leave my dear sainted mother out of it, or get ready to get bloody.
The shifting wind brought a horrible stench with it, wrinkling the noses of the missionaries.
That's... the wagon train?
Yep. Much left of the bodies, that is. Buzzards will try for the soft parts first, the belly and kidneys. It ain't a real pretty sight. I've seen yards and yards of guts all strung out like rope. Why, I remember one time I come up on this Pawnee village that'd been hit by a band of Injuns that didn't like them very much. Well, shit, nobody likes the Pawnee, and I seen their guts just...
That's quite enough.
Reaching the wagon train, it was evident that the Indians had spent several hours torturing some of the survivors. Melody and Richard both looked pale, overcome by the stench of rotten bodies. Articles of clothing and broken pieces of furniture were scattered all over the area, along with what remained of tortured men, women, and older kids.
Savages. They need the word of God even more than I thought.
Savages, huh? They're still cutting off folks' heads in France and drawing and quartering folks over in England, ain't they? Big public spectacle. Ain't them religious countries? Would you call that civilized?
Where are the young children? There were a dozen or more boys and girls.
Injuns took them to raise. They do that sometimes. If the child behaves, they'll live. Some tribes won't harm a child at all. Others will kill them outright. Look, Injuns are notional, just like white folks, you might say.
I don't know any white person who would harm a child.
Then you don't know many of your own kind, Edmund. You folks start gathering up clothing you think might fit you and what food and powder and shot that might be found. And get yourself some warm clothing.
Stealing from the dead!
You know what, Penelope? You are beginning to wear on me. Do any of you know the trouble you're in? I don't think so. We are smack in the middle of hostile Injun country, and from the paint on them dead bucks, they're on the warpath. Something has stirred them up, and it's reasonable to think that they ain't the only tribe that's took up their war axes.
Preacher knelt down and began drawing in the dirt. The others leaned over to watch him.
Now pay attention. We're here. Dry Creek is behind us here to the east. The South Fork of the Shoshone is on our west. The Oregon Trail, well, that's way the hell down here. Now, the way I see it is like this. We got hostiles on the warpath all around us, and we'd be damn fools to try to make it south to the wagon trail. I guess I'm stuck with you. I can in no good conscience leave you. Hell, you'd all die. Don't none of you seem to know north from south or up from down.
Now see here.
Oh, shut your fly trap. I've been making it in these mountains for years. You're just a helpless baby in the wilderness. And folks, if you think this is wild, you ain't seen nothing yet. We couldn't even make it with wagons where I'm thinking of carrying you. But on horseback, well, we got a chance. We're going into the Big Titties.
The what?
Mountain range that was named Le Grand Teton by a French trapper because they reminded him of big tits. It's wild, people, but also the most beautiful thing you ever see. It's slow going, but it's the safest way. Now, we might run into some Bannocks in yonder, but I get on pretty well with them. Likewise in Nez Perce further on west and north. They're good people. It's our only shot, folks, and we gotta take it. Now, help me look around for a bottle of whiskey.
My word, man, are you thinking of getting drunk at a time like this?
No, you dumbass. Take a look at your friend's head, right where his ear used to be. Look at it. It's been filling up with pus. Oh, that's infection to you, I guess. I gotta open it up, clean it out, and cauterize it with a hot blade. The whiskey's for him, to ease the pain. Even with that, y'all are gonna have to hold him down. And if we don't do this, he's gonna die. So shut your mouth and find me some whiskey.
Preacher slowly circled the ambush site on foot and concluded that the Injuns who had done this had not been back. No need to, for at first glance there was precious little left to plunder. He began searching the rubble, grateful that the Injuns had not burned the wagons. They had raped and killed and tortured and run off with the horses and mules, though. They'd eaten the oxen, then lay up in a stuffed stupor for a day or so. But this was a sight that Preacher had seen more than once since pilgrims began pushing west. He knew all the secret places where folks liked to stash valuables. He ended up finding a bunch of articles he could use, including some soap and some store-bought breeches and shirts that looked like they might fit him. There was a nice Mackinaw coat that had only been burned a little bit, and he took that, the best-looking coat he'd ever had. And bless Pat, he found him some brand-new long handles in the bottom of a trunk. He also found him a fancy razor and new strop. He was tempted to take some boots off the dead, but he knew he'd worn moccasins for so long his feet wouldn't be comfortable in anything else. Preacher built a campfire, then focused his attention on Richard's ear. He had to practically sit on Richard to get him to take the first couple slugs of whiskey.
Come on, drink, goddammit!
No! 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 No!
After that, it got easier, till he was just as loose as a goose.
Did I ever tell you about the time I peeped in on my sister while she was taking a bath? Talk about wonders of the Lord. She had two of the... I mean, two. Huge.
Richard was out cold. Preacher grabbed his knife and went to work. He opened the wound, let it drain, and cut away the infected skin. Then he cauterized the wound after heating his blade over the fire he'd built. Last, he applied a poultice he'd made.
So, how is he?
Well, it ain't as bad as it looked. He's gonna have him just a nub of a ear, but hell, his hat won't fall down on that side anyways. But he's gonna be hard to get along with for a couple of days. Luckily, high as we are, wounds heal quick. Air's so clean and pure. Of course, it won't be for long, the way folks keep showing up out here. Well, I'm gonna have me a bath down at the creek. Y'all just stay here and holler at me if you're about to get killed by any Injuns.
Preacher bathed from top to bottom, and he hoped nobody downstream tried to drink out of that creek for a day or two. Then he shaved, leaving only a mustache. Finally, he dressed in the new clothes. He felt a little self-conscious. When he strolled back into camp an hour later, he could tell how much his appearance had improved by the startled glances from the three conscious missionaries.
Glory be! You are a fine-looking man.
Melody!
First time in 10 years I've been without a beard. Feels funny. Richard make a sound yet?
Moaned a couple of times. I'm beginning to get concerned about him.
Yeah, he just passed out drunk, that's all. I've been that way myself a time or two.
I'm sure.
Preacher just grinned at Penelope. She needed a good man to roll around in the blankets with her for a night or two. He figured that might change her whole outlook. That night, Preacher found enough canvas that hadn't been burned to use as shelter for the pilgrims. While it wasn't any fancy Eastern hotel, it did offer a small creature comfort. Later, as he sat alone by the fire, two horses wandered back into camp, anxious for human closeness. Preacher handily rigged up frames to use them for pack horses. They pulled out the next morning, heading into a wilderness that only a handful of white men and absolutely no white women had ever seen. Richard was in some pain, but he never complained. The man might be a Bible thumper, but he was steadily rising in Preacher's estimation. The man asked sensible questions, trying to learn about the land and its people. He preacher answered each question as best he could.
Is this the Shoshone River we're crossing now? It seems more like a stream.
Well, now you're right about that. It's just a small fork off the main river. This branch splits off east of what some folks call Heart Mountain. Indians call it Spirit Mountain. We won't cross the Shoshone today. Tomorrow about noon, if it all goes well, that's when we'll go. Oh, and speaking of Spirit Mountain, you bear in mind to keep out of Indian burying grounds. That'll bring bad medicine on you for sure.
What do you mean by bad medicine? You don't believe in Indian superstition, do you?
What's the difference in what Indians believe and what you're trying to bring them? Hell, only difference is the Indians don't have no book like the Bible. Their religious ways is passed down by mouth. Each tribe has their shamans, and they're like you folks, sorta. They believe in the Great Spirit, life after death. That happy hunting grounds claptrap is white man's bullshit.
I'd be surprised to hear that any race with any spirituality whatsoever would treat a woman the way they tried to treat Melody yesterday.
Don't you think most Indians is evil, or that their women is loose, 'cause they ain't. An Indian father's just like any father anywhere. You start messing with his daughter, he'll kill you. You take the Cheyenne tribe, for instance. They are tough, mean fighters. Everybody's scared of the Cheyenne. But for all their fierceness, they hold women in way high regard. Girls coming of age is a big deal. Hell, any number of tribes worship dogs and wolves, too. If one has to be killed for whatever reason, they'll apologize to it. And to a Cheyenne, dog's damn near a god. They even have a warrior society called the Dog Soldiers.
Sounds to me like you actually like the Indians.
Well, I do. You can't blame them for fighting the whites. Hell, this is their land. Been there for God only knows how long. Thousands of years, probably. If they'd let me, I'd never strike a hostile blow against any of them. Well, excepting maybe them goddamn Pawnees.
At noon the next day, the preacher called a break, and the women stepped behind some bushes to do their business. Preacher pulled Richard and Edmund close.
We're being followed. I don't think it's Indians, and it ain't the army, I'm sure of that. They'd have seen way back that we're not a hostile party, and they'd have closed with us. And any good scout would have seen the sign that women leave, and they'd be mighty curious. I think we got us some renegades on our trail, and I think they're after the women. So keep your powder dry and be ready to fight, and fight quick. 'Cause when they come, they're going to do it in one of two ways. They'll either come real sudden-like, or they'll hail the camp and get in amongst us. And that's what we don't want. Now, I know you two think of yourself as highly principled men, but you just remember, there ain't no law out here except the gun, the knife, and the war axe. And if they're renegades, missionaries or not, they'll kill you both and do it without blinking an eye. Now, you got the women to think about. They got to come first.
Neither one of us has ever used violence against another human being.
Well, you're gonna have to unless you want to die. So make up your minds. I don't think you've got a lot of time to ponder it.
We should warn the women. I feel they have a right to know about this.
But it's only a suspicion, Richard. Why alarm them unduly?
Just keep the ladies among the men. Rest here. No fires. You understand me? Good. I'll be back in an hour or so.
Preacher took his hawking and set out at a ground-covering lope. He could run all day. He'd done so several times during his life in the mountains. He'd had more than one horse shot out from under him, both by white men and Indians, by bullet and arrow, and he'd been forced to run for his life. Preacher ran for a couple of miles and scrambled up a ledge. He squatted down, studying their back trail. Far below and behind them, he could pick out tiny doll figures moving toward him on horseback. He counted 8 riders, and they weren't Indians. They only had 2 pack horses, so they weren't trappers, and they weren't dressed in uniform, so they couldn't be military. That left government explorers or renegades. Preacher had him a strong suspicion they were the latter.
Damn, if that's Bum Kelly's bunch, we are in serious trouble.
Bum had come out back around 28 or 29 and immediately started making trouble wherever he happened to be. He always had anywhere from 10 to 14 thieves and killers and toughs hanging around him, and the gang ranged from the Utah Territory up into the British-held lands. There wasn't nothing Bum and his bunch wouldn't do, and precious little they hadn't done so far, all of it bad. Preacher wished he had him a spyglass, but then he figured as long as he was wishing, he might as well wish for a detachment of soldier boys and about a half a dozen of his good friends like Thumbs Carroll and Nighthawk, Tennessee, and some others. They'd probably be all the way south of his position, though. He might as well wish for the moon. Preacher picked up his rifle and turned to take off, then paused as 4 more riders caught his eye, one of them leading a pack horse.
Well, that's about right. 12 bad ones. Then there's me with a one-eared gospel shouter, a smart aleck missionary, and 2 faithful female followers. Lord have mercy on a poor mountain boy. Mount up. We got big troubles about 5 miles behind us.
You ran 5 miles?
Oh, I've run all day, lady, and half into the night before. I'll tell you about it sometime, but not right now. Let's go.
Preacher pushed the group. He knew where he wanted to go. It wasn't no more than a day's ride, and he set a hard pace. They had crossed the Shoshone. Now, instead of cutting south as he had planned, Preacher rode straight west toward a place he'd once wintered. He figured the hidden cave was still there. He had no idea what it would take to make it disappear outside of God.
Stay right behind me. Don't get out of this creek. It won't fool them for long, but it will slow them up trying to figure out where we left them. And that, boys and girls, is something that's going to take them a while to do.
They rode for several miles, always staying in the creek, until coming to a sandy, rocky flat.
All right. Stand down for a couple of minutes and rest. Let the horses blow. I gotta do something.
Why are you doing that?
There's socks for the horses, so's the steel hooves won't scar the rocks and leave a trail. Get that old ragged blanket off my pack horse and do the same thing with it. Come on, quickly, people. Every minute counts. Now, when we get to moving again, I need you all to stay with me. Don't snag as much as a thread on a branch. And if you do, holler and stop and pick it off. They're going to find this trail eventually. Let's not make it any easier for them.
Preacher led him deep into virgin forest, forging his own trail. He was thankful for the thick coat of needles and leaves under the horse's hooves. He pointed to a tree which had strange markings some 20 feet off the ground.
Grizzly, and a big one. They'll stand, 12 feet high and weigh damn near half a ton, I'll bet. If a grizzly gets after you, climb a tree. They're so big and heavy they don't climb. Usually.
It was a trail-weary and saddle-sore bunch that finally slipped out of the saddles just at dusk. Preacher had set a grueling pace, and he knew things were not about to get a whole lot more comfortable.
All right. Cold camp. No fires. Roll up in your blankets now and stay there. Cool, clear night like this, the odor of food cooking or coffee boiling would travel 5 miles, and this spruce and pine's got an odor to it, too.
Not even a little fire?
No, ma'am. You see to your horses, rub them down good, and picking them careful on graze.
Tyrant.
Preacher slept well but cautiously that night, as he usually did in the mountains. He didn't stir at even the loudest of natural sounds around him, but a breaking twig had put him instantly alert, for deer or elk or most forest creatures would not step on a branch unless they were frightened and running. Men step on twigs and branches. The rain woke him several hours before dawn would touch the high country. Climbing out of his blankets, he rolled them in his ground sheet. The others slept on, unaware of anything that was happening around them. They didn't know it yet, but they would have to learn the woods, or they'd die. With it raining, he chanced a small fire for coffee, built under an overhang to break up the smoke. He checked the snares he'd set out the evening before and found 2 fat rabbits. He skinned them out, carefully scraping the meat away and saving the skins for glove linings. He had the meat cooking before the others began stirring. Melody was the first up. She completed her morning toilet and joined Preacher by the small fire, both of them waiting for the coffee to boil and the meat to sear.
We're in trouble, aren't we?
Well, it ain't the best situation I ever been in, but it ain't the worst neither. I get to my secret hidey hole, and we can all get some rest and figure out our next move. It'll take Bum and them others some time to find us there. They might never.
Preacher poured them coffee, both of them cupping their hands around the tin, warming their extremities, for the morning was very cold this high up. The others slept on.
You know, I think that Edmund's sweet on you. Leastways, judging by the way he acts to me.
I know. But I don't share his feelings at all. He's not a bad person, really, Preacher. He's just far out of his element. And he's scared, like all the rest of us. Except you.
Oh, hell. I'd be scared in a big city like Philadelphia. Too damn many people for my tastes. You know what? You don't act like no gospel shouter I ever seen, Melody. Now, Richard and Edmund, yeah, and definitely Penelope. But not you. How'd you get tied up to an outfit like this?
Through a society I belong to. We all thought it would be a grand adventure and we could help bring the Lord to the savages. I'm afraid we didn't think it out very thoroughly.
You sure didn't. There's no place for a woman out here. Not yet. Someday, yeah. Hell, someday this country will be ruined with people.
It has to be, Preacher. The nation is growing. People want to build new lives, to explore, to expand. Do you know about the steam locomotives?
The what?
Locomotives that run by steam. It's true. We've had them for almost 6 years now. Soon the railroads will be running everywhere.
Not out here.
Oh yes, Preacher, even out here. A true visionary by the name of Dr. Hartwell Carver is proposing a transcontinental route.
A what?
Coast-to-coast railroad tracks. You wait and see. It will happen.
I never heard of such a thing. Why, I had a man tell me that no more than 5 or 6 years ago, there wasn't but 100 miles of track in the whole United States.
That's true. But I assure you, there are many, many more miles of track than that now.
Yeah, makes a poor man like me feel plumb ignorant.
No, Preacher. Not ignorant. Just isolated, that's all. When was the last time you read a newspaper?
I don't remember. I mean, I can read. I went to the 5th grade. But it's just been so many years since I read a word that I'd have trouble, I imagine.
I understand that there's talk already of an expedition to chart a route from St. Louis to San Francisco, although I'm sure it will be several years before that happens. Can you just imagine that? A railroad from St. Louis westward all the way across the nation? It's mind-boggling. Preacher, the government will be looking for men like you to lead those scouting parties. Men like you who know the wilderness that so many of us have only read about. Ignorant, Preacher? You're far from that. You've been to California?
Oh, yeah. I've seen the Blue Waters a couple of times. Been to California and Oregon. Hard, mean trip from here. That's why a railroad's gonna be impossible. You can't build no damn railroad through these mountains. That's a pipe dream. You can't even get a wagon through, hardly.
But you are going to take us to Oregon, aren't you, Preacher?
Well, I sure ain't gonna leave you out here alone.
Melody smiled and kissed Preacher right on the mouth.
Whoa!
Startled Preacher so bad he spilled the hot coffee right on his crotch.
What's
The
happening?
others thought they were under attack, and their faces were a picture of panic. Penelope got all tangled up in her blankets, and Richard jumped out of his, the back flap to his underwear hanging down.
Hey, Bum. I lost their tracks. We took them into the creek yonder. I don't know whether he went up or down. Down if he was smart.
Preacher's damn sure smart, Slug. He's as wily a mountain man as ever tracked a deer, and he's dangerous as any puma. One time down on the Poison Spider Creek, an old boy named Jason Dunbar got to needling Preacher about his name. Preacher took all he could stomach and told him to lay off or stand up and get ready to duke it out. Dunbar was a good foot taller than Preacher and outweighed him by 100 pounds. But when Preacher got through with Dunbar and finally let him fall, Jason Dunbar didn't have no front teeth left, couldn't straighten up for a week, and only had half of his left ear. Preacher had bit off the top. Yeah, Preacher's smart, he's mean, he's tough, and he's quick. And when we catch him, and we will catch up to him and them folks, he won't go down easy. Rest assured, we'll lose some people all right. Bridger, Broken Hand, Fitzpatrick, Carson, and Beckworth all speak highly of the man. And them boys don't get praised lightly.
2 women out there. White women. Been a long time since I had me a taste of white women.
Hell, Slug, I ain't even seen a white woman in more than 2 years.
Jack Harris was leading them pilgrims straight to us. How the hell was I supposed to know a bunch of Arapahoes waiting in ambush? Shit, that's just my luck.
Where the hell did Jack get off to?
He was running for his life, probably. He's probably settling down and hunting our trail now. He'll be along. Let's fan out and try and pick up Preacher's trail.
South down the creek, bum?
No, Beckman. By now, Preacher knows we're tracking him. He ain't gonna do this the easy way. George, you take a few boys and head south a ways just to make sure. Beckman, you take the west side of the creek. Moses, you take the east side. You both work north. Rest of us will wait here so as not to crap up any sign. Adam, you build us a fire and we'll boil some coffee. White women. And them men with him is toting gold, too. I got a good feeling about this. A real good feeling.
Preacher led the group up a gently sloping hill to a jumble of rocks on a ledge. A towering mountain loomed high above them, snow-capped all year round.
It gets right close in here, folks. Mind your feet and knees.
Preacher led them into a narrow, twisting passageway that was just wide enough for them to pass with not 3 inches to spare on either side. There was just enough light filtering in from a crack high above them to illuminate their way. The narrow fissure suddenly opened into a high, huge, cathedral-like cavern with a bubbling stream running right through it.
I don't think anybody else knows about this place. Them drawings on the walls there was done hundreds of years ago, I reckon. Lord knows I ain't never seen no beasties that look like some of them animals yonder. If you was to talk to an Injun about this place, he'd tell you it was the people who came before who done this. That sounds reasonable to me.
About 100 feet long and several times that in width, the other end of the cavern opened up into a beautiful little valley, about 25 or 30 acres of lush grass and a winding little creek.
Oh, incredible. Is the way we came in the only entrance?
Nope, there's another way. See that waterfall across the valley? There's another cave under that. Leads into a blowhole on the other side.
A what?
Long time ago, years I guess, must have been a terrible storm struck here. Tore up several hundred acres. Huge trees tore up by the roots and tossed every which way, piled on top of one another and flying willy-nilly. That cave comes out direct into all that mess. Them chasing us might look a little ways into that blowdown, but they sure as hell ain't gonna give it no good look-see. It's too wild a place. Now in here where we is, the smoke filters up through them cracks in the ceiling, disappears somewheres else. I built me a roaring smoking fire in here one winter's morning, spent the rest of the day outside. I never seen no smoke nor smelled none. We're as safe as I can make us. Now, what I want you folks to do is this. Strip down the horses and put them out to pasture. I'm gonna take my bow, go into that blowdown and kill us a deer or two so's we'll have some meat to go along with the beans and bread that you ladies is gonna make from the flour we salvaged back at the ambush site. There's fish in the stream in the valley that's mighty good eating. I'm gonna be gone the rest of the day, maybe the night. But don't worry, I'll be back. Just as long as a rattler don't bite me, a bear don't tree me, a puma don't jump me, or an Injun don't kill me.
I hate to be macabre.
Whatever the hell that means.
But what happens if you don't return?
Well, now you just sit tight till your supplies is just about gone. By that time, if you don't eat all the damn day long, Bum and his boys will have given up and gone. Then you head west. That's the direction that the sun sets in, you know. If you come to a great big body of water, that there's the Pacific Ocean. So you'll either be in California or Oregon country.
You don't have to be insulting.
Preacher stared at Penelope as she dismounted, then just shook his head. He got his bow and quiver of arrows and left the cave, heading out into the meadow. Melody stood in the mouth and watched Preacher until he was gone from sight. Penelope was lying down, exhausted from the travels, and Edmund was standing beside the horses.
He's quite a man, Melody, but not the man for you.
Whatever in the world do you mean, Richard?
It's easy to see that you're quite smitten with him, Melody. We've all commented on it. But I urge you to think about what you're doing and try to curb your emotions. The man is a wanderer, a will-o'-the-wisp. He'll only break your heart.
It's purely platonic, Richard. Nothing more. I enjoy his company, that's all. He's a fascinating man who has packed 10 average lifetimes into one.
Melody, I don't want to appear ungrateful for all he's done for us. He saved our lives and continues to do so hourly. But the man is only a cut above a savage. I doubt he's had a fork in his hand in 10 years. He eats with his fingers. The two of you come from different worlds.
You worry needlessly, Richard. Come, let me change the dressing on your ear. In years to come, no matter where we might be, we'll look back on this episode and enjoy a good laugh.
When Preacher returned to the cave at nightfall, he was packing somewhere near 150 pounds of raw deer meat. Only a few minutes after getting back to the cave, Preacher had 5 steaks sizzling.
We'll smoke and jerk the rest of it. Tomorrow I'll pick some berries and we'll make pemmican. After the meat's dried, that's what you call jerky. I'll pound it into powder and mix it with pulped and whole berries and the fat that I saved from the venison after I cooked it down. You mix all that up and it keeps for a long time. I got some over there in my par flesh. You try some, it's good.
What's a parfleche?
That rawhide case yonder. Hand it here. Oh, I ain't kidding y'all. It's really good.
Preacher passed the parfleche around, and the others reluctantly tried some of the concoction. They all smiled as they chewed.
It really is good.
Well, y'all gonna bring Jesus to the savages? I reckon now's a good time to start your learning. You gotta know something about these folks.
We were to be instructed in Oregon.
No, them's coast Injuns. Chinook and Spokane and the like. Hell, they all about either civilized or whooped down by now. I'm talking Injuns, folks. Scalp hunters, warriors, finest horsemen on the face of the earth. Comanche, Pawnee, Ute, Shoshone, Apache, Blackfoot, Arapaho, Crow, Kiowa, Flathead, Assiniboine, Dakota, that'd be Sioux to you, Nez Perce. There's more, but them's the important ones you'll be seeing, I imagine. Most of the ones I just named is hunters and warriors.
Do they have order in their societies?
I reckon tradition might be the glue that keeps the tribes together. I don't know what else could do it. All the tribes is different, but yet they're alike in a lot of ways. When the white man finally gets up ahead of steam and starts coming this way, and they will, there's gonna be a lot of blood spilt on both sides. At first, it's gonna be mostly white people who die. But that won't last long. From what I've been able to pick up during the past few years, east of the Big Muddy is fairly overflowing with people. They gotta come west. The Indians ain't gonna adopt the white ways, and the white sure as hell ain't gonna adopt the Indian ways. So what we're gonna have, to my way of thinking, is a great big bloody mess that's gonna go on for years.
Then the savages have to be convinced that they cannot stand in the way of progress. That's where people like us can help.
Oh, I see. White man's way is the only way, huh? Well, we sure take a lot upon ourselves, don't we, Edmund?
Civilization and progress must continue if we, as a nation, are to survive. That's the way it's always been and must continue to be.
Says who?
Now, this discussion is silly. You obviously are not prepared to meet the challenge of a changing world. You missed the point of it all.
Oh, I get the point. And a lot of other folks will, too. The point of an era.
Preacher spent the next morning backtracking the way they entered the cave, carefully erasing all signs of anyone ever having come that way. He spent a couple hours inspecting the sides of the narrow passageway, picking off hair the horses left as they rubbed the sides here and there. When he was satisfied he could do no more to ensure their safety, Preacher rejoined the group in the cave.
Any sign of them?
No, but they'll be along. White women's too grand a prize for them to give up on. And they probably figure you're carrying gold.
That's ridiculous.
Oh, really, Richard? Them money belts y'all toting don't fit too well. They pooch out from time to time. How much you boys carry?
That is none of your affair.
You're right, it ain't. But if I'm to put my life on the line for you folks, I figure I at least ought to know what I'm dying for.
This money must get to our new mission in Oregon. It isn't ours. This is money raised by our organization back east. Contributors' money. This is money that will be used to further God's work.
Oh, you ain't got no poor folks back in Philadelphia could use a helping hand? Well, that must be quite a prosperous place. Rich folks just abounding everywhere. I sure wouldn't fit in. And didn't nobody ever tell you that it ain't fitting for unmarried young men and women to go traipsing off unchaperoned anyways? What do you girls' mamas and daddies think about this trip, huh?
We left with their blessings. They know that we are both very trustworthy and level-headed women. One of us is, anyway.
Don't worry, Penelope. I'll look after you. I did promise your mother.
Bum Kelly and his boys patiently searched, and as Preacher had predicted, they found the trail after Preacher had left the rocks of the creek. The outlaws stood on the fringe of the mountain range and gazed at the towering peaks that stood silently before them.
He's heading into the wilderness. You know that country, Bum?
Can't say as I do. I've skirted it a time or two, taking the south route. But that damn preacher seems to know every rock between the borders, the Big Muddy, and the ocean. And he turned north, right into the Tetons. Damn his eyes.
How old a man is this feller, anyways?
35 or so, I reckon. He come out here, so the story goes, back when he was about 12 or 13 years old. And he ain't never stopped exploring. So he's got 20 or so years of experience behind his belt. And he's as tricky as they come.
He know you?
Oh, he knows me. And he don't like me.
Hey, Bum! Here comes Jack Harris. I knowed he'd catch up with us.
Put on some grub, boys. I ain't eaten days.
What happened back yonder at the wagon train, Jack?
Them engines came out of nowhere, I tell you. I didn't have a clue they was there. I jumped off a flat and hit the timber at the first yell, 'cause I could see we didn't have a chance. The outriders went down first. I don't know what happened after that. I was too busy flogging my horse getting away from there. I waited 2 days, I think it was, and went back looking for food. I couldn't find nothing, except some bloody bandages and shod tracks heading west. You boys and somebody else's. I just started following along.
That somebody else is Preacher. I recognize that big gray of his through my spyglass. He's got them gospel shouters and the women with him, and he knows we're on his trail and he's wary.
Preacher? What the hell's he doing up here? He's supposed to be down on the Paposia at the rendezvous.
Well, he ain't, and he took them folks into the wilderness yonder.
In there? Northwest of the Talking Smoke?
I don't think so. I think he's got him a hidey hole in the lonesome yonder, and he's all tucked away thinking he's safe.
He is pretty damn safe in there, Bum. I don't know that country. Hell, don't nobody really know that country. Well, a few does, and Preacher's one of them.
You want to give up?
No. Them 2 men was heavy with gold. And them women, boys. I swear I ain't never seen nothing so fine in all my days.
How fine?
Fine enough to fight a grizzly for.
I bet they smell good, too. I just can't hardly wait.
The Preacher spent that morning rigging deadfalls and other traps in the darkness of the twisted entranceway. He had warned the others not to enter there, but he decided to give them a demonstration of how it worked firsthand.
Hideous!
Awful!
Such a terrible thing to do to a person.
I just hope it works, Preacher.
Oh, it will. The first one to hit the traps in this passageway will get a rock fall like that right on top of them. That'll make the others awful cautious, but they'll press on. But the second trap will stop them cold, maybe for a day. And by that time, we'll be far away and pushing hard.
Now Preacher sat on the outside of the cave exit, overlooking the valley. He carefully cleaned his weapons and placed them at the ready, knowing it was only a matter of time.
Preacher, can Edmund and I have a word with you privately?
Yeah, sure. Sit down.
You didn't just stop here for safety's sake, did you, Preacher?
What else you think I had on my mind?
You knew we needed several days of rest. My wound needed to heal, and we all needed to lay about and eat and regain strength. If you were alone, you would have been 100 miles away by now. You're risking your life for people you hardly know. You're a very brave and complex man, Mr. What is your Christian name?
Preacher will do. Yeah, there's some truth in me wanting to get you folks rested some. When we leave here, we're going to be pushing hard with not much time to rest. There's a small fort down near Massacre Rocks on the Snake. Fort Hall, I believe it's called. A few soldier boys down yonder. But it's going to be hell getting there. If I can get y'all to the fort, that'll put you back on the Oregon Trail, and it being springtime and all, chances are good a wagon train is there, or one will be coming along shortly.
And you'll leave us there?
Well, why should I stay any longer, Ed?
Well, Melody, if I may speak frankly.
Well, she's a fine-looking woman. Good woman, too, I believe. Got staying power to her. I like her. I'll say that in front of God and everybody else. I mean, that's uncomfortable to me, but it's a nice feeling for me, too. It's been a long time since I experienced anything like that. But our worlds is different. They're too far apart. If I don't fit in her, she sure as hell don't fit into mine. So you can relax, Pilgrim. You won't see me again. This is my world. The mountains, the wilderness, the open sky. And I plan on dying out here. My good horse will stumble, or an Injun's arrow or war axe will find me. Hell, I might get cornered by a bear, and we'll have us a high old time, just roaring and yelling and clawing and biting down on one another. No, Melody don't fit into them plans.
I believe she might have something to say about that.
Well, she might think so, but she don't. Oh, I know the signs all right. I can see 'em on her face and in her eyes. But once I leave the lot of you at Fort Hall, I'm gone like the wind. I gotta see country I ain't never seen before, and I can't do that with no woman tagging along. Not unless it's a squaw who's used to the hard ways of the trail. Now, y'all start getting your possibilities together. I'm fixing to move some things close to that blowdown hole.
Oh, you think those hooligans are close?
Close? I think they're right outside by now, probably trying to find a way in.
Preacher scrambled up the sloping sides of the valley and stepped into a maze of virgin brush and timber. The bench that had encircled the little valley was about 300 yards deep. He made his way carefully to the outer edge and was not surprised to see Bum and several of his gang moving slowly toward the rock face, a tracker on foot carefully studying the ground. Preacher backed off and silently made his way back to the cave.
No talking. They're outside now. Get your gear together and go to the waterfall in the valley. You'll see a natural lean-to on the north side of the falls. It's big enough for all of you and the horses. And take my pack horse with you. No fires. Now get gone right now.
The missionaries were gone in 10 minutes, gathering up their gear and heading out toward the horses. Preacher quickly packed up what he would carry out and set the pack by the mouth of the cave. He went outside and saddled his horse, then came back into the cavern. He sat back and waited, his .54 caliber hawking at the ready. Preacher knew it was only a matter of time now, and probably not that much. He'd lied to the others about how safe they would be in the cave in order to give them some comfort and let them relax. It had worked, and all of them, even Richard, were back up to snuff and ready for the trail. But Preacher knew that a good tracker was going to find that cave opening. Whether or not they would search the entire twist-and-turning passageway was up for grabs. Preacher had, years back, but he'd also been wary of running into a bear or a mountain lion. He hoped the men out there now would be twice as wary as he was, but they had women and gold on their minds.
God damn it, it's dark in here. That sounds like the bastards now.
Preacher had rigged the first deadfall in such a manner that as dark as it was in that narrow passage, Bum would probably think it was just an accident. The second trap would be a hell of a lot more obvious to anyone that it was man-made.
I can't see shit.
What in the hell do you think it would be, Bull? A lamp-lit roadhouse? Can you see anything?
Nothing. Narrow trail is all. Don't look wide enough for no horse to get through.
It's wide enough. Dirt's too smooth for my liking. Feels like it's been smoothed out by a branch to me.
Maybe. There Damn sure ain't no puma or bear tracks in the dirt.
There ain't nothing on that dirt. See that crack opening high up? It's rained lately here. Drops would have cut a groove in the dirt. Preacher had to hide his tracks, but he was hoping we wouldn't notice that. I noticed. They's in yonder somewheres, boys.
Knowing Preacher's laying in wait in that dark don't make me feel real good, Jack. You know damn well he ain't no pilgrim.
He ain't but one man. Move. Let's search this place, see where it leads.
Bull inched forward into the dimness of the passageway, moving in a crouch and advancing very carefully. He was a thug and a murderer, but he was not an idiot. He knew perfectly well that if Preacher was at the end of this winding, twisting passageway, it would mean a fight to the death. His fingers touched a rock about the size of a human head, and he pushed it aside. Jack jumped back, but Bull couldn't move fast enough to avoid getting conked on the head by a rock. The impact laid him out cold on the ground, a swelling knot on his noggin.
Let's get Bull out of here!
Beckman tugged at the limp Bull and dragged him out of the passageway, back out into the light outside the cave where Bum and the rest of his men waited.
Is he dead, Bum?
I don't think so, but he's sure gonna have him a headache.
You think Preacher done it?
Yeah, I do. And there's probably more traps in yonder.
Preacher and them others could be long gone by then.
Could be, but I don't think so. I think they holed up in yonder for rest. One of 'em's hurt. We all seen the bloody bandages. The size of 'em tells me it's either a thigh or head wound. Moses, fetch us some long poles to push along ahead of us and wave in the air. That'll set off any traps Preacher might have laid.
Preacher figured Bum and his men would come up with a way to get past his deadfalls, but he knew they wouldn't anticipate his last trap. He had taken a small keg of powder salvaged from the wagon train and rigged up a fuse, placing it between a large rock and the face of the stone wall. When it blew, he felt there'd be enough force behind the blast to bring the boulder down and block the passageway.
Ha! The pole worked. Them rocks didn't touch me.
Preacher pointed his pistol into the darkness of the passageway.
Oh my God! I caught me a ball! Oh God, it tore up my leg! Get me out of here!
Shit! Get back! Drag Beckman out of there! We gotta come up with another plan. It's a death trap in yonder.
Ah, I can't walk! Oh, my legs tore up bad, y'all!
Preacher, you give us the women and the gold and you can walk free. That's a promise, man.
Go to hell, Bum!
Don't be a fool, Preacher. You're trapped in yonder. Think about it. All we gotta do is wait and starve you out. We got the time, and you ain't. Them pilgrims ain't worth your dying for, man. Give it some thought.
Ask him if he's got some whiskey to pour on this leg.
Shut up. One way or the other, we're gonna get you, Preacher. All you gotta do is walk out of there, and you're a free man.
In a pig's eye!
Preacher decided he'd had enough fun, and he lit the long fuse leading to the charge behind the rocks above the barricade. He grabbed his gear and took off running for the mouth of the cave. Bum and his men were at best dead, and at worst held up behind 1,000 tons of rock and dirt. Wherever Bum was, held up or in hell, it was good enough for Preacher. He headed for the waterfall and the rest of his party. He planned to lead the party through westward into the Grand Tetons. He figured he'd bought him at least 2 days, maybe as many as 4. Bum Kelly and his outlaws staggered out of the passageway and fell exhausted on the ground. All of them were cut, bruised, and bleeding from wounds ranging from minor to serious.
All right, let's start checking each other out. Unless you boys want to give up on getting the gold and them women.
Not damn likely. But I want Preacher worse than I want anything else. I want to stick his feet into a fire and burn him slow.
Yeah, I want to gouge his eyes out.
I want to rape both them women and make Preacher watch. Then I'm going to skin him. Slow.
Bum smiled grimly. He knew there'd be no stopping these men now that it was a matter of honor. Preacher had shamed them all, and worse, as soon as Preacher reached some post or settlement, he was going to tell the story and really juice it up. Unless he was stopped, Bum and his boys would be the laughing stock of the territories. If need be, they'd track him right up to and through the gates of hell for revenge. They had to close Preacher's mouth for good. Preacher built the biggest fire they'd had going since he'd first met the missionaries. He knew that Bum and his men would have a long way to go to bypass the collapsed passageway.
Really? I fail to see what is so amusing about inflicting pain and suffering upon your fellow man.
Do you have any idea what them old boys back yonder will do if they catch you?
Rob us?
Shit, you really are a babe in the woods, ain't you? Well, let me tell you something. If they catch you people, after they get tired of using the women, then they're gonna use you men. You get my drift?
I don't believe that. That would be, well, barbaric.
Uh-huh, it sure would be, but they'd still do it. Then they'd torture you just to listen to you scream. They've done it all before. Ain't nothing new to them. They've been doing it for years and years.
Why don't the authorities stop them?
Oh, good God, people! Look around you. What authority? There ain't no law out here. This is wilderness. Can't you people understand that?
The Army is the authority in wilderness areas, I believe. When we reach this fort you spoke of, we shall certainly report this reprehensible behavior of those ruffians who attacked the cave.
Oh, sure. This land is in dispute between England and the United States. There might not even be soldiers there. Besides, ain't but about 500 million billion acres out here. Hell, if there are soldiers, they ought to be able to just search that in no time at all. You goddamn fool people.
Preacher fell silent as the little something that had been nagging at him all day finally settled down in the light of his mind. He had known about half of the men behind the voices back yonder in the cave, but yet another voice had been awful familiar to him.
Jack Harris.
What? What about our guide?
I know that voice was familiar. He was the one back at the cave, I'm sure of it.
If that's correct, Preacher, then that means that...
Yeah, the whole thing wasn't nothing but a setup from the get-go.
Whatever in the world do you mean?
Them Injuns spoiled Bum and Jack's plans. They wasn't figuring on them Injuns attacking. They was gonna ambush the wagon train. That's why Jack took y'all so far north of the Oregon Trail.
Yes. Yes, it has to be. What a thoroughly untrustworthy, black-hearted, and totally reprehensible individual.
Huh? You saying he's a dirty, low-down, sorry skunk?
Yes. That sums it up quite well.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, it means something else, too. It means they gotta kill us all. You see, there's no telling how long Jack's been doing this. Now, you say Jack hooked up with y'all in Missouri?
Well, not exactly. 10 days out of Missouri, our guide suddenly disappeared. He'd been out scouting, I think. You can imagine our predicament. We were beside ourselves with worry. We were lost. The next morning, Jack Harris rode in. He was so strong and full of confidence, but we practically had to beg him to take on the job of guide.
Where was your wagon master?
I don't suppose we had one.
Just how much begging did y'all have to do before Jack agreed to sign on?
Well, actually, not very much.
Yeah, I thought not. Well, let's fix some victuals and eat up. We gotta push hard come the morning. There's some damn rough country ahead.
Preacher and the missionaries crossed the Yellowstone and headed straight west. He took them over the divide and headed for the Snake. By now, he knew that Bum and his boys would have circled the small range in which the cave was located. They would have picked up their trail and be hard on it. It was a frosty morning in the high country, and Edmund seemed particularly exhilarated by the brilliant sights and sounds that surrounded him in the wilderness.
By the Lord, this land is exhilarating.
Does that mean you like it?
My word, yes.
You ain't thinking of, settling here, are you?
We've discussed it. After all, savages are savages, whether on the West Coast or here. Of course, we shall have to push on to deliver the monies. But we think we shall return to this wonderful and primitive land.
Is that a fact?
Yes. Aren't you excited with the news?
Oh, I can tell you truthful, I am pert near overcome.
I knew you would be, darling.
Preacher suddenly felt like he was standing in quicksand and slowly sinking. A movement up ahead caught Preacher's eyes, and he focused in. First time in his life he was happy to see a band of Injuns.
Oh, no!
Relax, people, they're Bannocks. I know that brave in the lead. His name is Badfoot.
Badfoot? Why would anybody name a child that?
Well, probably 'cause he's born with a club foot. I mean, that's sometimes the way that Injuns name their young. If I'd knowed y'all better, I'd tell you a story about a brave I knowed once called Two Dogs Humpin'.
Please don't.
Oh, Pooh. It sounds like a delightfully naughty story.
I'm sorry I brought it up. Now, you all wait here. I'm going to go up there and have a word.
The missionaries watched as Preacher moved ahead and exchanged a brief word with the lead brave in his own tongue, Snake. Badfoot spent the conversation grinning, nodding his head, and rubbing his belly.
They've been buffalo hunting, and they're going to give us some steaks. We got some mighty fine eating coming up, folks.
Psst. Ask him if he's ever heard of God.
You ask him yourself. He speaks pretty good English.
All right.
Edmund dismounted and approached the Indian cautiously, holding a Bible in his hands. Badfoot stood smiling at him. Edmund held out the Bible, and Badfoot took it.
Thank you. My woman thanks you. She will take it as soon as I return to the lodge. She will use it much more than me.
Your, woman is a Christian.
No Christian, but she take all Bibles offered.
She studies them, my word. We've got to return and live with this tribe.
Studies? No study. Can't read. Pages thin. Make good asswipe.
They stopped early that afternoon. Preacher wanted to get the buffalo steaks on while they were still fresh. Besides, if he was tired, Lord knows what the others were feeling. They camped on the west side of Pacific Creek. Preacher wasn't too worried about bumming his bunch. He figured they were at least 3 days ahead of him. They'd eat good this afternoon and just lay around and rest, give the horses a much-needed break, too. He looked up at the sky. The weather had been perfect ever since leaving the cave in the little valley, but now it was about to turn foul. He figured they'd be in a hard, cold rain long before dusk. He glanced over at Edmund, who still had his lower lip all poked out over Badfoot's refusal to return the Bible. Preacher had been forced to step between the two men before Badfoot forgot he was a peaceful Bannock and went on the warpath. Before leaving, Badfoot had grinned at Preacher and pointed at Edmund. He'd extended the index finger of his left hand and held it straight up in the air, cupping it with his right hand and making an up and down motion.
What did that savage call me back there today?
Well, it involved an asshole, among other things.
Well, I never.
Well, I sure hope not. But you know them Injuns tolerate that type of thing better than white people do.
Whatever in the world are you babbling about?
Skip it. Well, here it comes.
Preacher grabbed a half-raw steak out of the fire and took a bite.
Now learn this. Eat when you can, drink when you can, and sleep when you can. Because you never know when you're going to be able to do any of those three again. In other words, dig in.
We've been eating rather well and often on this sojourn.
Yeah, well, you ain't never wintered out here. Snows can come howling this time of year, catch you flat-footed. Make a fat rabbit look as good as every steak you ever ate.
Will you stop speaking like some ignorant savage? You have some education. I know you do. Why do you persist in speaking like some addle-brained buffoon?
That bothers you, do it. Why is that, Brother Edmund? You got something up your craw, you spit it out, brother. Anger's a vile thing to keep all bottled up. Might even make a feller sick. You liable to come down with the collywobbles or the knobby noodles or something worse than that.
There you go again. I won't even ask you what those ridiculous illnesses might be.
They ain't nothing, brother.
And stop calling me brother. I am not your brother. You don't even worship God. How could you be my brother?
You still got your lips all pooched out because of what Badfoot done. And who says I don't worship God? I do it in my own way. Who says your way's right and mine's wrong? Why, I've even worshipped the Almighty at the great medicine wheel over in the Bighorns. I bet you that's something you never studied in your fancy eastern colleges.
Huh. Never even heard of it.
High up in the mountains it is, about 10,000 feet or more. White stones in a circle, measuring, about 75 or 80 feet. Got 28 spokes. And on a river about 50 or 60 miles to the west of there, there's a great stone arrow pointing direct at the wheel. Lots of stories about them things, but the Crow says the sun laid out the wheel to teach the tribe how to make a teepee. I told y'all how the Plains Indians feel about the sun and the earth. Now I'm going to tell you something else. When I stood there in that circle, I got me a strange feeling, I did. Spiritual feeling.
Are the Crow dangerous?
Depends on how you look at it. They love to steal horses. They're fine horsemen. I know an old boy named William Gordon, mountain man. He had him a Crow chief tell him that if they killed the white man, then the white man wouldn't come back and they couldn't steal no more of the white man's horses. So they'll steal from the white man, but hell, they won't kill him. But that don't hold true all the time now. You get some young buck looking to make a name for himself so he can impress the girl, he might just take your hair. It don't happen often, but it can. All in all, I trust the Crow not to kill me, but I sleep with one eye on my horses when I'm in their territory.
The Indians who attacked the wagon train, Preacher, what did you say they were?
Arapaho. Strange bunch of people. They stay to themselves, mostly, but sometimes they hook up with the Cheyennes. They ain't got no use for most white people. Now, there's been talk of the Cheyenne and Arapaho coming together to fight, because both hate the Kiowa. It's odd, because the Kiowa and the Cheyenne used to be friends. I don't know what happened. The Arapaho will tell you he's your friend, but he ain't. Not really. How's your meat?
It's delicious. And please, let me apologize for my earlier outburst. It's been a trying time for all of us.
Well, it ain't near about's over, so you just better buck up, Ed.
Early the next morning, Bum and his men sat considering their next move. Before the trouble back at the cave, they didn't have much time to spare, but now they couldn't waste a second if they wanted the women and the gold.
I can't figure where he's taking them, Bum. He's heading straight west. Could be to Fort Henry on the Yellowstone.
But there ain't no soldier boys there, Jack. That's a civilian fort. And that sure ain't getting them folks no closer to the Oregon Trail.
Maybe it is. Preacher knows everybody in the wilderness. There's bound to be some trappers and the like hanging around Henry. He could get some of them to ride with him down to Fort Hall for protection, and then get them pilgrims hooked up with another wagon train heading west. Once that was done, we'd be out of luck.
How many days you figure they're ahead of us?
Maybe 2, 3 at the most. We're traveling a lot harder than they is. But if we're gonna catch up, we gotta push harder still.
This jabbing ain't getting us no closer. Let's ride.
I'll follow Preacher clear to the blue waters if I have to. We owe him, and this is one debt I damn sure intend to pay.
Get the horses. We gotta put some miles behind us.
Preacher plunged them across the Snake and into the wildness of the Teton Range and into Washington Territory. He picked up the pace, knowing by now that those behind him would have figured out where he was going. Problem was, Preacher didn't know if the fort was still standing, much less in business. He hadn't been over this way in several years, and there had been several Indian uprisings in that time. He'd asked Badfoot about it, but the sub-chief had only shrugged his shoulders in reply, which could have meant anything, or nothing at all. With an Injun, you just never know. The side of Richard's head was still tender to the touch, but the wound had healed nicely. Edmund had gotten over his feud with Preacher, Penelope was still a bitch, and Melody, seeing her advances thwarted, had taken not to speaking to Preacher, which suited him just fine. He didn't have time to fool with some love-struck female. If he had any luck, in a couple of weeks he'd be done and through with the whole damn bunch of them, and the entire misadventure would be behind him. They rode right into a storm and had to seek shelter from the cold driving rain that had bits of ice in it. The ice, driven by the high winds, cut like tiny knives on their bare skin.
These late spring storms can be pure hell. We might wake up in the morning, there'll be a foot of snow on the ground. You just never know this high up.
I've never experienced anything like this. Luckily, if we can't travel, neither can those behind us.
Don't bet on that. This storm might be a local. It might not be doing nothing 15 miles to the east of us.
Preacher managed to throw up a windbreak and get a fire going, but all in all, it was going to be the most miserable night the Pilgrims had yet spent on the trail. But Preacher took it in his usual manner, calmly and philosophically. He knew there was no point in bitching about it. There wasn't a damn thing he or anyone else could do about it. The rain soon changed to snow, and in a very short time the land was covered in white. The snow, whipped by the high wind, soon reduced visibility to near zero.
Don't no one stray from camp. You gotta relieve yourself, you just step behind the nearest tree. You stray from camp in this and you're gonna get lost sure as hell. You'll be froze to death before we could find you.
For once, no one argued with Preacher. The Pilgrims were scared, and they looked it. Neither Richard nor Edmund was in a real good mood come the morning.
I have a head cold. I'm in dire need of a plaster for my chest, and some hot lemonade.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I simply must have a hot cup of tea. Do you have any left, Penelope?
I have a few leaves left. I'll make us some.
Well, at least y'all don't have to hurry none, 'cause we sure ain't going nowhere. We'd leave a trail a drunk blind man could follow if we left now.
That means the hooligans behind us will gain on us.
Yeah, they'll gain. But I left the trail and turned gradual north early yesterday morning. I didn't figure none of you would notice, and you didn't. Then I cut back south for a few miles and headed west again about noon. That's when I led y'all into that little creek. If you'd have paid attention, you'd have noticed it cut back south. Now, that mountain right up ahead, it's got about 15 different names, but the Indians call it the mountain that takes life. They say it's evil. I imagine what happened was some sort of sickness killed a bunch of them years back, and they just figured the mountain is evil and won't go near it. Well, that's where we're headed as soon as the sun melts this snow. Reason I'm telling you all this is, I took us way off the trail, and with the snow, if we just sit tight and don't build no more big fires, Bum and them won't have no idea where we is. They'll just think we kept on the trail westward, and that's the way they'll go. Hell, they might even make Fort Henry 2 or 3 days ahead of us, if it's still there.
Well, what would be the advantage of them doing that?
'Cause we ain't gonna go to Fort Henry. Soon as the snow melts, I'm taking y'all southwest to Fort Hall.
Meanwhile, Bum and his bunch had rode themselves smack in the middle of a Blackfoot uprising. A friendly Bannock had told them the army was warning all people to leave the area north of the upper curve of the Snake. The Injun added that everybody was gone from Fort Henry until the Blackfoot settled down. In fact, they'd been gone for several weeks now, and he knew that for a fact because he'd been there. Bum thought about their options while he warmed his hands over a small fire the men had set for the night.
They tricked us, Jack. He cut south during the snow and holed up until it melted for pulling out. That has to be it.
Then we're out of luck on this run. No way we can make Fort Hall before they do.
You know where Red Hand is?
Yeah, but you ain't thinking of trusting that crazy renegade, is you?
I don't see that we got a whole lot of choice in the matter. With his bunch, and with us maybe picking up 8 or 10 other old boys, we could take on any wagon train. We could hit 'em anywheres between Fort Hall and Oregon Territory.
I don't like it. Why would Red Hand even want to join up with us?
For prisoners and booty. We could make a deal with him. He'll keep his word on certain things. I've worked with him before and always been careful not to rock him. We can pick our spot once they leave Fort Hall, 'cause there ain't no army forts along the way until you get to Oregon Territory. And I think them's all British far as I know. And them people don't worry me none. Hell, they'll stop and drink tea right in the middle of a goddamn battle.
Them women we've been chasing might get killed.
And they might not. Besides, all the gold them Bible toters is carrying will make up for the women.
True. So what do?
Get our butts out of Blackfoot country first thing. And when that's done, we head south to find Red Hand and his bunch. And to find us some more old boys that we can trust. When we talk to them, we don't mention nothing about the gold or the women we're after. Luke, the preacher know you?
No, I ain't never laid eyes on the man.
then you'll be the one to ride into Fort Hall and find out what wagon train them pilgrims is leaving with. We'll be camped about 15 miles southeast of the fort, down close to the Pornoofs. That's where Red Hand hangs out. Let's get the hell going from here. I don't want to tangle with no damn Blackfoot.
Preacher and his pilgrims sat it out until the snow was completely gone. By that time, everyone was well rested, including the horses. Preacher listened to Edmund bitch about his head cold until he knew that unless they hit the road soon, he was going to give the man something to really complain about. He led him straight south toward Teton Pass. His plan was to take him through the pass, then cut west, leading him through the Caribou Range north of Gray's Lake, then cross the Blackfoot Mountains and on into Fort Hall. Now that was his plan, but in Injun country, plans are subject to change. Once clear of Teton Pass, Preacher cut southwest and pushed his party hard. They were becoming used to the trail, finally, and Richard had become a fair hand. Preacher began ranging far in front of him whenever he felt it safe to do so. Safe, meaning he was fairly sure Richard would stay on the trail Preacher forged and not get the others lost. He tried to stay apart from the group as much as possible, because Melody had once more began batting her blues and shaking her bottom at him whenever she got the chance. The damn woman was about to drive him nuts.
Hold up, people. We're just 2 days from Fort Hall now, and we'll stop at a creek just before we make the fort. And you ladies can bathe and whatever and change back into them dresses you toted along. But it's going to be right difficult for y'all to ride proper like in them saddles.
We want to pay you for all your troubles.
Hey, Ed, I did what I done because it was the right thing to do, so don't you be trying to hand me no money. I don't want your damn money. I feel bounden to see you hooked up with a wagon train, and I'll do that, and then I'm gone.
Where will you go, Preacher?
I don't know. Fern's about played out, and I can see that while most of the others can't. But I tell you one thing I ain't gonna do. I ain't gonna guide no more goddamn wagon trains full of pilgrims if I can help it.
Preacher had tucked them all in a natural depression off the trail. The fire was built against a huge rock to reflect the heat back to the group. They were running out of supplies, but Preacher had not wanted to risk a shot bringing down a deer. He'd managed to snare a few rabbits, and that was what they were having for supper this evening. Penelope held a cooked rabbit's leg out at arm's length.
A pâté would be wonderful.
Yes, or one of your mother's wonderful meat pies.
Oh, I dream of being warm again. The luxury of sitting in a chair, snug and warm by the stove, and reading poetry while the elements rage outside the window.
Stimulating conversation over tea and cookies.
Luxuriating long in a hot, soapy bath.
Preacher tensed only slightly as he heard the disturbance in the brush. He shifted position, continuing to eat, but he slid closer to his saddle and the extra brace of pistols. The move also put his back to a large rock. The others didn't seem to notice. Preacher glanced over at the horses. They had stopped grazing and were standing very still, their ears all perked up. Preacher took the last bite of his meat and picked up a handful of snow that remained on the shady side of the small boulder. He rubbed it on his hands to clear away the grease and used more snow to wipe the grease from his mouth. He dried his hands on his breeches and wiped his mouth with his jacket sleeve, freeing his senses from the odor of grease. Preacher picked out the tangy scent of old wood smoke. There was no way he could tell by smell what tribe the Indians were from, but he'd bet $10 they were Blackfoot. Unfortunately for him, there wasn't no fiercer fighters anywhere, unless it was Red Hand and that bunch of half-crazy renegades that ran with him. But this was just a tad north for Red Hand, although Preacher had once run into him a hell of a lot further north than this. Whoever it was, this bunch was slipping up from behind Preacher. To the front was clear, as was to the left. Preacher stretched and scooted back another foot or so, putting himself in the shadows. Using as little movement as possible, he slowly eased both his pistols from his sash and cocked them. The pilgrims were too busy eating to notice the action. Preacher figured it had to be a mighty small bunch of Injuns. If they'd had any size to them at all, they'd have already attacked and done the deed. These were probably young bucks, out to take some hair so they could impress the girls back at the village.
Richard.
What is it?
Real easy like now, without you saying a word. You put your hand on the butt of your pistol and be ready to cock and fire.
What? What? What's all this about discharging a weapon?
Are we under attack?
Preacher put 2 bucks on the ground and crippled a third when he fired his pistol. He grabbed up his second brace to let them roar, but his left handgun was a clean miss and his right handgun misfired. Richard fired. The ball catching a brave in the stomach and stopping him cold. The missionary stood rock still for a second, stunned at the gore he caused. Preacher was on his feet, his long blade knife at the ready when the buck came tearing at him, a war axe in his hand. Preacher sidestepped the blow from the axe and cut the buck across the back, from his shoulder down to his buttocks, the big blade slicing deep. The Indian fell and rolled on the ground, coming to rest near Penelope. Reaching out, he clamped one hand around her ankle, but Edmund picked up a rock about the size of a grapefruit and smashed the buck on the head. Preacher jumped for his Hawken and cocked it, leveling the .54 caliber rifle just as the brave leaped out.
Reload, goddammit! Edmund, see to the horses!
Preacher dropped the rifle and hurriedly set to work trying to charge his pistols. Across the campsite, Melody spotted a brave leveling his bow.
Preacher, look out!
Preacher threw himself to one side and the arrow embedded itself into a tree. Preacher charged the lone brave and clubbed him with his pistol, smashing his head on the way down. Turning to check on Edmund, Preacher realized that the man had never made it to the horses. He was on the ground, unconscious, and a Blackfoot was grappling with Richard beside him. Richard was holding on to the buck's wrists. The Blackfoot kneed him in his groin and the man went down. Melody grabbed up a burning brand from the fire and jammed it against the Injun's arm. The brave backhanded her in the face, knocking her down. The preacher leveled his pistol. The ball struck the brave in the head, tearing away part of his jaw and slamming the man to the ground. A young buck, armed with only a war axe, took a vicious swing at Preacher. Preacher clubbed him with the butt of his Hawken just as another brave jumped onto his back. He tried to ride Preacher down, but the mountain man was able to flip the brave off his back. Buck hit the ground, rolled, and came to his feet, just in time to receive the full length of Preacher's knife in his belt, cutting edge up. Preacher jerked the knife upward, the heavy blade ripping through stomach and into lung and heart. The Blackfoot was dead before he stretched out on the cold ground. The fight was over. If there were any more Blackfoot, they decided their medicine was bad this night and had vanished back into the timber. Preacher reloaded his pistols, then his rifle. Edmund was getting to his feet with the help of Penelope, and Melody was trying to get Richard up as well, but he wasn't having any part of that. He lay on the ground in a fetal position, both hands holding his privates. Preacher walked over to Edmund and looked at the man. The missionary had a lump on his noggin, but other than that he was unhurt. Melody's face was red and swelling where the brave had smacked her. She'd have a pretty good bruise there come morning. Penelope pointed to the dead Indians.
What are we going to do with them?
I'll worry about that. We need to pack up and get the hell gone from here. The Indians will come back for them. These boys must really have had their dander up to attack at night. They usually don't do that.
Oh, why?
Most tribes believe that if they're killed at night or if their body's not recovered and properly buried, the spirit wanders forever. They're all mosquitoes.
I beg your pardon?
Each tribe has several warrior societies. That's reserved for young men between the ages of 19 and 23. They call them mosquitoes. The one they're in before that is called the Doves. Them's all the boys between 15 and 18. That's how they learn to be warriors. Now, these bucks got so excited about attacking us they forgot their teachings. And we should pack up and get out of here before the old ones find out.
How far do we ride tonight? I'm really very tired.
I don't know that I can ride.
Oh, you're gonna ride, Rich. You're gonna ride as far as we dare push it unless you'd rather be dead. People, I don't think this was just a chance attack. Something's got the Blackfoot all riled up and they're on the warpath. We all best close up the distance between us and the fort. Now, stop flapping your gums and get to work breaking down the camp. Me, I got things to do myself that might buy us some time.
What in the world will you do?
I'm gonna lay out these braves in a dignified fashion. It'll show the Blackfoot that's gonna come back here tonight that these here bucks fought bravely, and we respect 'em for it. We'll leave the rabbits cooking on the spit and some of whatever supplies we got left. I'll arrange it so's they'll know it's an offering. Injuns set a lot of store by that. It might not help us, but then again it might. You just never can tell with Injuns. It's best to cover all your bets out here.
Preacher looked at the fat rabbit cooking on the spit. He reached out and tore off a hunk and popped it into his mouth.
We don't want 'em to think we're too respectful, though.
They rode on for some time in the dark, and when they finally stopped and made a cold camp, it was about near midnight. Preacher had him a group of tired, butt-weary pilgrims, and they were all asleep moments after crawling into their blankets. Preacher checked his pistols and his hawking, then wrapped up tight in his buffalo robe, his back to a tree. Just before he closed his eyes, Preacher reminded himself that he'd better stock up on copper caps for his rifle at Fort Hall. Preacher slept well, but lightly, and was up long before the others. He made a small fire and used up the last of their coffee. With the distance they'd traveled during the night, Preacher figured to see the walled stockade called Fort Hall by late afternoon, providing the Blackfoot didn't make another appearance. Richard rolled out of his blankets and joined Preacher by the small fire.
Not far now, right, Preacher?
As the crow flies, just about 2 hours. It'll take us 8 or 10. Tell me, Richard, did I teach y'all anything out here?
More than any of the others will probably ever admit. At least to you. This is the last of the coffee?
Yeah, that's it. Enough for everyone to have a cup and then some. We're sitting right on the western slope of the Blackfoot Mountains. The Snake makes a big curve not too far ahead. We'll cross it, and then about 10 miles further there's a creek where the ladies can bathe and get all gussied up. I know a spot where there's plenty of privacy. After that, it's the fort.
You'll be glad to be rid of us, won't you, Preacher?
Tell you the truth, yeah, I will. We've been lucky, missionary. I can't tell you how lucky we've been. Y'all must have God riding on your shoulders, 'cause this ain't no place for pilgrims.
Well, maybe God sent you to us.
Doubtful. I ain't set a foot in a church in nigh on 25 years.
Of course you have, Preacher. All this beauty around us is God's work, His cathedral. My word, I can feel His presence out here more strongly than I ever experienced in my life.
You a minister?
Yes, but not a practicing one. I graduated seminary, but administration is my field. Edmund is the one who was called.
How much money are you carrying, Richard?
We are each carrying several $1,000s.
Good God, that's a fortune. You don't let no one on that train know you're toting that much. You're gonna have to use some of it to get outfitted. You know that, don't you?
We have a fund for that purpose, don't worry.
Well, I'll help you choose the mules if they got any at the fort. Some folks prefer oxen, but I'll take a big red over an ox any day. It's gonna be easier going for y'all over the other folks. You ain't trying to haul no heavy family heirlooms. As I'm sure you've seen coming out here, the trail is littered with possessions folks tried to bring along and was forced to leave along the way. And once you leave the fort, Richard, y'all's on your own. There's damn little between here and the blue water. Miles and miles and nothing but wilderness and Injuns and bears and puma and danger. But you folks has toughened up something considerable. You'll make it, I'm thinking.
After we leave the fort, how far to the next settlement?
That'll be Fort Vancouver, unless they's built others I don't know about. I keep hearing about a mission of some sort that was built near where the Snake and Columbia meet up in the Blue Mountains. But I ain't talked to nobody yet that's been there and seen it, so don't count on it.
The others began rising stiffly from their blankets. The Preacher noted with some amusement that they were a bedraggled-looking bunch. A lot of the haughtiness had been drained right out of them. The wilderness can do that to folks who try to fight it. Preacher noticed that the hands of the ladies were all cut and dirty and the nails broken. But that was all right. It showed the females had toughened, and that's what it took to make it out here. And they'd get tougher before they reached Oregon territory. They'd either get tougher mentally and physically, or they'd die. And that was all there was to it. Preacher watched as the ladies poured coffee and plopped down quite unladylike by the fire. He hid his smile as Penelope reached out and tore off a leg from one of the rabbits he'd snared during the night and was now cooking over the fire. It wasn't quite done, but she didn't seem to pay no mind. Melody, too, ripped off a hunk of meat and fell to gnawing, eating with her fingers. Even Prissy Pants Edmund was eating with his fingers, just like he'd been doing it all his life, and it was the natural thing to do. Preacher realized then that he'd missed these folks. It had been right pleasant to have someone to palaver with, at least part of the time, and Preacher was some sorry he hadn't taken Melody into his blankets for a night or two. Still, that would only have complicated things, and he'd probably have never gotten shut of her if he'd done that. She'd make someone a good wife, but that someone would not be Preacher. Preacher abruptly stood and left the fire, walking over to his horses. He held the bit of his good riding horse under his coat to warm it before he tried to put it in Hammer's mouth. He stared at the horses for a moment, then saddled up Hammer and fixed the frame on his pack horse. He glanced back at the forlorn-looking group.
15 minutes, people, then we ride.
The day turned warm and pleasant. The miles passed quickly and uneventfully, and by the time Preacher led the group up the creek several miles from the fort, he figured the water would be plenty warm enough for a bath.
Y'all go on. I'll stand watch.
Before the women did anything, they shook out their dresses and hung them up on bushes to get some of the wrinkles out. Then they peeled right down to the skin and hit the water, rag and soap in hand. Preacher hadn't heard such carrying on in his life. The whole bunch of them was acting like a gaggle of school kids.
Yeah, this would be a hell of a time for a bunch of Blackfoot to show up.
The Pilgrim showed up about 45 minutes later, looking a whole hell of a lot better than the last time Preacher had seen him. The men was all duded out in suits and white shirts and ties, and the women was gussied up to the nines. Then damned if the men didn't start trying to arrange the women proper on the saddle with one leg hooked around the horn.
Ain't that uncomfortable?
I will not ride into the fort astride this mount like some common whore.
Nor will I.
Yeah, if we have to make a run for it, y'all are gonna fall smack on your behindies.
We shall cross that river when or if the need arises.
Oh my God! Injuns!
Penelope and Melody jerked up their skirts and undercoats and were astride their horses in an instant.
Now that was a right good sight to see, ladies.
You, sir, are no gentleman.
Oh, no, I reckon I hate. I've been called a lot of things before, but never no gentleman. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Come on, people. Rake them cayuses. Here comes a whole passel of Indians. Move, damn it!
Now see here, sir, I must insist that this sophomoric behavior you are displaying cease immediately. It's crude and disgusting. You are frightening the ladies, and I... Son of a bitch!
Edmund kicked his pony as 100 braves came thundering toward the creek.
Stay on the trail! It'll lead you straight to the fort!
The preacher made sure the others were ahead of him and wheeled Hammer, cocking his hawk and bringing it to his shoulder. The shot struck a lead rider and knocked him off his pony and under the hooves of the other hard-running horses. If he wasn't dead when he hit the ground, the hooves finished him.
Yeah!
Hammer took off like a shot from a cannon. He didn't like the sound of those wild screaming Indians no better than Preacher. The pack horse, light-loaded now after weeks on the trail, was keeping up all his own. He didn't like what was coming up behind him any more than the others did. Preacher tied the reins on the horn, turned in the saddle, and pulled his other hawking from the boot, holstering the empty rifle.
Give me a nice steady run, old horse, so I'll know when to pull this trigger.
The horse seemed to understand and steadied down. Preacher let the muzzle wag up and down a few times to get the rhythm of it. He hit a horse right in the head, and the animal dropped, creating the biggest goddamn pile-up Preacher had seen in many a year.
Shit, sorry, horse. Must have lost the rhythm.
He turned around in the saddle, not before he saw a dozen or more Indians all crippled up and sprawled around both sides of the trail after their mounts piled up.
The fort!
Preacher put the reins in his teeth and pulled out both 50 caliber pistols. He needed to warn those in the fort that trouble was coming hard on the hoof. The gates swung open, and they were inside. The defenders of the fort, more civilians than soldiers, were on the ramparts, blasting away at the attacking Indians. Most of the Indians were armed only with bows and arrows, and the guns of the defenders were swiftly driving them back. But all knew that come the night, it would be a much different story, for the Indian was a master of stealth. The preacher heard the call just as he was jumping from his horse. He grinned and turned around to face a grizzled mountain man, looking to be much older than he was. Huge and bear-like, dressed all in skin and fur, he lumbered toward Preacher.
Preacher, you old hoss, you! You bring all this trouble down on us.
Crabo, you old bear, you. How come you ain't down on the propulsion?
Who are the stiffs? You find these poor lost children in the woods?
Wagon train attack over across the Teton. Good Lord delivered them into my hands.
You should have delivered them back. What are they?
We are under attack, gentlemen. We must defend this post.
I'll keep your breeches on. This ain't nothing. Wait till the night comes, then you'll see trouble looking you in the face.
Wild Indians do not attack at night.
Don't worry about Smith, preacher. He's new out here. He knows everything there is to know about Indians. Just ask him. He graduated from Sandhurst.
Is that right? What's a Sandhurst?
Some fancy soldier school. Teach them how to walk nice and give orders in a military manner.
I say, sir! My companions and I survived an attack on our wagon train.
What's happened to your ear, sir?
Indians cut Richard's ear off. He was defending the honor of these ladies.
Oh, I say now. That was gallant of you, sir. I'll have the post surgeon take a look at it.
That's no need. It's all healed up now. I fixed it good.
Indians are breaking off, sir. They're fleeing.
Fleeing?
They'll be back come tonight. You better get these soldier boys ready.
Preacher surveyed the men in the fort.
They look mighty young. God damn, there ain't a one of them dry behind the ears. Where's the regular army? These ain't nothing but kids.
We are British troops, sir, and I am in command. Lieutenant Jefferson Maxwell Smith at your service. The troops who were garrisoned here were transferred west to Oregon Territory.
Any of you ever been in a war?
Only a few minor skirmishes like the one we just repelled, sir.
You didn't repel shit, boy. Them Indians will be back come the night. You best double the guards and keep a sharp eye out, or they'll be coming over these walls.
Indians do not attack at night, sir.
Yeah, well, you keep thinking that, and you're in for a big goddamn surprise, boy. Whether they attack at night depends on entirely how they feel their medicine is working. If their medicine is good, they're gonna attack.
You are wrong, sir.
They fleed. The Injuns fleed. I gotta remember that. Tell Dupree about how the Injuns fleed.
They're gonna be fleeing back here in about 3-4 hours. Come on, Gray Bull. Let's us flee over yonder to the sutler's store for a drink of whiskey.
Sure won't be no time for drinking tonight, not once them Injuns flee back at us.
Come, ladies. Let's see about making you comfortable in quarters. I assure you, you are quite safe here. The savages have gone and will not return.
With pleasure, Lieutenant.
They fled.
Yeah, right over that damn hill yonder to make more medicine.
At the sutler's store, a dark, low-beamed building, the men each ordered a cup of whiskey and settled down at a table.
So how you been, preacher? I ain't put eyes on you. How long? 2 years?
That sounds about right. I think it was over on the Powder, wasn't it?
I believe so. About the time Lazy Bob got scalped by them renegades of Red Hand.
They jerked Lazy Bob's hair off his head so fast they didn't even check to see if he was dead. He run into Red Hand about a year later, scared that Injun so bad he turned around and run screaming off into the woods. Bring me up to date on the Injuns' uprising.
I don't nobody seem to know what ticked it off, but the Blackfeet is damn sure on the warpath. We got 3 wagon trains backed up here, and the wagon masters done quit on 2 of them. The one bossing the 3rd's about to quit. One train already tried to get through this spring. Did none of 'em make it. I led the party out to what was left of it. Terrible sight to see.
You scouting for the army now?
Gotta do something. Beaver's about gone. I noticed your pack horse ain't carrying no heavy load of pelts.
Yeah, he sure ain't. You like scout work?
It beats starving to death.
I reckon.
What you planning on doing, preacher?
I ain't made up my mind, but I ain't gonna work for that damn kid lieutenant bossing this garrison. Graybull, that youngster ain't got no sense.
He's got some growing up to do, for a fact. And out here, he'll either do it quick or get dead.
Yeah, but how many others is gonna get dead with him?
There were a lot of Flathead Indians and some Mandans living close to the fort, but they had long since been tamed and posed no threat to anyone. The Methodist Church had sent missionaries several years back, in April of '34, with Nat Wyeth's second expedition. The mission of the church was to find the Flathead Indians and to live with them. Supposedly, it was the only way to wrest the heathen nation from the clutches of Satan. It had proved to be a major undertaking. Preacher knew several of the Flatheads and squatted down to palaver with them about the Blackfoot uprising. Both the Flatheads and the Nez Perce were, for the most part, friendly to the white man, and neither tribe cared for the warlike Blackfoot.
It will be very bad before it is better. The young man directing the soldiers is brave but foolish.
We agree on that.
The Blackfoot say they are going to drive the white man out of this area.
They ain't done it yet.
Preacher began pacing along the sturdy, stoutly constructed walls of the fort. Their strength was thanks to the efforts of one Nathaniel J. Wyeth. Back in '34, after being treated very rudely by the Rocky Mountain Fur Company, Wyeth moved on to the Snake River bottom and walled in what is now called Fort Hall. The timbers were cottonwood, very close set, and stood 15 feet high. He built bastions, a log storehouse, and many cabins. That troops were here was a surprise, for the garrisoning of troops at company forts, while not rare, was not customary. Preacher came upon the lieutenant. The young man's manner had changed noticeably, probably due to talking with Richard and Edmund. Preacher put a hand on the officer's shoulder.
Son, I got to say this to you. You might feel hard towards me afterward, but I still got to do it. What you know about Injuns is mighty thin, about as thin as frog hair. Now, you'll learn, but that ain't helping you none now. Them Blackfoot's gonna be back. If their medicine is good to 'em, it'll be tonight. Now, you can forget all about Injuns not fighting at night. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. See, you're thinking war is a white man. Injuns don't think like us. Injuns think like Injuns.
I'm beginning to understand, sir. I feel rather like a fool, not listening to Graybull from the start. I'm afraid my behavior has been boorish, to say the least.
Well, I don't know what that means, but I do know this. We gotta get ready for an attack, and we ain't got a whole hell of a lot of time to get set.
Tell me what you want done, and it shall be done.
Preacher left the lieutenant ready in his troops, while he and Graybull concentrated on the outside near the wagon train, where both of them intended to be when the attack came. They helped hitch the teams and pull the wagons into a box, with the rear of the box against the walls of the fort.
Fill up all your buckets and barrels. The Injuns will damn sure use fire arrows to set the canvases ablaze.
What about our children?
Inside the fort if they'll go. If not, under the wagons we got in the center of this box. I can't believe y'all come all the way from the big money to here without no Injun fights.
The wagon masters all said we were very lucky.
Yeah, well, you damn sure was that.
Like Preacher, Graybull was loaded down with weapons, and after the wagons were in place, he and Preacher went off into the gathering gloom of evening to find a good spot from which to fight and check their weapons.
Lieutenant's took a liking to you, Preacher. I bet he'd hire you on if you'd ask.
Yeah, well, I ain't made up my mind. I ain't never worked for nobody but me in all my life. I don't know how I'd be at taking orders from fresh-faced kids.
It ain't so bad. The lieutenant the kid replaced was a real horse's butt, though. You'd have killed him for a fact. I damn near did.
What was his problem?
I just told you. He was a horse's butt.
Oh.
I say, gentlemen.
The mountain men looked up. The young officer was standing on the rampart looking down at them.
Get your ass down, Smith. Your noggin makes a dandy target all stuck up there. In case you ain't noticed, there's timber all around us. Speak through the gun slits.
Oh, yes. Quite right. The missionaries you rescued speak highly of you, sir. But I must fill out a report concerning the wagon train attack and those ruffians following you. What is your Christian name?
I ain't got one. Preacher'll do just fine.
But are you a man of the cloth?
Not likely, Lieutenant. I've been knowing him over 20 years and never knowed him to go to church yet. Of course, there ain't been no churches out here till recent. That might have something to do with it.
All right. Preacher will do, I suppose. I'll get back to that report.
You didn't say nothing about no one following you, Preacher.
Bum Kelly and his gang. Jack Harris is hooked up with them, too.
Bum? That no count.
Yeah, well, that ain't all.
Preacher told Graybull about his suspicions of Jack deliberately leading the train north so Bum and his gang could ambush it.
That'd be a low thing for any man to do, Preacher. But Harris is that low, I reckon. Reckon? Hell, I know he is. It's gotta be like you say. Ain't no way even a fool like Jack Harris could get that far north of the trail. Now he's gotta kill you, Preacher. Bum and all the rest of them bad apples. It's a matter of honor now. They'll never give up. And I hope you ain't forgot that Bum has been in cahoots with Red Hand and his renegades more than one time in the past.
Oh, I ain't forgot.
Hear them birds? Here we go.
How many men's a kid got under his command?
40. All green, except for the senior sergeant. Just got to the coast by ship not 6 months ago. I think they come the long way around. Some of them still look sick.
They watched as several dark shapes flitted from stump to tree several hundred yards out.
They's working in closer before they jump us. You reckon they'll try to breach the walls?
That's a word I get from them flatheads. They're gonna try to burn it down. They want the fort and the soldiers and the white man gone from this country. All these wagon trains coming in sudden really got 'em mad.
Well, they better get over it. Them holy shouters I brought in told me folks was fixing to pour into this country like ants to honey.
You don't say.
I do. Thousands of people. Gonna be a lot of folks killed, too.
Fire arrow lit the night as it soared up and then came down, missing a wagon by only a few feet. Several men jumped up and started to move to the flames.
No! Let them burn out! Get down! Don't show yourselves and save your powder and lead!
Was we that stupid when we come out here, Preacher?
No, 'cause times was still wild where we come from. We growed up more cautious than these damn pilgrims. Oh yeah, you know what else I learned about from these soul savers?
What?
These people in the big cities back east putting crappers in their houses.
You mean like a chamber pot?
No, I mean like a regular room where they go to take care of business.
You mean to tell me they shit in their house?
Right next to where they sleep.
I can't believe it.
That's what them folks told me. I'm thinking it's disgusting. I mean, who'd want to do something like that?
Sure as hell not me. I never heard of nothing like that in my life. And I bet they some of them same people that says folks like you and me ain't civilized 'cause we live in the mountains.
Look sharp now, Graybull. They're working closer. See that stump over yonder? It sure as shit wasn't there 2 minutes ago.
You're right. You want the honors?
Well, I believe I do.
Preacher pulled his hawk to his shoulder, taking careful aim.
That done it. Here they come!
The engines became darting shapes in the night, utilizing every bit of cover as they worked their way closer to the forts and wagons. So far, Preacher was the only one to have scored a hit.
Don't fire unless you're sure of a target! God damn it! Save your powder and shot! This ain't St. Louis! You can't go to the store and buy more!
Another fire arrow lanced the night, landed on the canvas of a wagon. Graybull drilled the Indian and fired the arrow. Men and women ran to put out the fire, and the Indians showered them with arrows. One woman was struck in the throat, and a man went down with an arrow in his stomach. Children were laying under their parents' wagons, terrified.
Welcome to life on the frontier, folks. I expect it ain't all like that big adventure it was painted to be, huh?
They're using ladders to breach the north wall.
Hey, Bull, you tell the kitchen people to have lots of boiling water ready?
Yep.
Well?
The lieutenant said he wouldn't do nothing like pouring no boiling water on folks. He said that was against the rules of war.
God damn it, until that boy grows up, we're gonna be in trouble.
Yep. Must be 200-300 Blackfeet out yonder.
At least.
Shit.
They're singing the death songs, but why? And why the rush to attack us? Ain't none of this making no sense, Graybull.
You don't think it's the same thing that happened back at Fort Charles last spring.
Shit. Yeah, it damn sure is. Can anybody hear me in that stockade?
What is that?
Get to using an axe. Get some men chopping and make us a space big enough to get folks through. And do it quick. And get the lieutenant over here.
Lieutenant!
Yes, preacher.
Listen to me, Lieutenant. I ain't gonna say this but once. Don't let no Indian come over the walls and don't touch none of them. We gotta get these pilgrims inside the walls and keep the Indians out. Now you get them goddamn pots filled with water and keep it hot. And when they try to come over, you dump the goddamn things on them. You got all that, Lieutenant?
I hear you, preacher. And can you give me a reason for this barbaric behavior?
That's their death songs they singing out yonder, boy. The white man done brought smallpox down on them. Whole villages has been wiped out, and them out yonder has got it too. They want to die in battle, but not before they infect us. Now, is that good enough for you?
I'll get right on it.
You do that, Smith. Graybull, them on the other side will be through in 2 jigs. Soon as that hole's cut, I'll start working them pilgrims over here. We gotta do this fast. You take my hawking for a little extra firepower. They're through! Get to the wall, people! Grab what you can and run like hell! Move, people, move! If you want to live, you do what I tell you to do!
Preacher knew what smallpox could do. He'd had it and survived it, as had Graybull. They'd been with some Mandans when it struck the village, and it was a horrible sight to witness.
I don't believe you, mountain man. I'm not leaving my wagon out here for the savages to plunder and burn.
Then you can just stay put, Pilgrim.
Preacher pointed his pistol at the pioneer.
But your kids are going inside. Graybull, take these young'uns in there.
No! I'll see you in hell for this!
You'll be there before me.
Preacher, Graybull, and the others entered the stockade just as the enraged Blackfoot struck them. There was no time for anything except survival, as the infected Indians threw themselves against the thick walls of the fort. They came out of the night in waves of fury and hate. They came bearing makeshift ladders, which they threw up against the walls. Boiling water was poured on them, and they dropped down, running over into the night bearing horrible burns. Those pilgrims who had refused to leave their wagons didn't fare well. It didn't take the Blackfoot long to overwhelm them, and the Indians were in no mood to take prisoners for slavery or barter.
Oh, God. What are they doing to them?
Indians can get right lively with their torture, Red. If they're a mind to, they can make it last for days. Each tribe has its own favorite way of torture. There ain't nothing pleasant.
But what happened to the tame Indians who were living around the fort?
They run off before the Blackfoot got here in force.
Flames from the burning wagons illuminated the night, highlighting the bodies that littered the ground around the walled fort. A man from the wagon train came stumbling out of the night, his head on fire and his hands tied behind his back. Preacher knew he had no choice. He lifted his hawk.
My God, man!
I put him out of his misery. They gouged his eyes out and set his hair on fire. You ever seen a man whose brains was cooked? Well, it ain't a pretty sight. When we whoop them, and we will eventually, we got a real problem. Because those of us that's had the pox has got to go out there and burn them bodies to kill the germs. You been scratched, Edmund?
Yes, all my parties received the cowpox.
Good. Y'all can help then. Hudson's Bay sent supplies of smallpox vaccine to all the forts. My guess is Smith's men have been vaccinated.
Graybull hustled over to Preacher and Edmund, crouched on his haunches. His face was a mask of calm.
What I've been able to pick out of the night, the Blackfeet's lost a lot of people. Whole villages wiped out. A Mandan just slipped through, and he's saying that all along the Missouri there ain't nothing but death. His whole tribe was wiped out. He says that folks is running away from it, heading west, and that's how it's got here so fast. People of his tribe is killing themselves right and left. Talk is it started over at Fort Union. It got brought in by someone on a keelboat.
Listen to that.
He says I blame him. I'd rather die quick than linger in pain for days with the pox, having the skin rot off me.
You are rather graphic in your description, sir. What's going on?
It means they're coming straight at us. Right about now.
The Indians threw themselves off the ladders and ran away into the night. Men were firing straight down the ramparts, the heavy caliber rifles and pistols inflicting horrible damage on the Indians at close range. The cool night air was thick and choking with gun smoke and the stench of death. Lieutenant Maxwell Smith made his way along the ramparts to Preacher.
While it is quiet, I'm going to stand half of my men down for rest and some tea.
Good idea. They damn sure earned a rest. They might just have broken them Injun's spirit this last charge. The Blackfoot might think their medicine has turned bad and fall back to pondering on it some.
I'll have the men in the towers keep a sharp eye out.
I'd say he learned something about the frontier tonight, huh, Edmund?
I know I certainly did.
The sun rose to a sight of mangled bodies on all sides of the fort. More than a dozen of those men and women who had refused to leave their wagons had been stripped naked, tortured, then tied to a wagon wheel and burned alive. Even the few stray children had been killed, a sure sign of the Indians' rage over the white man bringing his deadly diseases to them. Taking his eyes from the carnage that lay before him, Preacher glanced over at Richard, who stood grim-faced observing the scene.
I expect we can salvage about half of them wagons. Any clothing found yonder will have to be handled careful-like with a stick and boiled before anyone uses it.
Yes. Have the Indians gone?
I don't know. I doubt it. Mad as they is, I don't expect they're going to give up too easy.
Preacher turned back and studied the body of a Blackfoot that lay on the ground at the base of the walled fort. Graybull walked up beside him.
You noticing what I'm noticing, Graybull?
What?
And Blackfoot done cut their claws off before the battle. That's strange.
Claws? Like in animal claws?
Thumbnails. Blackfoot men let their thumbnails grow until they crook like a claw. There's something else, too. You see them dead ponies out yonder? Look at the symbols painted on the necks. Them's the ponies of war party leaders. We may just have broke this bunch. They pulled way back now, busy electing new chiefs and leaders.
Preacher glanced to his left. Lieutenant Maxwell Smith was standing silently, watching him and listening intently. The young officer had learned many things during the past 24 hours. One important thing was that these disreputable-looking mountain men knew what they were talking about when it came to Injuns and how to fight 'em. And if he was going to survive out here among the savage heathens, he'd better shut his mouth and listen and learn.
You done just fine, Lieutenant.
Thank you, Preacher, for a lot of things. I'm afraid that Sandhurst did not adequately prepare me for life on the American frontier.
Well, this is a land and a people that nobody else can learn you, Lieutenant. It's just so damn big out here.
Yes, I was quite awed by the vastness of it. I still am. England pales by comparison, although I wouldn't want the men to hear me say that.
Let's get a report from the men in the towers. Then we gotta make plans about dragging off and burning them bodies out yonder and rounding up all the pioneer stock that run off.
We gotta see who all ain't been vaccinated against the pox and get the company doctor to fix 'em up.
I'm ahead of you there, Preacher. I've already canvassed the group, and the doctor is preparing to scratch people now.
Good. Call down your lookout. We need to see what he can tell us.
Sergeant Downey!
Lieutenant!
What have you spotted from the tower?
They're still out there over the ridges. See this faint smoke? Luckily, none of us can detect any movement in the woods near the fort.
Well, you wouldn't be able to. And I ain't casting no doubts on your abilities by saying that. Injuns is the greatest ambushers in the world. Settlers down in the southwest tell a story about an Apache who found himself out in the desert with no place to run, the army coming down hard up on the trail. That Injun wasn't 20 feet from what passed for a road, and he just laid down on the sand, didn't move. He blended right in. When he got up, the second patrol was topping the rise, and they shot him dead. Out here, good rule of thumb, be scared when you see Injuns, but be twice as scared when you can't see 'em.
We will indeed. It's going to be a very warm day, gentlemen.
Yeah, and them bodies is gonna bloat and stink before long. We can't allow no buzzards in to tote that infected flesh off and spread the pox. We're gonna have to kill every one of 'em that lands. You see 'em circling high up? They'll be coming in for breakfast right shortly. You ever seen a buzzard tearing at human flesh, Lieutenant?
Thankfully, no. I have yet to witness that disgusting sight.
I have in India. I hate the filthy buggers.
There's no need for that. They're just doing what God put 'em on earth to do. They don't know no better. I don't much care for rattlers, but I don't hate 'em. Now, human beings, that's a different matter. We got a brain, and God give us the power to think and to reason things out. There ain't no earthly reason for a human person to do bad things, so I ain't got no use for human trash. None at all. I just as soon shoot 'em as have to look at 'em. And I have, more than once.
Law out here in the wilderness is, primitive, to say the least.
What it is final.
By noon, the health hazard was becoming a real concern. The day had turned off unusually warm, and the bodies were beginning to bloat and stink. Not one engine had made a sound that the defenders could hear, nor had they shown themselves or fired a ball or arrow. The defenders had stayed busy killing the buzzards that swooped in to dine on the dead.
I guess I got to go out there, Gray Bull.
I think it ought to be me. I'm taking money from the soldier boys to scout.
No, you're as big as a damn grizzly bear and clumsy as an armadillo. You'd stumble around out yonder, the Blackfoot would be sure to catch you, and I don't want to have to spend the rest of the day and night listening to you holler, 'cause you beller like a damn constipated hog.
Mayhap you're right. If it catch you so damn ugly and miserable looking, they'd probably feel sorry for you and run you off before you frighten their horses and cause their women to go barren.
Oh, I know if I don't tell you what to do after I'm gone, you're just gonna sit here looking like a fat, dumb child and do nothing. So, you can make yourself useful by gathering up some ropes and getting ready to drag them bodies off a way so we can burn them.
Them Injuns is over that ridge, preacher. That's south. As foolish as you are about directions, I want you to keep that double-hump ridge to your skinny rear end at all times. That way, you might find your way back here by this time next week.
Oh, thank you kindly for your consideration. It's so nice to know somebody cares.
Oh, I don't give two shits about you. I'm just trying to keep you alive long enough so's you'll pay me that $15 you borrowed from me 10 years ago over on the Platte.
It was more like $2, and it was on the Missouri, you ox. And I paid you back at the rendezvous last year. You were so drunk you don't remember.
Would you get the hell out of here before I throw you over the damn walls?
The mountain men grinned at each other, satisfied for the moment with their insults. Preacher checked his pistols and his hawking and dropped down from the ramparts, walking over to Lieutenant Maxwell Smith.
I'm going out yonder to eyeball the situation. I got me a hunch the Blackfoot's done pulled out, figuring their medicine is bad for this fight.
I thought the savages always returned for their dead.
You're right, they usually do. But in this case, they probably got so many dead and dying all around them they just don't care no more. There ain't enough living to take care of the dead. We'll find out soon enough. I'll be back.
Preacher cracked the gate and squatted for a time, moving only his eyes, searching the hills and timber very carefully. The dead Blackfoot by the gate was all puffed up and smelled something horrendous. From the looks of him, he'd taken a full vat of boiling water and had it cooking proper. He died hard, but not as hard as lingering at death's door with the pops. Preacher dashed out and made the timber. There he squatted down and listened just as hard as he looked. He worked his way up a ridge, almost stepping on the body of a pilgrim the Injuns had dragged off and tortured. Preacher stepped over him and moved on to the crest of the ridge. He found another body there. It was an Eastern woman, and she'd been used hard before they cut her throat and scalped her bare. She'd been a blonde, and that was a much sought-after trophy for a war lance. Next, Preacher came upon a Blackfoot, badly wounded and dying. The brave was so weak he couldn't lift his war axe at Preacher's approach.
You son of a pig. They left you here to die, did they? Now, there's no need to feel hard at me. I didn't shoot you. If I'd have shot you, you'd be dead.
Please, finish it.
Yeah, all right.
Preacher bashed a Blackfoot on the head with the butt of his hawking. It was done with no malice. If Preacher had been found belly shot as bad as that brave, with his guts hanging out the hole in his back, he'd have wanted someone to do the same. Preacher stayed in the timber and brush, moving carefully and silently, and skirting a little meadow, he worked his way up another ridge. The sight before him brought him up short. Row after row of dead or dying Injuns lay in the shallow meadow. Preacher squatted down by a tree and eyeballed the gruesome sight. He'd never seen anything like it in all his years. There must have been 500 or more Blackfoot, all laid out in rows, most of them dead. But Preacher knew the defenders of the fort hadn't killed near that many. Most of the dead and dying had just been too weak to go on. They'd used up everything they had during the night fighting and staggered back to this place to die. Probably the place had been all picked out beforehand. Damnedest thing he'd ever seen. Preacher returned to the fort and retrieved the lieutenant. Maxwell Smith took 10 men with him, leaving the senior sergeant commanding those troops back at the fort. Gray Bull and the 11 soldiers accompanied Preacher back to the little valley of death. They stood on the crest and looked down into the small valley.
Incredible.
We'd best start gathering up brush and pile it on the bodies. Gray Bull, you want to take a couple of the men and start some backfires so we don't set the whole damn forest blazing?
I'll do her.
Some of those savages are still alive out there.
Yeah, well, they won't be for long.
Preacher, I won't permit you to burn people alive.
I was planning on shooting the ones near death, Smith. Believe me when I tell you they'd want it that way.
I won't permit that either.
Have you ever seen Pox close up, Smith? The flesh rots. Go on down there and take a good look, why don't you?
There was anguish in the young officer's eyes. This was a decision that no man should be forced to make, but Lieutenant Jefferson Maxwell Smith was going to have to make it, one way or another.
All right. You do what you think is right. I'll leave Gray Bull here with you, and I'll go back to the fort and start burning the bodies back yonder. Oh, just remember this. You've been scratched, but that don't mean you can't catch you a small dose of the pox. So you work careful now, you hear?
I hear you, Preacher.
Preacher went back to the fort and organized volunteers to help drag off and burn the bodies of the dead. They tied rags around their mouths and pulled on gloves. Those that didn't have gloves wrapped rags around their hands in an attempt to avoid flesh contact with the dead. Preacher and the others worked swiftly to drag off the bodies and burn them, while others stood guard, attempting to frighten away or kill the many buzzards that angrily fought to tear and rip at the dead and bloated and infected flesh. Women kept huge vats of water boiling constantly, for every bit of clothing had to be boiled and sterilized. The smallpox virus could survive for months in the most unlikely of places, and knowing that, nothing could be left to chance. It was a grim-faced, haggard, and haunted Maxwell Smith, who, along with his men, dragged back into the fort just before dusk. Preacher watched him from his seat just outside the gate as he entered, not needing to ask what had been done back in the Valley of Death. He didn't have to. He'd heard the shots and seen the smoke through the day.
That boy growed up a whole lot this day.
Yeah, so did them pilgrims, Gray Bull. It's been tough on them burying them folks they come westward with. Hell, it's been hard on me burying the young children them stupid parents kept out of the fort. But I gotta tell you, I can't get the thought out of my head that there's a hell of a lot of grieving Injun mamas and daddies that's just as tough on.
It's gonna be a terrible thing when the whites really get to crowding in this country. It's got to the point now where a man can't hardly ride 4 or 5 days without seeing a white family. I tell you, Preacher, the ruination of the high country is fast coming on us.
Makes a man just want to sit down with a jug of good rye whiskey and get drunk, don't it?
That might not be a bad idea.
Well, there's a small problem there. There ain't no more whiskey to be had here at the fort.
What?
Yeah, it's true. The company doctor used it all easing the pain of them that got wounded.
That's disgusting.
Disgusting, but true.
The next day, Preacher and Grey Bull went out to gather up the loose stock and drive them back to the fort, while the survivors set about trying to piece together wagons from the wreckage. Of the more than 50-odd wagons that had been gathered around the fort, the men managed to put together 20 wagons that looked like they might be able to stand the trek westward to Oregon Territory. Arriving back at the fort, Maxwell Smith summoned Preacher into his office.
Do take a seat, Preacher.
No, I don't want one. Ain't got no reason to tote one around anyhow.
Sit, sir! Tea?
Whiskey be better, but, I reckon coffee'll do. I ain't never really developed no real taste for tea.
As you wish.
Thank you. What you got on your mind, Lieutenant?
You are aware, sir, that you are in British-held territory.
The land's in dispute. I reckon it'll be in American hands soon.
Don't count on that, sir. You colonists might have a fight on your hands.
Y'all tried that a couple of times, as I recall. It seems like you'd learn after a while.
Be that as it may, sir, I am in command here, solely. I give the orders to both civilian and military personnel who are at this fort.
Well, then I'll be gone before you can blink.
Preacher, sit down, please. I need your help.
I ain't got no damn wagon train.
I can promise you more pay than any guide ever received before you.
I ain't got no use for riches. What am I gonna spend them on? Hell, man, I know where there's gold nuggets big as your toe. I got a sack full out there in my possibles bag. There's enough gold in that bag to last me the rest of my years. I ain't got no patience to guide no bunch of runny-nosed kids, whining women, foolish men. You got Grey Bull on the payroll. Give the job to him.
We have to keep him here. By the way, what is that man's Christian name?
I ain't got no idea. He got his name 'cause he nearly drowned in the Grey Bull just west of the Bighorns.
I beg your pardon?
Yep, 20 years more ago. Around 15 or 16, I think it was. He got drunk and fell off his horse, and he's been called Grey Bull ever since. Names ain't very important out here, Lieutenant. It's what's inside a man that counts.
By that you mean personal courage, the keeping of one's word when given, never shirking duty, and, of course, helping those in need.
Oh, yeah, something like that.
I am in need, Preacher. Those poor pioneers out there are in need.
Now, whoa, now, just back up. I didn't tell them folks out yonder to head west. They done it all by theyselves. Didn't nobody force them to do nothing. Them folks ain't my responsibility. And the truth be told, they ain't yours neither.
So you would just have me send them off westward into a largely unexplored land that is fraught with danger? A land that no man knows?
I know the damn country. Unexplored? Why, hell's fire! There's been trappers and traders and the like all over that damn country for years now. Why,
Precisely, Preacher. You know the country they have to travel through. You're the best. You're a legend, Preacher. I marveled about your exploits in England.
All right, God damn it, that's enough grease. You slop any more lard on me, I'll be so slippery I won't be able to sit on a saddle. I'll guide your damn wagon train. God damn. Lord have mercy on a poor mountain boy like me.
Luke reported back to Bum. He had traveled hard over the previous day to get back to the gang. He hadn't entered the fort, only watched it from far off and talked to some Mandans he met on the trail.
It's the pox, Bum. The Blackfeet took the disease and then attacked the fort. They died by the hundreds, but not for they killed more than half of them movers and tore up a whole bunch of wagons. Them folks is busy piecing together wagons, so they're going to keep on their journey.
Did you see Preacher?
Yeah, and the missionaries. They made it through and is all right, appears to me. What's Red Hand say about this plan of yours?
He's thinking about it. Gone back to his camp to talk it over with his bunch. You didn't bring nothing back with you, did you?
Yeah? Oh, no. I never did get close enough to catch nothing. And them Mandans I talked to had already been scratched for the pox.
Luke looked around, noticing that several new men had joined Bum and his troop while he was gone.
I know Burke and Dipper. I figured they'd hook up with us. Who's them others?
Jennings and Penn rode with the Hawkins gang up in the Northern Territories. They're good boys. Olsey and Wilson busted out of jail back in St. Louis in the winter. Olson's a farm boy from back east. He's wanted for murder.
Who'd he kill?
His parents. I think he's a good man.
Sounds like it. Oh, hey, I got more news. There's another wagon train coming in later this month. The commanding officer at the fort sent some of his men to make sure it got in all right. There's some talk about the guide fixing to quit the train. What's left of the pilgrims at the fort is going to wait and hook up with this new train.
Who'll be guiding it?
Don't know. But Grey Bull's there. I seen him. Hard to miss a man his size.
Grey Bull's scouting for the army. I know that to be true. Trapping's about played out. Preacher. Has to be Preacher.
Doing what?
Guiding the damn train, idiot. Everything's working out just right. We'll get the gold, the women, and have Preacher to torture.
So we'll just stay right here and keep a low profile. By the time the trains link up and get ready to pull out, the boys will be healed up for the most part.
Sometimes you can make sense, Luke. Not often, but sometimes.
It was a long, hard, dangerous pull from Fort Hall to Fort Vancouver, with Indians being only part of the problem. There were rivers and streams to cross, and many of them would be running over their banks this time of the year. There would be broken bones and sprained limbs and squabbles among the movers. There would be wagon breakdowns. Wheels would come loose and have to be repaired. Tongues would break and harnesses would rip. Kids would get sick, and probably one or two would get lost in the woods. A couple of these silly females were pregnant, and that meant they'd probably birth along the trail. Preacher paced the lines of wagons and went over them again. The men and women and children watched him in silence, the kids big-eyed. He knew what he looked like to them, all dressed out in skins from his feet to his jacket. He looked like some grim-faced wild man with pistols and knives hanging all over him as he prowled up one side of the line and down the other, never speaking to anyone. He stopped when he came to Richard and Edmund's wagon. It was loaded with new supplies, but none of the quartet was anywhere around. One of the teenage boys from the train was sitting on the seat. He was 14 at most, with red hair, freckles, and a huge grin. "What are you doing up there, Tadpole?"
Mr. Richard employed me to drive the wagon through the wilderness, sir.
"Oh, did he now?"
Yes, sir, he did. And the money will come in handy when we get through the wilderness and start the homesteading.
"I reckon so. Your parents don't object to you doing this, do they?"
"Oh, no, sir, not one bit."
"You figuring on handling that team of mules all day by yourself, do you?"
"I'm gonna try. We had mules back in Missouri, big reds, just like the ones I'll be driving here. The ladies don't know how to drive a team, and Misters Richard and Edmund said they would spell me from time to time."
"Oh, well, that's right considerate of them. What are they going to be doing?"
"Riding their mounts, sir. I believe they said something about assisting you."
"They're planning on doing what?"
"Assisting you, sir."
"Assisting me doing what?"
"Scouting, sir, I suppose."
"Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Them two couldn't find their ass ends if their britches was on fire." Preacher stalked off. Spying Melody heading his way, he ducked quickly between wagons. It was hard to believe that about 6 weeks back he was heading down to Rendezvous without a care in the world. Now he had a wagon train load of pilgrims with more coming in, a gang of outlaws on his trail, and a love-struck female who could raise the temperature of a room by 10 degrees just by walking into it. He'd even offered Grey Bull 2 of his gold nuggets to take the train westward, but the man thought too much like him. Not a chance in the world. Several weeks had passed since the pox had struck the Blackfoot, but the stench of death still hung faintly over the area. Preacher was getting anxious, ready to hit the trail and get through whatever danger and bother lay ahead. After his 100th check on those wagons already at Fort Hall, he was about checked out. He spent most of his days with his back to the outside of the stockade, chewing tobacco with Grey Bull.
"The patrol that just come in says the second train's about 5 days out." 25 or 30 wagons. Them 3 wagons that rattled in last week, you'll have near about 60 wagons to guide through the wilderness.
The soldier boy say anything about the guide and the wagon master?
Only that they picked the guide up in St. Louis, and the wagon master's original from back east somewheres.
Wonderful. More pilgrims coming to the promised land.
This train started out in more than 40 wagons. They survived half a dozen major engagements with hostiles along the way. That tells me that they're at least somewhat trail-wise.
They got mules or oxen?
More ox than mules. That means they won't be toting no heavy supply of grain.
Yeah, but they'll be slower. Now, on the other hand, Injuns don't steal oxen as a rule. Shit, I reckon it'll all balance out. Mainest thing is getting these pilgrims through with their hair. Hey, Lieutenant, you had any word on Red Hand?
No, nothing. And I was specifically warned about that renegade.
Yeah, that worries me.
You think Bum may have hooked up with him?
He's done it before. I'd like to see the end of both of them, and soon. Anyway, the best you can expect from ox is 12 to 15 miles a day. Mules can give you 18 to 20. We're looking at near about the end of summer before we reach Fort Vancouver. Is losing 10% of these people along the way off the mark, Bull?
I wouldn't think so. Probably more than that before it's all said and done. Say 20.
Lieutenant, I want the post surgeon to check these new people over good. My bunch is clean of cholera, and I want it to stay that way. Has the doc got enough laudanum to give us a goodly stock?
Yes. Since the train started coming this way, he's tripled his orders from the company.
What the hell's eating at you, Lieutenant?
What I just read in these papers.
And what would that be?
A financial panic has struck the people back east. Newspapers are calling it the Panic of 37. According to this newsletter, thousands of people are making plans to come westward.
Shit.
Well, there's more, and none of it good. Andrew Jackson has retired from office, and nearly all the major New York City banks have closed their doors. A massive financial depression has enveloped the land. Farmers can't sell their agricultural products, farm surpluses are clogging the markets, and farmers are being forced off the land because they have no money. A massive movement is on for the free lands of the Pacific.
Damn, preacher. That's the end for us. Folks that ain't got no money sure can't buy pelts. You was right in what you said 2 years ago. You said the end was in sight and we'd all better brace for it. Them that laughed at you's eating mighty bitter words now.
Yeah, well, being right don't make me feel good, though. What else is read on them pages, Lieutenant? I know that ain't all. Your jaw is hanging low enough to touch your boots. Come on, let's have it.
Sickness. Back east, there are epidemics of typhoid, dysentery, tuberculosis, scarlet fever, and malaria. New Orleans is very nearly quarantined. Cholera is being brought over from Europe and is trekking westward with the human movement.
Oh, god damn. Ain't they nothing good at all in them pages?
I'm afraid not, preacher. I'm afraid not.
Preacher laid around the fort for the next several days, waiting for the second train to roll in. Once they did, he would carefully inspect the wagons and give the people a good eyeballing. It wouldn't be a problem if it slowed them down some. Them folks would be trail-worn and suffering bad from the wearies. They'd need some rest. Just a couple of days before the new group was set to roll in, Preacher was happy to see an old friend, Trapper Jim, step out of the woods and into Fort Hall. They had done some work together back in 27, but they hadn't seen each other since then. Jim told Preacher he'd come along for the ride. He was headed out west anyways. Since he got in, he sat around with Preacher, chewing the fat, talking about the good old days, and taking stock of the softies they'd be hauling out to the Big Blue.
You know that hombre over there, Jim?
Can't say that I do. He drifted in last evening. Name's Luke.
Trapper?
No traps or pelts on his pack horse. I don't much cotton to him. He's a tad shifty-eyed to suit me.
What's he riding?
Big gray with a reworked brand. Of course, that don't mean nothing. There's many folks that's been killed trying to come west. That horse could belong to anybody.
Yeah.
After Jim had wandered off for a bite, Preacher walked over to the store to eyeball the man called Luke. The mountain man stood on the rough-hewn log porch and just stared at the young man. Luke smiled at the preacher. He didn't get one in return.
You want something?
Preacher didn't say word one. He studied the clothes the young man had on. He had a feeling he'd seen that jacket somewheres before. In fact, he knew he had. Then it came to him. At the ruins of the ambushed wagon train, he'd tried that very same jacket on himself and found it too tight across the shoulders. Of course, that didn't mean the fellow had done anything wrong. The preacher had taken clothes from there himself. Only a damn fool leaves usable clothing to rot in the weather if he's able to put it to use, as long as he didn't sell it or barter it. Luke's right hand drifted to the pistol tucked down behind his belt, a movement that did not escape the eyes of Preacher. Then something else returned to Preacher. Edmund had knowed the man who owned that coat. He'd found his body and put the coat on over the tortured flesh before they dragged off the bodies and caved the earth over them. And that can only mean one thing.
You goddamn grave robber.
What do you mean, Preacher?
How'd you know who I was?
I asked and somebody told me.
Who?
I disremember exactly.
You're a damn liar.
Lieutenant Maxwell Smith and Melody came strolling by at about that time.
Well, here now. What's going on here?
Look close, Melody. You recognize the jacket this grave-robbing son of a bitch is wearing?
Why, that's the suit coat we buried poor Mr. McNally in. Edmund put it on the poor man himself.
That's right.
Luke grabbed for his pistol. The preacher kicked the young man on the knee, knocking him off balance. The preacher stepped forward and busted Luke on the side of the jaw. The preacher jerked the pistol out of the man's breeches and looked at it. The name Blaylock was carved in the butt, along with the inscription, Boston, Massachusetts, 1832. Graybull came at a running lumber and jerked the very badly frightened Luke to his feet, holding him by his neck with a huge hand.
Where'd you steal this boy?
I ain't stole nothing. Preacher, it's mine. My pa gave it to me.
What's your pa's name?
Wilbur Mason.
From where?
Maryland.
Do you even know what's carved here, boy?
Oh, yeah. My pa's name.
Where was your pa back in 32?
In the ground, dead. Fever got him and my sister, too.
Then how come this pistol's got the name Blaylock carved on it, along with Boston, Massachusetts, 1832?
But, Preacher, I thought you told me you couldn't read words.
Yeah, well, I lie on occasion. And besides, I didn't say I couldn't read. I said it'd been a long time since I had, that's all.
What else have you lied about?
What? This ain't the time to go into that. So, Lukey boy, you ride with Bum and his trash, don't you? You coming here to spy for him, ain't that right?
I don't know no one named Bum Kelly.
Then how'd you know his last name?
Luke was tossed into the post stockade. Turned out his whole name was Luke Chatfield, and he was wanted for murder in Ohio. He'd be taken, sooner or later, to the Northern Territories for trial. Now, Bum was a gutsy outlaw, but everyone suspected he was smart enough not to attack a fort under the protection of the Crown, not for someone as blatantly worthless as Luke Chatfield. Luke gave up protesting his innocence and offered to make a deal in return for his neck. Smith agreed after consulting with Preacher. Luke revealed that so far, Bum had about 20 men, and he was still looking for more. Chances were he'd linked up with Red Hands and his 40 Braves to ambush the wagon train somewhere between there and Vancouver. A few sentences out of Luke was just about all Preacher and Maxwell Smith could stomach before having to get out of the dirty son of a bitch's presence.
60-something men, Preacher? That's quite a raiding party.
Way more than enough to give us hell out yonder on the trail. Red Hand's people are gonna harass us at night, stealing and killing stock and crippling the wagons. They'll try to drag us down slow and then move in for the kill.
And your plan is?
My plan is, I'm taking the wagon train through to Oregon Territory. To hell with Bum Kelly and Red Hand.
I really wish I could let you have some men, Preacher, but I don't have the authority to do so.
I'll get 'em through. I'll lose some to accidents. Some will probably fall to diseases, and Bum and Red Hand will get some more. But most of 'em's gonna get through, or else I'll be buried along the trail with 'em.
The second wagon train finally rolled up to the walls of the fort. Preacher stood and watched as more kids than he'd ever seen in many a year poured out of the wagons. It seemed like they'd never stop coming, all of them running around like a bunch of idiots.
Good God, I sure hope some of them is midgets, Bull.
You gonna have your hands full babysitting that bunch. Look, I got to go scouting, old son. We'll say our hail and farewells now, I reckon.
You be careful out there, you moose, and stay with your hair. You hear?
You ride easy in the saddle, preacher, and try not to get hitched up with that honey-haired filly.
The men grinned at each other, and Gray Bull was gone, walking to his horse to begin his lonely and dangerous job. Preacher stood forward and watched Gray Bull until he was swallowed up by the wilderness. He wondered if he would ever see the man again. He shook the thought from his head and set about locating and acquainting himself with the guide and wagon master of the train. Maxwell Smith stopped him before he had gone more than 15 paces towards the group.
There appears to be a small problem, Preacher.
Well, hell's fire, when ain't there been? What's wrong now?
The guy just quit. Said he was going back to St. Louis.
Well, good. I don't need no second opinion in getting this train across the wilderness. About the wagon master.
Well, he seems to be a good, solid man. He's staying on.
Now let's go meet him.
The wagon master was named Swift, and Preacher immediately sized him up as a man who had brooked no nonsense from anyone. He was a well-built man of middle age with quick, intelligent eyes. Preacher could tell that he was being sized up at the same time by the wagon master.
You been over the trail?
More than once.
How bad is it from this point on?
You ever been to hell?
Can't say that I have.
Well, you're about to get a goodly taste of it. Y'all got any sickness with you?
No, just some blisters and sore muscles. My bunch are all in good shape. I insisted that everyone get scratched before we left.
Good to see you know your business.
We got sheep, goats, milk cows, and extra mules and oxen. We hooked up with a small train 3 days ago. We are 31 wagons and more than 120 people.
Yeah, most of them kids.
Correct, sir. But I found them to be well-behaved, and they've become trail-wise. You'll find none of them dashing off to get lost in the woods. One did, back in Wyoming. We never found him. That settled the rest of them down.
It usually takes something like that to do it, so I've been told. Sorry you had to lose a kid. Look, I gotta be honest with you, Swift. I've been a mountain man for all my life, since I was 12 years old. I come out to this land 15 years after Mackenzie. I wasn't the first, but them that was first, they left, and I stayed. I know the trail. I've been over it and back. But I ain't never guided no wagon train filled with females and squalling kids, and I ain't got no patience with young'uns. So I'm gonna stay shut of the train as much as possible. Now, all you need to know is one thing. Don't cross me when I tell you to do something. If I tell you to gather the wagons, you give that order right then and there. If I tell you we're stopping early in the day, I got a reason for it. And I'm warning you right now that we got a bad bunch of outlaws on our trail. And they've hooked up with some renegade Injuns who's headed by a Blackfoot called Red Hand. Now, that's about it, I reckon. You folks have put some hard miles behind you, but you got some hard ones ahead. Get busy checking out your wagons and the like, and we'll start whenever your people have rested and resupplied.
My people will be ready to go in 2 days.
Well, that's when we'll roll out then.
On the morning of the pullout, Preacher was out of his blankets while the stars were still bright overhead. He saddled Hammer and rigged up his light-loaded pack horse and tied the reins to the back of a wagon. Preacher had fixed the cart up and put Trapper Jim in charge of driving it through. He'd filled it with gewgaws to trade with the Injuns they would encounter along the way. It was stocked with bolts of calico, Hudson's Bay blankets, a batch of metal knives, and a trunk filled with 3-pound carats of tobacco. He'd also added several dozen 1-pound metal kettles and lots of cheap but flashy trinkets. Richard and Edmund had made their appearance in their new trail gear the day before. Preacher had been wondering about those two, so he was not surprised when they showed up all in buckskin. They'd arranged for one of the Flathead women who'd returned to the fort to make the skins. Damnedest looking sight Preacher believed he'd ever seen in all his days. Melody and Penelope had come up with side saddles, only God knew where, and they had announced that they would be mounted at least part of the way. Melody found Preacher as he was squatting down, drinking coffee and chewing on a biscuit filled with salted fatback. It was still dark and the morning was pleasant. Preacher looked up at her. Both women had been doing a lot of sewing, and each had put together several fashionable riding outfits. Melody sat down beside him.
I'm so excited I could just fairly burst.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Yeehaw!
Preacher squinted into the darkness to spot a very large, muscular, and smart-aleck teenage boy of about 15 or 16. He'd seen him for the first time the day before, and he had taken an immediate disliking to the kid.
That idiot. If he does that on the trail, somebody's gonna shoot him. And it might be me.
Avery is just full of himself, that's all. He's been flirting with all the girls. Why, he even made eyes at Penelope.
Better watch him around the sheep.
Beg pardon?
I said, did you get enough sleep?
Oh, yes. So, how far is it, Preacher?
In miles? I ain't got no idea. We'll be weeks on the trail. We'll do good to average 10 or 12 miles a day over much of this country. There'll be days we'll push 15, days we'll do 4 or 5. Some days we'll never leave camp because of the weather.
You always look on the gloomy side of things, Preacher.
I look at the way things is, Melody, not the way I want them to be. Well, get your kit together. We'll be puffing out at first light.
Preacher? Why do you dislike me?
Oh, I don't dislike you, Melody. Matter of fact, I like you more than I have any woman before in my life, and maybe that's the problem. See, this is my world, Melody. The mountains and the valleys and the plains and the wild things. But yours is all different. I don't fit in your world, and you don't fit in mine. So there ain't no point in starting nothing that neither of us can finish. It's not that it won't change, it's that I can't. I'm as much a part of this land as the mountains I live in and the wind that blows through the passes. This is where I'll die. You folks back east, you read all about the carryings on of Kit Carson. Melody, I was out here years before that squirt showed up. I was the first white man to see much of this country. It was me that opened up many of the trails that folks are now using. I wasn't alone in doing it, but I was there. And I can't leave this country for no length of time. It just keeps pulling me back. It calls to me, Melody. It sings to me. It's a part of me, and I'm a part of it. I can go for weeks without hearing the sound of a human voice. And I love it. I love it. I don't need people the way you do. Hell, I don't even like most people. They want everything that I don't see no need for and ain't got no use for. I got my good horses, fine saddle, my guns, and a good knife. What else do I need? Nothing. Not a thing. You want a roof over your head. I can't hardly sleep under no damn roof. Not for no length of time. Hems me in. Makes me nervous when I can't look up at the stars. You're a fine woman, Melody. I believe that. And you are a looker, too. Hell, you're about as easy on the eyes as any female I ever seen. But I ain't the man for you. Now, I do got to say that I'm prideful you like me. Any man who wouldn't be is a pure damn fool. But let's just be friends. No more than that. 'Cause it can't be, Melody. You and me, it just can't be.
Preacher was in the saddle, restlessly leading the hammer up one side and down the other of the wagon train. Faint streaks of gray were slowly highlighting the eastern horizon. He stopped by the G-Gull wagon. Trapper Jim sat on the seat, the reins in his big, work-hardened hands. The man had the twinkle of excitement in his eyes.
Are you filled with excitement and wonderment at the journey ahead?
Where in the hell did you hear that?
One of the movers said it about 15 minutes ago. I'd like to have fell off in this seat.
What I'm filled with is coffee and biscuits and fatback. You ate yet?
Yeah, right good meal. One of the movers held me and fed me. Nice folks. Preacher, I had me a run-in with that boy called Avery last evening. He's gonna cause us some woe, I'm feared.
Yeah, I got the same thoughts. What'd he do?
Sassed me right smart. I was of a mind to box his ears, but if I'd done that, I'd probably have to kill his paw. He was watching close. Shooting that man wouldn't have been no way to start off a trip.
Would have spoiled his evening for sure. Yeah, that boy's gonna be trouble. I gleaned that right off. Swift thinks so too. He told me he's close to banishing the wagon from the train, but he just couldn't do it in the middle of hostile country.
Well, you might have to. Preacher, some of the other movers wanted to call the meeting here at the fort and discharge the family. Some others talked him out of it.
I guess we'll cross that river when it comes time. We'll be shoving off in a few. I'll talk to you later.
I'll be creeping along, all filled with wonderment and excitement.
All right, folks, get the kids that's riding into the wagons. Place that rope on your grease bucket, Sanders. You're gonna lose it before the day's gone. Secure your canvas back here, Smithers. Good gust of wind, she'll rip and sail clear to the blue waters. All know that those not yet ready to take their place in the line of march must fall to the dusty rear for the day. So get in place, and y'all count out your young'uns. Drovers, to the livestock in the rear.
Edmund and Richard rode up, all splendid in their new buckskins and wide-brimmed hats. Preacher noticed that Bible thumpers though they may be, they were both armed with a brace of pistols and rifles in the boot. As dawn split the skies, Edmund took off his hat and waved it over his head.
Onward to our western destiny! Yeehaw! Oh!
Edmund landed hard, his butt connecting with the rocky ground.
Lord, give me strength.
Preacher was up early on the morning of the 6th day out, earlier than usual. He wasn't sure why, but many of his hunches had kept him alive in the wilderness, and he never questioned them. They were camped on the south side of the Snake River. Across the river to the north lay the Snake River Plain, lava beds, and totally inhospitable terrain. The first several days had passed uneventfully with near-perfect weather. The wagon train had settled into a routine, covering about 35 miles at a steady pace. Preacher could ask for no better than that. They had come a ways, but he wasn't worried yet about Bum and Red Hand attacking this close to the fort. They would wait until the train was a good 100 miles out before making their move. One way or another, Preacher knew they were about. He'd been picking up their signs since day 2 and suspected that Bum and Red Hand had gone on ahead to pick out their ambush site, leaving scouts behind to watch the train for weak points. Only time would tell when they would start harassing the train. Preacher moved past the sleepers, most of whom slept under their wagons. The beds of all the wagons were filled with precious possessions the movers had carefully packed, from wood-burning stoves to coffee grinders to violins. They took whatever they could. Supplies were scarce and expensive on the coast. Preacher stopped and gazed out at the blackness of night. Storm clouds had moved in during the night, and the stars and moon were unseen this early morning. There was something out there in the darkness, something that triggered the mountain man's survival instincts. Preacher wasn't sure, but he had him an idea that someone was about to make a move, maybe slipping in to cut a throat or grab a child. Preacher's eyes focused on a very slight movement in the gloom. He stood motionless just beside one of the nearly 6-foot-high rear wheels of a wagon. The object the Preacher had spotted moved ever so slightly. He smiled in the dark as he slid out his long-bladed knife from its sheath. Preacher held the big-bladed knife close to his leg, preventing any glimmer of light from reflecting off the polished metal. The heavy blade was edge up, allowing for a gut cut. The man Preacher watched moved closer to the encircled wagons, moving expertly on moccasined feet. Preacher caught the glint of faint light off a blade. He also caught a whiff of grease and smoke on the half-naked flesh of the renegade engine, just as he took his last step. He grabbed the brave by the hair, lowering him carefully to the dewy ground. Even though an entire family of husband and wife and 2 kids were sleeping under the wagon not 5 feet from the death scene, no one even stirred. Preacher squatted down and contemplated scalping the renegade, but instantly decided against it. No reason to have any more of the movers thinking him a terrible savage than already did. He wiped his blade clean on the Indian's leggings, then left the body where it was and moved off toward the center of the encirclement for some coffee. He smiled, figuring it was going to be right interesting in a few minutes, just as soon as Swift tooted the wake-up call on his bugle. Preacher headed toward the fire, moving in silently behind the man perched beside it. The feller was in charge of keeping the flames going throughout the night.
Howdy.
Oh! Lord God, you took 10 years off my life.
Oh, mister, you wouldn't have had 10 seconds left if I'd been a hostile. I'm guessing it's near about 4 o'clock. You got a watch?
5 minutes to 4. My woman made some pan bread last evening. It's over there. There's already some jam to spread on it.
That's kind of you. Where y'all from?
Ohio. Lost my farm when the Depression struck. Couldn't sell my pigs, so I went bust. Had to do something, and this seemed like the thing to do.
Going to the promised land, huh?
Beats watching my woman and kids starve.
I reckon. What's your name, Pilgrim?
Prather.
Well, Prather, let me give you some advice about guard work. Don't stand in one spot for very long. Move around. And when you are stationary, stay in the shadows. And move your eyes around, not your whole body. And looky here, we got people after us that can come into a camp like this, cut a throat, and just be gone. Won't nobody knows they's done it till the body's found.
I do not believe that, sir.
Oh, is that right? I reckon in about 2 minutes you're gonna have to be eating them words, but we'll see.
I see nothing amusing.
Well, neither will them folks sleeping warm in their blankets under that wagon yonder, I expect, but it might just teach them a hard lesson.
You're a strange man, preacher.
I've been called worse. Yeah, should be starting about now.
Holy Christ!
Called it about right, didn't I, Prather?
There's the body of a savage over here, and his throat's been cut!
Don't you never call me no liar again, Prather. I don't like it. I cut that Injun's throat before he could cut yours or grab some child or jerk the hair off a woman. You got a lot to learn about this country, Pilgrim. You folks think you're going to a city that's got boardwalks and street lamps and the like? Oh, you are all in for a hell of a surprise, you are.
Preacher rose and walked over to the wagon, stepping over the tongue and pointing to the dead Injun.
Red Hand's got a dozen different tribes in his bunch, all of them bad poison. This one's a rogue Kiowa. See that raggedy sash hanging over his shoulder? That means at one time he was a principal dog, one of the 10 bravest men in the tribe. At least that's what he wanted Red Hand to think he was. If he was a dog, he must have done something terrible to get kicked out of the whole damn tribe.
How could he get this close without one of the sentries seeing him?
Good God, you traveled 1,200 or so miles and still don't understand, do you? Whew. Good Lord alone knows how you folks made it this far.
Preacher started walking away.
Well, here now, sir. What about this dead savage?
You want to bury him, hop to it. Was it up to me, I'd just roll him about 50 feet away from the wagon and leave him lay. Some of his own will come to fetch him. And if they don't, the buzzards or varmints will take care of him.
That's disgusting.
Out here, that's called practical.
Red Hand looked into the distance and was silent for a moment. The renegade Injun was no friend of Preacher. Their paths had crossed on more than one occasion, with Red Hand coming out the loser every time. He knew from bitter experience that the mountain man was a savage fighter and could be totally ruthless towards his enemies. He shook his head and turned away from the dawning sun to face the outlaw bum Kelly.
He ain't coming back. Preacher got him. Bet on it.
He was a dog warrior, one of the best in my band. I sent him to test Preacher, to see if he had lost any of his skills. He has not. Now you must send one of your men to kill Preacher on the trail while he scouts.
Bum knew he was being tested by the renegade, whose own people had banished him from the tribe. If he didn't send someone after Preacher, Red Hand and his men would simply leave. This couldn't happen. Bum needed the force of Red Hand's group if any attack against the train was to succeed. He suspected Luke had sold them all out back at the fort. Not that that fool had much to tell anybody. The outlaw had picked up 2 more men who were running from the law in California, Waller and a man named Seedy.
You're right. That's what I'll do for a fact.
When?
Today.
Good. Good. Then when your man does not return, we shall be even, won't we?
That's right, Red Hand. We'll be even.
Bum walked to the fire and poured coffee from a battered and blackened pot. He looked at his men, one at a time. Finally, he settled on one.
Rod, pack you a kit for several days and go kill Preacher. Take him out on the trail away from the train. If you don't kill him, don't bother coming back here. You understand that?
You got it, Bum.
The outlaw stood up and walked to his horse, saddling up. He knew perfectly well that if he didn't kill the mountain man, he wouldn't be alive to even think about returning. Men like Preacher, he only got one chance.
He won't be back. Who knows, Slug? Maybe he'll get lucky and kill that goddamn Preacher.
You're dreaming if you believe that, Beckman. Rod was sent 'cause that damn engine didn't come back, that's all. You know how engines think.
You reckon Red Hand will go back yonder and bury that buck, Bum?
Hell no. This bunch don't pay much attention to their tribe's customs. Besides, we don't know for sure that he's dead.
He's dead, and we know it. He went on a fool's mission with Preacher prowling around the train. And don't sell Trapper Jim short, neither. He can be as mean as a cornered puma.
Shut up, Slug. Preacher's just a man. Just one man, and that's all.
Preacher had been positioned towards the rear of the steadily paced wagon train, but as they approached the river, he sped up to move to the head. As rivers go, the one up ahead wasn't supposed to be much, but there had been a lot of rain that spring, and the winter had been terribly harsh. The snow melt left most of the rivers in the area running over their banks. Catching a sight of the mounted Swift, Preacher guided Hammer up to his side. Just as he reached him, Richard and Edmund rode up as well, slowing the Preacher and the wagon master's pace.
Hold the wagons here, Swift, so the animals won't smell the water and act up with it so near. I'll ford this river and check it out. You can rest your folks some while I'm gone.
Wagons! Halt! Is this the best place you know to cross, Preacher?
Yep, banks is too steep for miles up or down, and I've been up and down for miles. Come on and have a look-see. Then you can decide whether you want to build rafts or try and rope and float them across.
May Edmund and I accompany you, men?
Suits me. Let's go. There are a lot of rocks in there?
Nope. Like I said, Indians been using this spot to cross for hundreds of years. And whether you believe it or not, they some of the best engineers in the world.
What do you mean?
Most of the roads in the United States started as engine trails before the white man came along and widened them for wagons. The white man makes the mistake of thinking that engines is dumb, but they is far from being dumb. They just don't think like we do. Here, give me your ropes, boys.
Preacher tied himself to the other 3 men, using knots Richard nor Edmund had ever seen before. Many trappers had worked on keel boats, and Preacher was no exception. Preacher tied one end of the connected ropes to a sturdy tree right to his side, then turned Hammer toward the water.
See you directly.
The mountain man lifted his rifle high above his head. He needed to keep the powder dry in at least one of his weapons.
You got it, Hammer. Come on.
Hammer scrambled up the bank on the other side, and Preacher jumped off.
Yeah.
He secured the other end of the rope to a large tree.
Get your people to building them rafts, Swift. Then have them start emptying the wagons, 'cause we gotta make them lighter. We'll build rafts and float their possessions across.
You got it, Preacher!
Swift waved his hand and turned his horse. Preacher picketed Hammer and began laying out his weapons to dry. This was no time for wet powder. not with Bum and Red Hand liable to pop up at any minute. Preacher knew Red Hand and how the renegade thought. The man had lost one of his people, so that meant that he would expect Bum to send one of his men in. That's Injun logic. No way that any of those hooligans and ne'er-do-wells in Bum's gang would have the courage to try Preacher alone and face to face, so he would have to be doubly cautious at all times, because an ambush or a sneak shot in the back was what was coming. Rising to his feet, he turned his attention to Richard and Edmund. The two men were standing across the river, staring over at Preacher for orders.
First raft over, send my kit with it. I ain't crossing again.
Will do, Preacher.
Richard turned his horse sharply on the slick bank, but the animal started to slip as it struggled to keep its footing. It failed and began sliding slowly down into the river as Richard frantically waved one arm, the other hand gripping the saddle horn.
Well, Rich, if you're that anxious to join me, come on across then. Goddamn pilgrims.
While Richard retired to the bushes to strip down and dry off, Preacher worked at constructing a lean-to for that night's shelter beside the fire. Swift stayed on the other side, getting the river crossing operation ready. It was not a complicated move getting wagons across swollen bodies of water, but it was dangerous. Richard stepped out of the woods behind Preacher, clad in his buckskins.
Does this river have a name?
Yep, called the Raft. Just down the trail a few miles is what's called the California Trail. Some take that route, but she's a dangerous one. Swift done right in sticking with this trail.
You suppose the river was named the Raft because someone once had to build a raft to cross it?
I can't rightly say, Richard, but that's as good a reason as any, I reckon.
You say the route we're taking is the correct one, Preacher, but several back at the fort urged us to change our plans and take the California Trail. Why is that?
Now, sure they did, but it wasn't done with no charity behind the words. The Hudson's Bay people is trying to keep as many settlers out as they can.
Why?
Fur. They don't want to see pilgrims coming in and settling up the fur country. When they done told y'all this route was a bitch kitty, they wasn't lying about it, old hoss, but it ain't near about as bad as the California Trail. If we was to take the Southwest Trail, it leads a body through rocks, sagebrush, greasewood, and smack into that god-awful Great Basin, and that's over 500 miles of hell. Dry, salt and baked clay, mountains all around it that act like a damn white-hot mirror. Then you reach the Humboldt, and it don't flow, it oozes. Eat dust instead of drinking water. Then if you was to make it cross that, and that's doubtful, you got the Sierra Nevadas to cross. And them mountains is tough, boy. They are mighty tough.
And the way we're going?
Oh, it's bad, hoss. Engines, rivers, storms. A lot of the time you people's gonna spend with an axe in your hand clearing a way through for the wagons. There ain't no roads. Y'all got to cut your way through. But before then now, before we turn to cross the Blue Mountains, you're gonna see some of the wildest country you ever gazed upon. South rim of the Snake, that's about 300 miles of rough. Then you cross the Blues. After that, you got about 250 miles to raft down the Columbia and ride out some damn wild rapids, or about 250 miles that you can attempt to wagon through the Cascades. Only then will you see the Willamette Valley. But there's gonna be some in this train who won't see it. Believe that, Richard.
So we still have weeks ahead of us.
If we're lucky. If we have trouble and get caught in them Cascades in the fall, we're gonna be real unlucky. You get caught up there when the snow comes, you liable to end up eating each other. It'll happen sooner or later, too. You can bet some damn fool's gonna get trapped up there at some point.
I would never resort to cannibalism.
You ain't never been hungry before, Richard. I've come up on folks trying to make it cross in the winter that was pawing through the snow like an animal, eating grass and roots and bark off of trees.
Those people you found, did they live?
And none of the first bunch I found did. Two of the second bunch made it, though. The others were too far gone for me to help. All the damn fools brought their kids with them, too. Terrible sight to behold, let me tell you that.
They were trying to improve their lives by moving west, Preacher.
Yeah, well, they didn't. And I don't like burying kids. It just ain't right. It's crazy for folks to set out in the middle of the summer heading for the blue water.
but you just can't tell some folks nothing.
Preacher and Richard spun at the same time to peer across the river. Melody stood jumping up and down and pointing. Preacher reached down to grab his Hawken and jumped for the bushes.
Melody! What's wrong?
Indians!
Where?
Behind you!
Richard's heart sunk. He spun around, coming face to face with three of the most disreputable-looking men he'd ever seen in all his life. Each was mounted high on a pony.
We ain't no damn Injuns. Well, Nighthawk over here is. Dupree's a Frenchie, and I'm called Beartooth. I'm a pure defrontiersman.
Shit, I bet you can't even spell that word.
Hell no, he can't spell it. He just learned to pronounce it a week ago.
Preacher stepped from the bushes, standing face to face with the three men. Dupree jumped off his pony and ran over to Preacher, grabbing him in a bear hug. The two men jumped around for a few seconds, each pounding on the other's back. One of the mounted men looked on disapprovingly.
I beg your pardon?
Old Nighthawk here doesn't say much, but he'll come when you call him to eat. How you been, Preacher?
Tolerably well, thank you. You're looking prosperous.
Looks don't always tell the story. Hers about played out, Preacher. We didn't make enough to write home about. If I had a home to write to, that is.
When did you learn to write? I've been reading what newspapers we could find out loud to you for years.
Yeah, but you read them in French, you idiot. I don't know what the hell's going on. I think you did it deliberate. So, Preacher, you guiding wagon trains now?
Just this one. Sort of got roped into it, you might say, after the fight at Fort Hall.
What fight?
Y'all heard about the epidemic?
No, we've been clear to the Cascades this winter. Sold our pelts over to Fort Vancouver and then headed east.
Yeah, well, the pox wiped out the Blackfoot nearabouts. Anyway, we'll palaver later. We gotta start getting these wagons of pilgrims across this stream here. Now, if you was a mind to, you could help.
What's in it for us if we do help out?
Food, cooked by a woman's hand.
Food? We eat first, talk later.
See? What'd I say about old Nighthawk?
While they waited for the first wagon, aided by rafts and ropes, to begin the crossing, Beartooth stepped over closer to Preacher.
You watch when you get up to the Blues. Them damn cayuses is on the prowl for some reason. We had us a good fight a couple of weeks ago. Seems like of late, even the Injuns we've been friendly with for years has turned meaner than a grizzly. Them cayuses is all riled up about that new mission that was built last year, I think it was.
Yeah, I heard about it. It's really there on the Oregon Trail?
Just north of it, right where the Walla Walla forks. A man by the name of Whitman built him a church there, and he's preaching the gospel to the savages. But them cayuses ain't taking to it real well.
Wagon coming!
What the hell does he expect us to do? Swim out there and pull it in? How do you put up with these pilgrim preachers? They don't appear to know nothing.
Well, you know I'm a patient man, boys. Come upon Edmund over there and some of the other poor, lost children, and the Lord told me to help them in a roundabout way. And you all know that I have the disposition of a saint and have never turned my back on a child of God in need of help.
What you is a liar. You the most cantankerous, ornery, sullied up, and mean-spirited man I ever met. Ooh, I bet you got a skirt on that train. That's what I think.
Wagon coming!
Oh, shit!
The broken main rope sank under the water as the wagon began spinning round and round in the middle of the swirling river. Four mountain men jumped into the water. Preacher dumped under the surface and managed to grab the severed limb.
Got it! Whoa! Shit! Give me a hand, fella! We're with you! The tree, grab the very end! Toss it ashore when we give you some slack!
As the other three men latched on, they strained with all their might to hold the raft.
Hands up on shore!
Dupree tossed a now loose end of the rope while the other three mountain men struggled to stabilize the raft in the middle of the rope. Richard, who showed more savvy on the trail every day, grabbed the loose end that Dupree tossed him and quickly secured it to a tree. Preacher, Dupree, and Beartooth muscled the raft around and got the other end secured.
All right, over there! Pull it ashore!
Hang on!
At least we get a free ride to shore!
After dragging the wagon safely to shore, the mountain men and Richard gathered around to examine the rope that had come loose.
Yes, these ropes been cut.
Yeah, someone cut halfway through and the strain done the rest. But who?
Preacher lifted his eyes and looked out across the river. That young troublemaker Avery stood on the other side, smirking at him. Up to now, all the kid had done, and that was plenty, was nonsense stuff. Just pranks, but mean pranks. He hadn't actually hurt anybody. But this was different. This could have resulted in a family losing everything they owned, and maybe even their lives. Preacher saw Swift emerge from the woods, coming to a stop a short distance away from Avery.
Everything all right over there, Preacher?
Oh, yeah.
You got another wagon come across?
Richard, you cross over. I need you and Edmund to keep an eye on that Avery boy. He's gonna get somebody bad, hurt, or dead if this keeps up.
You don't know that he did it, Preacher, although I certainly wouldn't put it past him.
Let's just say he's a likely candidate. Go on. Let's get some wagons across this stream, and tell Swift to send a team over next. We can't muscle these damn wagons up this slope by ourselves.
The men worked all the rest of that day and managed to get 10 wagons, teams, and personal possessions across the river. As nightfall approached, Preacher called work to a halt, and the mountain men sank wearily to the ground. A woman came over to him, placing a heaping plate of meat and potatoes and dried apple pie in front of each. She came to Beartooth last. He grinned up at her.
Mayhaps could we hire on this here train? This grub ain't bad, and to tell you the truth, we could use the money.
I don't know that they could pay much. These folks are all pert near broke. What money they got, they have to dole it out careful. They gotta have a poke to get by in the promised land till they get a crop in.
Oh, hell, Preacher. You know we ain't gonna ride off and leave you in this mess alone. We'll just tag along for the victuals.
Hell, the way Nighthawk eats, he'll be lucky to keep y'all here through breakfast.
It had taken another full day and a half before all the wagons, teams, and possessions were across the river. The rest of that day was spent reloading the wagons and getting them trail ready. On the third morning, the 4 mountain men and Edmund sat around a small fire, getting ready to pull out from the banks of the river. They were the only ones awake at this early hour, besides the sentries.
We've been lucky that no Injuns or any of Bum Kelly's people ain't fell up here on us, Preacher. You get the idea that someone's watching us?
Yeah. I get me a tingly feeling in my back when that happens, and I've had one since yesterday.
Not Injuns. White man. Wears long coat. I find thread.
Well, damn your eyes, Nighthawk. Wasn't you gonna tell us?
I'm not your mama.
Just one man?
Very careful, man. Afraid, I think.
Now, how could you possibly know that?
Nighthawk can tell by the way he moves. His tracks would show if he's skittish. He's got to be from Bum's bunch.
Yeah. Dupree, you got these pilgrims on today. I'm gonna lay back and watch a train go, then do some hunting of my own.
You take my hat and give me yours. We'll swap horses, too. That ought to throw him off.
At the crack of dawn, the wagons moved out. Preacher headed towards the rear and came up on the spot where Nighthawk figured the outlaw to be. That crow wasn't far off by 100 yards. Only problem was, the outlaw was gone now. Preacher could see that his horse's droppings were still very fresh, so the man, whoever the hell he was, hadn't been gone more than a few minutes. He'd made a cold camp and eaten some biscuits.
Sloppy damn eater.
Preacher ran back to his horse, swinging up into the saddle in a single movement. He backtracked and picked up the outlaw's trail. The mountain man rode with his rifle across the saddle horn, all senses working hard. Preacher could see that the man he was tracking was either very sure of himself or just downright stupid. At no time did he find a spot where the man had reined up to listen or look around him. He just plowed on ahead. In the wilderness, that was a damn good way to get captured by Injuns and made slowly and painfully dead. Eventually, the man he tracked left the cover of timber and brush and moved his horse onto the trail the wagons were taking. Preacher swung in far behind him, walking his horse. He was in no hurry to kill the man. It wouldn't be long before the train would hit the south rim of the Snake River. In fact, by now it could already be there, but the going was still relatively easy for the route. That wouldn't last long, though. If Bum and his people were going to attack, they would either do it before the train hit the rugged south rim or wait until they were between the rim and the Blues. Preacher figured it'd be the latter. Probably in the Blues itself, so's any patrol that come up on the ruins would blame it on the Cayuses. Preacher knew Chief Tamsaki of the Cayuses and got along with the tribe for the most part. He couldn't figure why they'd turned violent. That Bible thumper who built the mission must have really riled them up.
Whoa. Well, now ain't this sweet.
Preacher could see by the trail markings that the man he was following had been joined by at least 3 more riders, all of the horses shod. Preacher squatted down, the reins in his hand. The men had stood and talked for a goodly time. Preacher found where someone had knocked out the remnants from a pipe, and he found the butt of a soggy stogie. The riders had resumed their trek west, and Preacher followed, soon discovering that the new men were just as confident or downright stupid as the original rider. Their sign told them they never stopped to check their back trail or even to sit their saddles and listen.
Just plain ignorant.
Regardless, Preacher grew more cautious. He was now up against 4 outlaws instead of just 1. Stupid and careless they might be, but 1 man against 4 was lousy odds any way a feller wanted to cut it.
Whoa, Hammer. We got company. Yep.
Preacher swung down from the saddle, pulling out a 3rd pistol from its saddle holster. He stuck that one in his sash to the rear. He would have to make every shot count. He crept through the brush.
You help me kill that damn preacher and Bum would sure welcome you into the gang for sure.
Shit. I've been hearing about that bastard for 10 years. I'm sick of it. It'd be worth killing him just to get folks to shut their fly traps talking about it.
Preacher held his Hawken in his right hand and a .50 caliber pistol in his left, both ready to bang. The pistol was double-shotted, the twin balls capable of inflicting terrible damage upon a human body. The Hawken was a war horse of a weapon to fire one-handed, but Preacher was a war horse of a man, and he'd done it just that many times.
What's so damn important about some lousy wagon train, though? Hell, them folks ain't got nothing worth stealing.
This one do. Besides, it got some of the finest looking white women this side of the muddy. How long's it been since you cast your eyes upon the naked flesh of a beautiful white woman?
Lordy, I'm getting all swole up just thinking about that.
We'll just keep tagging along after the train. Bum and Red Hand ain't that far behind us. Between the 4 of us, we ought to be able to take out Preacher and them other nasty-looking men that joined him by the raft. Then, with them gone, the wagon will be easy. They ain't nothing but a bunch of pilgrims with women and kids.
What other men's Preacher with?
3 trappers come up on the train back at the river. They don't look like much to me.
Horse shit.
Nighthawk and Beartooth and Dupree had roamed the mountains together for years. They were 3 of the toughest men Preacher had ever known. Besides Jedediah Smith and himself, Beartooth was the only other man Preacher personal knew who had actually killed an attacking grizzly with just his knife. There might have been others, and probably were, but Preacher didn't know about them. If these 4 piss-poor rogues squatting down there by the trail thought they were the match for any mountain man Preacher knew, they were sadly and badly mistaken.
White women. I can't hardly wait. After we get through with them, we can swap them to the Injuns for horses and pelts.
What about the kids?
Bum and Red Hand says we kill them. You boys got any problem with that?
Hell no. No big deal. Just grab the babies by the ankles, bash their brains out against a wagon wheel or boulder. I've done it lots of times with Injun brats. But 10, 12-year-old girls, they make for good hopping on.
You know, I got me an idea. See how you like it, Rod. We could take them young girls down into California and sell them to slavers. I know people who pay top dollar for a fine-looking girl, especially blondes. Oh, they really bring a good piece of change.
That ain't a bad idea. But that's up to Bum and Red Hand. I'll sure suggest it, though.
There's some real nice fellas down there.
Preacher moved forward, and he was now able to pick out shapes. This was going to be mainly pistol work, and he was still too far away by many yards for his shotguns to be as effective as he would like.
You say there's missionary people on this train ride?
Yeah, two of the finest looking females you ever seen. Make your mouth water just gazing upon them. Hell, we've been chasing them for 500 miles. That's how fine they is.
Oh, I gotta see this. I can't hardly wait. Hell, let's ride!
Hell, let's die!
Big, lard-butted, pus-gutted ruffian's belly exploded from a 54 Hawk shot. Preacher's pistol volley struck Rod in the face. Preacher dropped his Hawk and jerked out a pistol. It misfired, leaving him to face two pistols ready for discharge. He rolled fast, then came to his feet holding his last charged pistol. One of the two remaining outlaws threw good sense to the breeze and came crashing into the brush after the mountain man. Preacher opened him up from belly to gullet with his knife. Preacher pulled the knife out and wiped the blade on the dying man's jacket. Then he fell to a knee. He took his time, working fast but carefully.
He's here, Jason. He done me in. Oh, I heard something fierce.
I'll see you in hell, child raper.
Preacher took off, slithering his way north of the last man on the trail, who by now was getting real nervous.
Who are you? What do you want? Hell, join us. There's no point in any more shooting. It's Preacher, Jason. I knowed I'd seen him somewhere before. Kill him for me, Jason. Avenge me, boy.
Yeah, Jason. Why don't you come give it a try?
Jason whirled, pale with fright. He had a very nervous trigger finger.
Ah!
Preacher's ball struck the young man in the chest. He dropped his pistol and went down, both hands clutched to his bloody chest, covering the mortal wound. Preacher slowly walked over to the young man, guessing him to be in his early 20s. He stood over him, his tanned and rugged face as set and hard as his eyes.
Gonna be a big tough outlaw, were you, boy? Didn't quite work out the way you'd planned it, did it?
God damn you! God damn you to the pits of hell for killing me!
Well, if it wasn't me that put a ball in you, it'd been someone else, I reckon. You got a ma you want to speak any last words to?
Hell with her, and you.
Oh, you're real no good, ain't you?
It's getting dark.
It's gonna get a hell of a lot darker, boy. You can trust me on that.
I hate you.
Man shouldn't go to meet his maker with hate in his heart. That's just another mark against you, son.
I still do.
Well, no skin off my ass.
Preacher turned away and began gathering up the outlaws' horses. They were good horses, too. That's one thing you could count on about outlaws. Due to their way of life, they had to have horses with a lot of bottom to them, so they always stole the best.
You ain't gonna leave me to die alone, is you?
I thought you hated me.
I do. But I want somebody here when I pass.
I'll stay, but I ain't gonna get too close. I might get a hot foot when you expire.
After meeting up with the wagon train the next morning, Preacher sat leaning back against the wagon wheel, recounting to Beartooth, Dupree, Nighthawk, and the others what had happened.
The wilderness is full up with scallywags like them. I knowed when towns started up they'd be filling up with foot padders and backshooters and the like.
What towns?
Over in Oregon and Washington Territory. Why, I seen one town this last trip had more than 24 buildings. Dupree said one of them had a ladies' dress shop that was spelt with 2 P's.
Why?
Damned if I know. How many P's is it supposed to have?
Boys, how in the hell are we gonna get these wagons across the South Rim and over to Snake?
I talked to Tom Fitzpatrick not long ago. He told me how he thought it could be done. He said Tom McKay had done it last year, but they had to leave the wagons at the Snake River Gorge. I think there's a way, but it's going to be a rough one.
What happens when we reach the Danes on the Columbia? That is one evil place.
We portage it.
With the wagons? It's never been done.
It's either that or float them. I reckon we could build rafts to ferry the people.
With the wagons on them?
Look, let's get these folks through the South Rim and out of the gorge first.
Yeah, that's good thinking, Dupree. We just need to take her one day at a time. I don't know of no other way to do it.
The next day, Swift stood with Preacher and the other mountain men, surveying the brutal terrain of the Snake's south rim that spread out before the hilltop they had come to stop on.
My God.
Yep, get your winch out, Swift. We're gonna be here for several days getting all these wagons across this mess. Get your strongest men to work the winch and put others unloading the wagons and toting the possessions up that trail. We ain't gonna do it by standing here jawing. Let's get to work.
How many of these steep, rocky trails lie ahead of us, preacher?
Oh, about 1,000 or so. You just be glad some trappers found a way around Hell's Canyon.
What's that?
Oh, a place you don't even want to look at. Let's get to work.
And work they did. It was either that or turn around and take the California Trail, which no one in the party wanted to do. Using ropes and muscles and winches, and sometimes doubling the mules and oxen, one by one the wagons reached the summit of the peak, only to discover that another seemingly insurmountable, boulder-strewn steep mountain trail was what faced them. So they squared their shoulders, rubbed sore and aching muscles, and faced the task. The men and women worked all that day and managed to make 3 miles. There wasn't no song singing around the fires that night. Directly after supper, nearly everyone except the mountain men and sentries rolled up in their blankets and were out in 2 minutes flat.
You gotta hand it to him, preacher. This bunch here is gonna be the breed coming from the east. We're gonna be all right to my way of thinking. I'm right proud of these pilgrims.
Huh?
All right, now, damn it, I'm jawing at you and you ain't paying a lick of attention. What's in your craw? Spit it out.
We're going over the Cascades, Beartooth. We still got the fast water to cross. We gotta make rafts. We'll take the wagons apart. I'm talking about right down to the box. We'll make the box waterproof with tarps and tallow. From this moment on, save the candle drippings. We'll use that to fill the small cracks and holes in the beds of the wagon. That way, should a raft get ripped apart, the wagon beds will still float.
You are a genius, preacher. Hell, I never thought of that. But why not just stay on the rafts and head on down to Columbia?
Bum Kelly and Red Hand and them warring cayuses, that's why. We'd be sitting ducks bobbing around in the river. Besides, if the cayuses is up in arms, the snakes and the others will be too. I've made up my mind. We go over the Cascades.
It's a hard 250 miles through them mountains.
And nobody ever took no wagon train through them either.
Well, now, boys, the likes of us has been the first to do a lot of things. We climbed up through mountain passes that no other white man ever done before us and gazed on land that was wild and pure. Well, who were the ones who blazed the trails and forded the rivers and laid it all out and made it easier for them other ones that we knowed would come ripping and snorting and blowing after we blazed the way? We were, boys. Us. The first mountain men. Nobody else excepting us. And there ain't never gonna be no one else like us, you can bet on that. I mean, shit, how can there be? We done it already. It was us who was the first to make friends with the Injuns, them that would let us, and the by God first to do nearabouts everything else that's been done by white men out here. We was the first. So the way I look at it, hell, boys, this little adventure we looking at now won't be nothing compared to what already lays behind us.
Oh, damn. Ain't that pretty? You sure do talk nice when you have a mind to do so.
Even Nighthawk nodded in agreement. Bum was rapidly getting a gut full of the mountain man called Preacher, but the thought of calling off the chase never entered his mind. But he couldn't afford to lose the support of Red Hand. Without Red Hand's braves, they would have no chance against the wagon train. Bum beckoned the engine away from the rest of the group at the fire. The outlaw had been working out a plan in his mind, and now was the time to see if it would work.
Now look, Red Hand, I wouldn't blame you if you took your people and run back to the Points. That's a mighty mean man we're chasing. Lots of folks is scared of Preacher. So you just go ahead and take your boys and run away if you're a mind to.
Red Hand does not run away from an enemy. Why would you think I would even consider such a cowardly act?
Well, I don't know. Just come to me, that's all. You getting so far away from home country, I reckon. And we ain't been doing so good against Preacher.
You worry about the cowards among your own group, and do not ever again question my courage or the bravery of my people.
Well, fine, that suits me, Red Hand.
The Blackfoot stalked away, his back stiff from the insult against him. Bum returned to his men by the fire. He squatted down and poured himself a cup of coffee.
How'd it go?
You know Red Hand, Beckman. He wouldn't quit now, no matter what happens or how far we have to travel. He's in it all the way.
When do we hit the train?
Between the Blues and the Wallowa, right along the Powder. I'll toss it to Red Hand, and before it's over, he'll be thinking he suggested it.
Why don't we hit him on the Columbia? You know they gotta take the river.
Maybe not. Preacher ain't never done nothing the easy way, so I've been told. I got it in my mind that he's gonna try and take them across the Cascades.
Well, that'd be plumb stupid. Ain't nobody ever took no damn wagon across them mountains. Ain't nobody ever going to, neither.
I don't know of no one who ever tried it, but if anyone can do it, it'll be Preacher.
So when do we ride for the Blues?
I'll give Red Hand an hour or so to get over his mad. Then I'll talk to him. I imagine we'll pull out in the morning. We'll get there in plenty of time to lay out an ambush side and get all rested up.
You think Rod is dead?
Probably.
I liked him. He's a good man.
Yeah. Well, he wasn't good enough.
The traveling was getting rougher for those in the wagon train. The terrain was miserable, and the weather was just as bad. One day it was 90 degrees, and next day it was cloudy and cold. But they pressed on, following the Snake River over rough and rocky ground. The wagon train was halted early that day, due to several broken wheels that needed repair. Preacher took the wagon master and a few of the other members of his inner circle aside.
Swift, we can expect trouble up ahead. It's a place called Rocky Creek. It's about 20 miles from where we're camped. Since the first big band of movers come through last year, trouble-hunting Injuns been hanging around there, and they're a one mean bunch. Pass the word that nobody wanders off once we're there.
You got it, Preacher.
We're only going to put 15 miles behind us tomorrow.
But this is an excellent stretch of trail in these parts. We can do more.
I want to make Rocky Creek by mid-morning of the next day and put it behind us as quick as possible.
You figuring we'll have trouble there?
Yeah. Something's got these engines all stirred up. I don't want to camp nowhere near that creek.
What kind of engines will these be?
Northern Paiute, probably. Maybe some Bannock. Ain't no telling, really. A lot of them is renegades and just plain troublemakers. Renegades will put aside hundreds of damn years of tribal hatred just to band together for protection.
Yeah, well, even still, I hardly think they'd attack a train of this size.
Look, I've had my say, Swift. If you could see any further than the end of your nose, you'll take my advice.
Continuing the next day along the rugged trail, Preacher could sense that spirits were low. Still, the slowed pace seemed to be welcomed by the pilgrims after the grueling territory they'd covered over the previous few days.
Hammer? Whoa!
Not 100 yards ahead, sitting smack in the middle of the trail, was a mother grizzly and 2 cubs. Luckily, she had not yet caught his scent.
Swift, hold it up and don't be tooting on that damn bugle neither.
Why? What's the matter?
I said, hold up the goddamn train!
Hold up! Hold up, folks. Preacher says hold up.
What the hell are you doing? Mama Grizz and 2 cubs sitting smack in the middle of the trail. She'll weigh a good 800-900 pounds. We'll just let them alone and they'll move directly.
Oh, shit, here comes Avery.
You see the bears too, huh? I'll go up and shoot her.
You will do no such thing. Now, who care for them younger herds?
Who gives a hoot?
We do. You learn this now, boy. You don't kill something for the sake of killing. You kill for survival or for food. You eat what you kill. You don't kill something just 'cause you... Oh, damn it! That little piss-ain't son of a bitch! Yeah!
Hammer leapt forward, easily overtaking Avery. Preacher reached out and slapped the young man clean out of his saddle.
Oh! Ah! Ow! Ah! Papa!
Shut up, get your butt back in the saddle, and get back to the train!
My papa'll whoop you!
That's real damn doubtful, boy. Get in the saddle, now! Now get out of my sight.
Go to hell!
This time the blow was a brutal one, bringing blood that leaked down onto the young man's shirt. Beartooth settled a loop of rope around Avery's shoulders just as he was getting to his feet. Beartooth jerked hard.
Ow!
Learn you some manners, Squirt. You so anxious to go out for a ride? Well, I'll take you for one.
Preacher grabbed Avery's horse reins and began leading him along back to the rest of the wagon train. Avery's path, a man called Wade, came into view and spotted his pride and joy being dragged down the trail at the end of a rope.
By the Lord, you'll pay dearly for this!
Ah, shut your trap, or I'll dab a loop around your shoulders.
You step down from that horse, and I'll give you a thrashing you're not likely to forget for the remainder of your days.
About that time, Beartooth returned, dragging a decidedly less feisty Avery.
You're a damn fool! Preacher'll clean your plow before you can even blink, Pilgrim.
I've fought Cornish all my life. I'm not worried.
Now you back away, Wade. Your boy got what he deserved and no more. It's nothing to be fighting about.
Avery's father was rolling up his shirt sleeves and flexing his muscles. He did a little footwork in the trail to limber up. Preacher paid him no mind. He walked over to Swift to report what had taken place between Avery and the mountain men. Given the ruckus, he was well aware of the situation.
Preacher, you best be wary of the man. He's a rough fella. He ran taverns back east.
Oh, is that right? Now what do you expect I best do, run off somewheres and hide?
Look at him carefully, Preacher. The man's a brute.
Yeah, he's a big one, all right. I'll bet he makes the ground tremble when he lands on his ass.
My boy's been cut and bruised, and he says you struck him in the mouth and face, Preacher. By the Lord, you'll pay for this. Turn and face me, Preacher. Receive your thrashing like a man.
Pilgrim says he's gonna thrash you, Preacher. His one or two friends on the train say he's a mighty tough man. I'm afraid for your safety, Preacher.
Oh, I just can't watch it. The sight of blood makes me dizzy-headed.
Hell, that's your natural condition, Dupree.
Wade lumbered a few steps toward Preacher, then stopped and dragged his foot across the dirt.
You see his here line. You be warned that if you step across it, you'd better be ready for a fight.
Oh, is that what that line means? Well, now I expect you're gonna tell me there's rules to this here fight, huh?
That is correct, sir. Mr. Swift will keep the rules and shout out when to break.
When to do what?
To give a man time to recover from a knockdown. Each man will retire away from his opponent once the other man is down. The fight will continue until one man yields or is knocked unconscious.
Is that the way they do it back east now?
That is correct. Now, toe this line.
May we, Preacher, step up here and receive your thrashing?
Preacher leapt like a panther at the bigger man. One foot shot out and slammed against Wade's face.
Hey, Wade, tell me again. Where is it I retire to?
Oh, sir. Or no, gentlemen. Throw up your dukes.
Preacher jumped over, and before the mover could throw a punch, he grabbed Wade's wrist in an iron vise. The man, red-faced in embarrassment, tried to break free. He could not break loose from Preacher's powerful grip.
You dance good, Wade. This is fun. Somebody get a fiddle and a squeeze box. Let's have us a party.
You goddamn heathen! Unhand me!
Wade struggled in vain to break free of Preacher's grip. Dupree grabbed the first woman he spied and began dancing around the trail. Others soon joined him. Then someone found the fifth. Up the trail, the grizzly sow lifted her huge head at the bizarre display. She moved her cubs off the trail and into the timber, stashing them safely in thick brush. Then she lumbered down the trail to investigate the strange going-ons in her woods, all 900 pounds of them. Nighthawk was doing a little jig on the trail with several little boys and girls dancing with him.
Turn me loose and fight, you bastards!
But I'd rather dance. Ain't this fun?
No! Kick him, Papa! Trip him down on the ground!
Yee-haw!
That was enough for the bear. She turned tail and ran like hell. Meanwhile, Preacher had danced Wade to just the right spot. Wade went tumbling down the embankment and did a belly whopper right into the water below. Preacher looked around him, found Avery, and grabbed the boy.
Come here, you.
What are you doing?
You son of a bitch!
Come early evening, the wagon train halted about 5 miles from Rocky Creek. Sentries were doubled and the wagons pulled in tight. Preacher walked around the circle of trains with the other mountain men, visually inspecting each wagon.
Get dead leaves and twigs and the like and scatter them in front of your wagons. Make it several feet wide and put them 3 or 4 yards out. You wake up with something crackling, shoot it, 'cause that ain't gonna be nobody friendly.
I got me a feeling.
Yeah, me too. I think we're gonna have troubles tonight.
Injuns is all turned every which way. Snakes down in Ute country, Blackfoot and Arapaho wandering around down here, cayuse on the prowl. It don't make no sense to me. We seen some Hidatsa over west of here. Whole bunch of them, wasn't it, Nighthawk?
Too damn many. Not hunting food either. I think they flee the fever back east.
Yeah, I keep hearing talk of an uprising, about tribes burying the hatchet and banding together. I reckon it's true. Any dog soldiers with them?
Couldn't tell for certain. Well, I hope not. I hate them damn bastards. They fight something fierce.
Very soon after supper was eaten and the dishes washed, the movers began settling down for sleep. Trapper Jim brought over a fresh pot of coffee, and the mountain men relaxed, drinking the hot, strong brew.
When you think they'll hit us?
Hey, you feel it too, eh, Jim?
Yeah. My guess is just as soon as the people get good asleep. I don't think they're gonna wait too long.
That's a good thought. We'll just drink this here coffee and then take up positions. Our backs is in pretty good shape backed up to the bluffs. East is clear enough. West and south will be the way they'll hit us. Well, I reckon it's time to get to work.
Hello? I see something out there. Several somethings. And they're not trying to hide.
Preacher shuffled over to the woman and stood gazing out into the night.
1/3 of your horses and mules, and 1/3 of your supplies. Then you may pass.
Forget it, and don't tell me you're hungry. There's game aplenty out there this summer. We ain't bothering you, so there ain't gonna be no tribute paid.
You will die then! All of you!
Sing your death song.
We know that you have that cowardly crow Nighthawk with you as well.
Asshole! Only cowards attack women and children! None of you are fit to be called braves! You're all stinking coyote vomit!
Bear Killer will not die well, I am thinking!
Preacher had hunkered down. His eyes had found a shape on the ground that was unnatural to the terrain. He lifted his hawk and sighted it in. Preacher watched Nighthawk lift his rifle and aim it into the darkness.
Everyone with 2 rifles get ready to stand and deliver. We'll all fire at once. That much firepower all at once might change your minds. Keep your second rifle at hand in case it just makes them mad and they charge. Now!
The movers were lucky this night. Their blind fire had hit several warriors. The Indians, never with enough ball or powder, figured that any group with so much shot and powder to spare made their medicine very bad.
They heading north. Through for this night.
Preacher walked over to the pilgrim he'd heard cry out during the battle. The man sat with his back up against the wheel of a wagon, an arrowhead sunk more than halfway through his thigh. Preacher turned to the man's wife.
You got any drinking whiskey, ma'am?
The frightened woman simply nodded.
Get it. Your man's gonna want it. Thank you kindly, ma'am. There. Your turn, buddy. I could say that this is gonna hurt me worse than it does you, but I'd be lying. You take 3 or 4 good swallows there, and then tell me when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Preacher nodded at Dupree and Beartooth, and the mountain men grabbed the mover's arms. Preacher got him a good grip on the shaft of the arrow and pushed it hard. The arrow tore out through the back of his leg. Preacher pulled out the sharpened half first, then the remainder from the other end of his leg.
He's out cold. Pour some whiskey on the wound and Nighthawk will take over from there. Let him fix his potions and poultices and don't interfere. Injun's been using things like marigold and golden seal and nip bone for centuries, and they work.
First they try and kill us, then they're there to save us.
Yeah, welcome to the High Lonesome, ma'am. Hey, Swift, let's hold her up here.
You got it, preacher.
Me, Dupree, Nighthawk, and Beartooth are gonna ride up ahead, see what we can.
Jim and me will keep an eye on the train.
Let's go, boys.
The 4 mountain men left the wagon train about a mile from Rocky Creek and rode up to the crossing. No Injuns were in sight, but the 4 of them knew that didn't mean jack shit in this country.
Quiet, but peaceful kind of quiet.
All right. Like that bird singing yonder. That ain't no bird.
I'll clean that right off. They must be waiting for us in them rocks over yonder across the creek. Now, I consider that to be downright nasty, sneaky, unfriendly, and not at all to my liking.
Oh, yeah, not nothing like any of us would do.
You got you an idea? Every time you grin like that, I know you got something sneaky wiggling around inside your head bone.
I do for a fact. Let's ride on back and get things set up. We'll give them renegades something that the survivors can tell the grandkids about. Yeah! Howdy, Swift. Here's the plan. Real easy like and not no hurry. I want you to pick out 12 of the best shots in the train, get them ready to load up. 6 in each wagon, 3 to a side. I want them to have at least 3 rifles loaded up and their pistols at the ready. Beartooth and Nighthawk is on the south right now, checking to see if we're being spied on. Rig the canvas so it can be jerked up from the inside. Have Jim drive one wagon and a damn good man on the seat of the other. We're going to turn this ambush around. That was Nighthawk telling me it's clear. When you get your men picked out, load everybody up on the south side of the wagons so the engines won't see what's going on.
Where will you be?
Me and Beartooth will be in front, Dupree and Nighthawk to the rear. What we'll do, you and me, is have a big argument on the banks with me yelling that we can only take 2 wagons across at a time. Then we'll move them out.
I hope this works.
Oh, hell, me and Beartooth's gonna be in the front. What are you complaining about?
Preacher had Hammer trot back to where the 2 wagons were being prepared. With only the flaps facing southward lowered, men busied themselves offloading the wagon's contents, making room for the marksmen to crouch. Other men were digging for spare rifles and pistols, loading them up and handed them to the marksmen. The mountain men double-shotted their pistols and checked their rifles. Preacher moved up to where Beartooth stood, overseeing the action.
Me and Nighthawk found signs that show some lazy butt diggers had joined this bunch. This bunch mostly is tribal outcasts. For a digger to throw somebody out of the tribe means they really must have done something awful.
I ain't never heard of a digger ever throwing nobody out. Most of 'em's too damn lazy to take the time for a meeting.
Swift, make your people ready for an attack. We can't circle here, so everybody in the wagons are right near them. Guns ready. Trapper Jim!
We're ready!
Come on, Swift. Let's us walk down to the bank and have us a quarrel. Yeah. Leave our horses here.
I ain't never done no acting.
Oh, shit, ain't nothing to it. You just be as cantankerous as you usually are. You ready?
Guess so.
I had enough of this crap. You hear me, Swift?
Huh? Oh, you're nothing more than a coward. When I heard the stories about big old Preacher, I thought you had some guts in you. But now you're gonna put us a week behind schedule because you want to play it safe? More than 2 wagons at a time is too much trouble for the loner.
Get the hell back to camp and get the first 2 wagons. You say one more damn word, and I will take a hike, and then you can do everything your way.
Swift threw his hands up dramatically and stalked off. His face was turned down towards the ground, and the thick brim of his hat almost concealed the grin on his face. He passed behind a rock and out of sight.
Beartooth, get my horse down here, will you? We're doing it 2 wagons at a time, as planned.
What's my line?
Just say, here's your horse, Beartooth.
Here's your horse, Beartooth.
Preacher.
Preacher?
You think they bought it?
I sure as hell hope so. We're going to have to fire these things like pistols, so get a good grip on yours. I hate for you to lose it and you'd have to go wading down the creek after it, because your feet's so dirty the water'd be ruined for miles downstream.
Why, you ain't taken a bath in so long, even the fleas is leaving you. I ought to shove you off in your horse so your poor animal can take a decent breath. It's a wonder he ain't dropped stone dead from having to smell you. I reckon we'll play this here game out like we see it once we're crossed. You watch your top now if you have to leave the saddle, son.
Yeah, same to you, Bear Killer. Here they are. Here we go.
Preacher and Beartooth stayed close to the first wagon, driven by Trapper Jim. They felt the attack would begin as soon as the second wagon was fully out of the creek and past the top of the embankment. The renegade Indians would, in all likelihood, be content with slaughtering those in the 2 wagons rather than face defeat or take heavy losses by waiting until the entire train was over.
Preacher, them rocks left and right. Unless a rock is taking the grown a hand, that is.
Yep, it's one careless Injun. Tell you what, just as soon as the last wagon's crossed, we kick these hammerheads into a gallop and get past them boulders. I'll swing left, you swing right. We'll come up behind them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Right is the side that your furthest leg is on, in case you forgot.
I tell you to keep low in the saddle, but you're so damn scrawny and poor as it is. If an engine gets an arrow in you, it'll be pure luck. I've never seen a man before that has to stand in the same spot twice to make a shatter.
Yeah, well, don't you worry none about taking no arrow points, Beartooth. There's so much lard and blubber on you, it won't do no damage to amount to much.
The preacher cut left and Beartooth cut right, just as the rocks on both sides of the trail were suddenly swarming with rogue Indians. And just as fast, the canvas on the wagon jerked off and the riflemen inside leveled their weapons. Those Indians never had a chance. Taken completely by surprise, they were cut down. Blood began staining the rocks and boulders by the creek. The preacher left his horse and slammed into a buck, knocking him to the ground. The mountain man sprang to his feet with a knife in one hand and a pistol in the other. The preacher spun, using his rifle like a club to crack the skull of another buck who came screaming at him. Dropping the hawk, the preacher jerked out 2 pistols. The brave jumped at Beartooth, and the huge man grabbed him by the neck and hurled him against a boulder.
Filthy troll!
Nighthawk turned as the renegade Sock lunged at him. Nighthawk lifted a pistol. Nighthawk turned to help his friend Dupree, who was struggling with 2 Indians who wore Sioux markings. The Crow warrior clubbed one in the head with the butt of his pistol. Dupree managed to get the upper hand on the other, throwing him to the ground.
All right, it's over now. Stop firing. It's over.
Any of them that are still alive are off now. Stay in the wagons. Reload all your weapons. You conducted yourselves mighty fine.
Hey, preacher! You ever see so many damn tribes in one spot? I counted 8 just off the dead. There's even a dead Cree over yonder.
Yeah, that worries me.
Preacher, when do we cross?
Bring them on over right now, Swift.
Trapper Jim knew to take Preacher's order without having to be directly told. He climbed back on the seat of the first wagon as the driver of the second did the same. The wagons lumbered across the water slowly, and the creek crossing went well, for a time. The wheel came off one of the wagons, dumping some of its contents into the now muddy water.
Hold up, don't try to drive them wagons around it. There's rocks on one side and a drop-off on the other.
You heard the man. Rig a skid. Help us down here, boys. Let's step lively now.
Melody had crossed the creek side saddle just before the breakdown, and she proceeded to eyeball the proceedings from the bank. Preacher spotted her wrinkling her little nose at the smell of death that hung heavily around the ambush site. She made a pointed effort to ignore Preacher.
Oh, that woman wants to share her blankets with you, preacher.
She's a looker. You know, I'd sooner bed down with a coyote. I done told that woman 15 times to leave me be. It's like trying to get shut of a hungry bear when you're toting fresh-killed meat.
Why don't you bed her down and then just ride off?
If I'd done that, she'd be following me around forever, toting a bedroll. Oh, I can just see it now. All the rest of my days, I'd have this female following me across the plains and the mountains. No matter where I might wander, she'd be right behind me calling out, "Come back, preacher! Preacher, come back! I want you!" Lord God, I'd be the laughing stock of the West.
Melody cut her eyes to the group of mountain men, unaware of the sight that caught Preacher's eye as he turned back her way. An Indian was only a few yards from her. He hadn't moved at all during the ambush, and now he was positioned between a rock and a small bush. He was one with the earth, conspicuous to anyone who might glance his way, but banking on the fact that whites will look at most things and missed almost all of them. What he hadn't banked on was Preacher. The Injun made his move, leaping toward Melody, a war axe in one hand, ready to crush her head. Preacher lifted the hawk in one-handed like it was a pistol. The ball seemed to stop the brave mid-flight, killing him before he touched the dirt.
Oh, Preacher, my hero!
Melody jumped up, ran to Preacher, and flung her arms around his neck. Her hands had barely met before she passed out cold.
I ain't never gonna get shut of this female.
The four mountain men stood beside their horses at the front of the wagon train. They were perched on a hilltop overlook now, gazing across the Snake River's rushing waters to its north bank.
Well, here's where we test the metal.
It ain't as bad as I've seen it. The islands is visible, and they're big enough to hold wagons to rest. I reckon a far-thinking man can make some money by operating a ferry here.
Well, let's get ropes strung and start getting the people across. I'm just hoping we don't lose nobody here.
If we do, maybe it'll be that damn Avery.
I don't figure we'll be that lucky.
Hold them ropes! Get them rafts across the river fast before the knots break! Come on
It took 3 days to get the entire train across the river. The first wagon to cross was lost, but all the others made it across unscathed. Several got damaged due to the strain of the river, and half a dozen wheels had to be repaired. But still, the damage was slight, considering the force and nature the wagon train was able to overcome. After a day of repairs, the train rolled on, now taking a more northerly course as they put the Snake behind them. Engines came down out of the mountains to watch them, standing or sitting their ponies and silently watching the long train as it pushed north and west.
Relax, Swift. I know these people. They're Nez Perce. I'll talk to them. They ain't gonna bother us if we leave them alone. I hope. Howdy, Chief.
Preacher?
We come in peace. We'll be off your land soon.
So it is as we were told. The white man comes like ants to honey.
Yeah, looks that way. And I ain't liking it no more than you.
You have never lied to us, so I will be truthful to you. The Cayusas are making war talk, and Red Hand is joined with a large band of whites and now waits in the blues. Is it you they are after?
Yeah? How many is they?
Plenty. 25, maybe 30, maybe more of the white outlaws. Red Hand has gathered a large force to follow him. Bad Indians whose tribes ran them from the village. Oh, killers. Maybe 75 of them. White haters. You are going the way of the trappers? Through the blues?
Right through them. Blues to the west and the Wallawas to the east.
Then may the gods ride with you.
Thanks, Chief. Yeah. Well, Dupree, Chief can count. We're looking at maybe 100 or more Red Hands and Kelly people.
In the blues?
Yep. You remember where the powder makes that big wide curve? That's a bad crossing there. We'll be tied up for the better part of 2 days. That's where they'll hit us, you can bet on.
When we're all split up, half on one side and half on the other, Red Hand and Bum might be worthless, but they ain't stupid.
You got it. Well, you can't do nothing to change it. So let's concentrate on just getting there.
The wagons had put hundreds of tough miles behind them, and they were all beginning to show signs of wear. Wheels were shattering nearly every day. Tongues were breaking, and the pace of the trek had slowed considerably. Preacher didn't push them. He made daily inspections of the wagons and knew that the movers had to set their own pace. He could only guide them, not make them move faster. They pushed on, crossing Canyon Creek, and several days later, camping near Lucky Peak. From there, Preacher turned them westward for a time and plunged deeper into the wilderness. He rode at the front, accompanied by Dupree and Beartooth.
You reckon there's some boys gonna be up here at the fort, Dupree?
There wasn't when we went out that way last time, but that was some months back. If there is, we're gonna be plumb shocked to see this bunch come rattling in.
And be busy calling us 9 kinds of fools for bringing them, too.
What's going on, Richard?
A child is gone. Little Patience Lander. Swift has halted the train for a search.
Damnation. Had to happen sometime, I guess.
This was brush and low hill country, perfect for ambushes and Indian sneak attacks. But neither Preacher nor any of the other mountain men believed they'd grab the little girl. None of them had seen any sign of natives since Preacher talked with the Nez Perce several days back. Still, that possibility couldn't be discounted.
We're getting real close to Cayuse country, Preacher.
Yeah, that is a fact. Let's start circling for sign. We'll find her.
Preacher left his horse and set out walking, slowly working in an ever-widening circle. He took the terrain to the northeast. Bogus Basin lay only a few miles away near the edge of the Salmon River Mountains. The thing that bothered Preacher most was that some of Red Hand's people might have been spying on him, seen a chance to grab a kid and done it. The young age of the girl wouldn't make any difference to a renegade, white or red. They'd mount her, then kill her. Preacher's eyes picked up a track. He knelt down and studied it, his skin growing clammy.
Moccasin tracks.
He carefully inspected the find. 4 sets of Injun tracks, and 1 set of little girl prints. If it was a cayuse or even Blackfoot, they wouldn't harm the little girl. They'd adopt her into the tribe. Her life would be hard, but she'd be alive. And they might beat her, but they wouldn't rape her. Unfortunately, Preacher had him a hunch these were renegades from Red Hand's bunch. And that put a whole different light on things. He looked back. He was a good mile from the wagon train, too far for a shout, and he didn't want to fire a shot into the air. Since this was brush country, and it had been dry, the renegades would have stashed their horses several miles away, not wanting to raise a dust, and they would have approached the wagon train on foot. That made it a race against time. Preacher stayed with the tracks, which clearly indicated that the Indians were running now. He could see the longer strides from the footprints. One of them was making a much heavier print, so he had to be the one carrying the child. Preacher caught a glimpse of brown skin not that far ahead of him. He had his Hawken and his brace of pistols, but that was only 3 shots for the 4 Indians he saw ahead. He'd have to make every shot count, and then when the bastard toting the child set her down to make a fight of it, Preacher would have to be close enough to cut him. He was less than 100 yards behind him now. Approaching a huge boulder, Preacher took a chance and jumped, landing on top of the boulder and kneeling down. He pulled his Hawken to his shoulder and sighted in on one, compensating for the distance. The renegade threw up his hands and fell face down into the dirt. The 3 Indians left paused for a second, then took off running again. Preacher was off the boulder and running hard, knowing the shot would bring others at a gallop. He noted that the Injun he had killed was a Hidatsa, and the buck carrying the girl looked to be the same.
Hey, you beater of little girls! Does your taste run to little boys, too?
The brave stopped and turned around, his face a mask of war-painted hate. Preacher didn't let up, continuing to run toward the 3 Indians, now all stopped and sneering back in his direction.
No wonder you're all such lovers of men! No woman would look upon such ugliness for fear of being struck barren!
The Hidatsa threw the girl to the ground.
You bastards! Run to the horseman behind me, girl! Run like the devil was after you!
Patience took off. One of the other renegades, a crow, lifted his rifle. The Preacher hit the ground and rolled behind some rocks. He rammed home shot and powder and patch. Now his pistols were both double-shotted. Chancing to look behind him, he saw Nighthawk sweep the girl up in his arms, then turn back toward the wagons at a run. Glancing sideways, Preacher spotted Dupree and Beartooth slowly circling his adversaries on horseback, cutting them off. The 2 remaining renegades had disappeared, dropping to their bellies in the brush, hoping to slip away. Injuns being what they were, the chances were good they'd do just that, too.
You all right, Preacher?
I'm dandy. Watch your butts, boys. There ain't nothing more dangerous than an Injun who's in a trap.
I told them others at the train to stay put, that we'd take care of this.
Preacher rose from the brush, a pistol in each hand, the hammer's back. He quickly backed up and hunkered down amid some smaller rocks with a boulder to his back.
Pay attention, boy! There was an Injun hooking on the other side of that boulder. Do I gotta do everything for you?
Preacher slipped from the rocks just as the last renegade rounded the boulder, a war axe in his hand and a look of raw hatred on his face.
That's it.
For the time being, that is.
On Swift's orders, and against Preacher's better instincts, the wagon train stayed put for 2 days while young Patience Landers recuperated from her scare. Preacher considered recrossing the Snake to avoid the engine troubles that surely awaited him up ahead. He knew it was only a short ways back, but didn't know how it could be done without taking days to build some rafts and ferry the wagons across.
What do you say, Dupree?
We got to do it, Preacher. There ain't no other way to do it.
Beartooth, Nighthawk?
Tell you the truth, Preacher, I got my doubts these wagons will even hold it together over the Cascades with or without engine troubles.
I've been giving lots of head ruminating to it. I've been using parts of my brain that I ain't put to work in years. It's making it hurt, too. Let me put it to you this way.
If we can beat back and put a good enough whooping on Bum and Red Hand and the Blues, we could chance a run down to Columbia. But that's a mighty big if, boys.
There might be some old boys camped on the Boise that'd lend us a hand.
If and might don't feed the bear, though. Now, I agreed to see these people through, and that's what I'll do, or they'll bury me out here in the wilderness.
We'll get him over to Cascades then. Nighthawk knows the trails.
When the train reached the crossing where the Boise juts off from the Snake, it was evidence that trappers had been there, but only one man remained now. He'd taken an arrow in his leg, and it had gotten infected, leaving him near death by the time Preacher found him. Preacher had to struggle to maintain his composure. The stench of the rotten leg was strong.
You don't look so good, Ballard.
I feel a damn sight worser than I look, Preacher. And you can bet on that. I could hear y'all's train coming for a long time. Didn't know what the hell it might be.
How come you didn't let them take your leg, Ballard?
I had never knowed no one-legged trapper. Be kind of hard to sit a horse, wouldn't it?
Yeah, might be. Never gave it much thought. There's missionaries in the train. I can get some of them to pray over you if you'd like.
It'd beat the sound of my own voice, I reckon. That's all I've been hearing for a week. I thought I'd be long dead for now. Why don't we make an event of it? We can have singing and shouting and preaching and praying. If I set my mind to it, I reckon I could expire during all the festivities.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
He wants what?
A party and some praying and a jug.
That's grotesque. The man needs salvation.
What he needs is what he wants. I'll get the jug. You get to praying and the like.
Soon they were all gathered around Ballard.
I will conduct this ceremony with dignity, sir.
I ain't interested in no dignification. How dignified can I be with my leg all swole up the size of a tree and poison all in my body? Give me that damn jug, Preacher. Yeah. Mighty tasty. Now, get some of them women to singing. I'll get myself all ready to pass.
There too. Is he serious?
Sure is, Edmund. I once knowed a man who rode 100 miles with 2 arrows in his stomach. By rights, he should have died days before he did. But he wanted to pass in the company of friends, so he hung on until he reached the camp. Fell off his horse, looked at us and said howdy, and died.
Lift your voices in song, sisters. And you might lift them skirts up some and show me a shapely leg if you're a mind to. I ain't seen a white woman in nigh on 2 years.
Mind your manners, sir.
Go to hell, boy. Preach or pray, but get to doing something.
Ladies.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound.
Pretty women, soft singing, good whiskey. I can see the gates of heaven opening up now.
What you see is storm clouds. It's fixing to rain.
Not till I pass. You mind them cayuses, Preacher. Something's got them all stirred up. Hey, you got a stogie on you.
I have been saving this bud in my coat pocket.
That'll do. Now I'm a contented man. You look after my horse, Preacher. Give my rifle and my pistols to someone who needs them. And bury me deep, so the varmints won't get me.
Shit, I don't know of no varmint who'd want you.
Well, you might be right there. Listen, Preacher. There's a bunch of missionaries done built them a church just north of the Blues. They got the cayuses all stirred up. Even some of the real small tribes are smearing on war paint. Be careful.
We'll do it, Ballard. You rest easy on that.
I think I'll just give up the ghost, Preacher.
Whenever you're ready, Ballard, I'll plant you deep. That's a promise.
Preacher!
Right here.
I can't lift the jug, Olaus.
Ain't this a pitiful way for a man to go out?
I don't know of no real good way.
You do got a point. I'll see you, preacher.
I'll see you, old son. Well, no use putting it off. We might as well get it over with.
Do you want any of us to accompany you?
No, Richard. We'll do this in private.
I think I understand now.
Yeah, Richard, I think you do myself. Come a far ways, and I ain't talking about distance in miles traveled.
Thank you, preacher.
Look, you come on and go with us, Richard. I think you've earned that.
It had taken 5 days of brutally hard work to build the rafts and get across the flood-swollen Boise. There were a lot of cuts and bruises and badly strained muscles, but fortunately no broken bones. Preacher was growing weary with the stress of protecting so many lives, but he felt better with each hurdle they overcame.
Preacher!
What is it, Swift?
2 families have pulled out. They say they're gonna stay here. They're not going any further.
I can't say I wouldn't expected something like this to happen. He's acting like damn fools by doing it, but I ain't gonna waste no time jawing with them. Leave them be.
Man, they'll die out here.
Yeah, well, that's their problem. I don't sign on to hold nobody's hand. Besides, they got a chance of surviving here. There's cabins all over the wilderness. Life will be hard for them, but they can make it.
That's all you got to say on the subject?
Ain't nothing else to say, as far as I'm concerned.
The wagon train rolled on, leaving the 2 families behind at the side of the trail, waving at those who continued. Preacher didn't look back. He had it in his mind that the movers weren't about to stay out here in the wilderness. They'd had a gut full of it, and they were planning on heading back east to civilization. Now, how they planned on getting back across the rivers and the like was anybody's guess. He could be wrong about their plan, but he didn't think so. And it was just as well, for this country was no place for cowards or the faint-hearted. The wilderness seemed to bring out the best in some and the worst in others. It oftentimes appeared to Preacher that the savage vastness seemed to know the cowardly or timid from the moment they came into it. For the weak, the silent earth they were buried in was the only homestead they ever occupied. Now the sun shone down with a vengeance, baking the land in midsummer's heat. The trail had turned to dust that coated wagons, animals, and people, and the stretch they were coming up on was void of water.
All right, folks, top your barrels. Fill everything that'll hold water. Your animals come first. You drink after them. Swift, we'll be headed straight north once we make this next 30 or so dry miles. We're heading for an area close to Lookout where we'll rest. About that time, we'll be 35 miles or so from where I figure Bum and Red Hand is going to hit us.
Maybe they'll have given up by then.
Don't count on it.
When they made camp that evening, Preacher saw to it that the water was carefully rationed. They had just enough water left to make them to the next crossing. They had 12 waterless miles to go before they came to Burnt River. Once they left there, it was just over 30 dry miles to the Powder. Not that he'd ever been a popular man with the Pilgrims, but people had less than ever to say to Preacher these days. That in itself didn't trouble him. He was a hard man in a hard land, and to survive out here, that's what it took. These Easterners would soon discover that, or they'd die. That was the bottom line. Luckily, he had a few of his own kind around the fire.
Coffee, Preacher?
Sure, Jim.
We'll lose some of those people when these renegades hit us. This won't be no little skirmish. Bum and Red Hand will throw everything they got at us.
I've done all I know to do. I've seen to it that there's plenty of powder and shot. I warned them what they can expect. I can't do no more than that.
You know, this is what we're all going to end up doing before it's all said and done. Either guiding trains through or scouting for the army. That's all that's left.
Dupree's right. What else can we do? I mean, think about it. Another 2-3 years, the fur will all but be gone. Them that's planning on trapping forever's kidding themselves. Can't none of us tolerate no towns or houses for any length of time. And I can't see none of us clerking in no damn store. We damn sure ain't gonna get married and settle down and scratch in the ground raising crops. At least I ain't. So you tell me what that leaves us.
Over here in the mountain, men, Edmund walked up to the fire.
You must make plans on returning to civilization and law and order.
Oh, piss off, Edmund.
In the not-too-distant future, I can envision this trail being a wide and well-traveled road. Engineers will come in and build bridges across the rivers. There will be towns along the way. The railroads will cut through the mountains and link coast to coast.
That's the most terriblest thing I ever heard of. Them people best stay home. What's all them people gonna do out here?
Bring civilization and law and order. Raise families and build towns and schools and churches. Make a decent life for thousands of people. All sorts of factories will be built.
To make what?
All sorts of goods for the newly arrived settlers. It's the law of supply and demand. It's called progress, gentlemen. You can either be part of it, or it will simply push you aside. You cannot stop it, gentlemen. It's futile to even try.
Edmund left him to chew on that.
What's futile?
I don't know, but it sounds bad to me.
Railroads? There ain't nobody gonna build no damn railroads through the mountains. It can't be done.
Oh, yeah? Melody told me there's people back east take to traveling in balloons.
Preacher, you have told some whoppers in your time, but mon Dieu, holy shit, the balloons!
Oh, it's true. They make a big bag and then they fill it with hot air and they soar it up to the clouds. They ride in baskets that's got little stoves in them. And they keep the bag filled with hot air by burning wool and straw and the like.
Shit, that ain't natural. If God meant for men to soar, he'd birth us with wings.
How high up do they soar?
I don't know. I ain't never seen one. More than a mile, I reckon.
What happens if the bag bursts?
Well, now, I reckon you'd have to fall back to Earth. What the hell other direction would you go?
Why, that'd be the same as jumping off a damn mountain. Who'd be foolish enough to do that?
Yeah, them folks back east, I guess. There ain't nobody ever gonna get me up in no damn oversized picnic basket.
Folks back east just ain't got good sense.
God damn, Jim. Took you this long to figure that out?
The weary travelers were on the verge of exhaustion by the time they finished the long, dry miles and finally came to the burnt river.
Y'all rest and water up. Hawk, you ready to head up to Powder? See what you can learn about Bum and Red Hand?
Sure.
Be careful, friend. That's a mean, nasty bunch up yonder.
And also very sure of themselves. Red Hand is an arrogant fool, and Bum Kelly is worse. I'll be back in 2 days. Yeah.
What now, Dupree?
We got trouble. One of the movers is about to go mad, I'm thinking.
Preacher was not surprised, and he had a pretty good idea who it was. It was a soft-spoken and timid little man from New Hampshire. His wife was timid, their kids were timid, never heard a peep out of any of them. Preacher'd been watching the man as the deep wilderness closed around him. Day by day talked more to himself in a mumbling sort of way. He wandered the camp after dark, twisting his hands and rubbing his arms nervously.
Winston?
That's him. Swift is over there talking to him now. The big empty got to him, I reckon.
Well, let's go have a look.
The man's eyes were wild-looking. His hands were shaking, and his face was pale as a fresh-washed and sunshine-dried sheet. He also had a pistol shoved down in his belt.
Winston! Winston! Where is your family, man? Talk to me.
What about his family, Dupree?
There's missing. All of them.
No one's seen him since this morning. Winston was late getting started. The stock drover said he didn't catch up with him until we'd been on the trail more than an hour.
Watch that pistol of his.
Preacher walked around to the rear of the wagon and looked inside. It was the awfulest mess he'd ever seen. Looked like a pack of Injuns had gone berserk. He picked up a shirt that caught his eye. It was covered with blood.
God damn.
Carrying the shirt, Preacher walked around to the front of the wagon and opened the lid to the jockey box. A small hatchet rested on top of the various tools. The axe head was bloody, with several strands of hair stuck to the edge. Preacher held the axe to the light. The hair was of different colors.
Take his pistol now, Dupree.
Dupree grabbed the pistol with no resistance from Winston.
What'd you find, Preacher?
This axe.
Good God.
The voices told me to do it. They were talking to me for days and days now. I had to do it. I had to.
All right. Where'd you do them in, Winston?
Back at last night's camp. After the train pulled out this morning.
Look at me, Winston.
Winston went down like a ton of bricks.
Jim, saddle us some horses, rig up 3 pack horses. We'll bring the bodies back when or if we find them. It'll be long dark before we get there, but it's got to be done. Dupree, you ride with me. Swift, chain Winston to a wagon wheel. We'll be back sometime tomorrow.
They were back at the wagon train by noon of the following day, with one canvas-wrapped body slung over each pack horse. The vultures and varmints had put some work in before the corpses could be retrieved, but there was enough of the partly eaten bodies for identification. They hung the canvas-wrapped bodies from tree limbs to keep the varmints from them, and headed over to the wagon where Winston was tied. He had soiled himself and was a pitiful sight chained to a wagon wheel. Looked like he'd gone completely around the bend throughout the night. On Swift's orders, Avery's father had fashioned a noose which hung from a withered tree 20 feet away.
Swift, you can't hang no madman. He ain't responsible for what he done.
We do what you tell us to do when it involves the trail, but I set the law of the train.
Preacher couldn't argue the words. That was the rule of any wagon train. He walked away and joined his friends, sitting on the ground away from the still circled wagons. Beartooth handed him a cup of coffee.
The bastard dispatched each one with a blow to the head. I reckon them poor little girls only had a few moments of fright, but we'll never know.
Did he abuse them?
It was hard to tell. They'd all been eaten on. I'd rather think he didn't.
Them pilgrims has been working themselves up into a frenzy.
It ain't up to us to interfere. If it was up to me, I'd turn them loose. Injuns won't bother him. He'd survive for a time. But on the other hand, he might get his hands on another axe or a club or a rock and doing somebody else who's coming up behind us. Personal, I'm just glad the decision ain't up to me.
There ain't nobody been doing much sleeping except the kids. They've been palavering all night, and all broke up into little groups.
They're gathering together. Looks like they're fixing to take 'em a vote.
The mountain men drank their coffee and waited by the fire. Their opinions were not asked. Finally, Swift walked over to where the mountain men sat.
We voted. We decided to take him with us and turn him over to the proper authorities.
Oh, come on, man. What authorities? There ain't no law out here. We ain't got no insane asylums. There ain't no jails. I don't know what the billy hell you people got in your minds that you're gonna find when we reach Fort Vancouver, but it ain't no town like y'all think of it. Either hang the poor wretch or turn him loose. Injuns won't bother a crazy person. They stay shut of them. Hell, they might even adopt them and look after them. You can't tell with Injuns. You want to take them with you? Fine. But it's your responsibility, now and forever. The chief factor at the post ain't going to take them off your hands. You know that, don't you? He ain't got no way of taking care of that poor bastard. He don't want to take care of him, and he ain't going to take care of him. Winston is your responsibility.
You're goddamn right he is.
Swift stalked off.
Fine then. Have fun guarding him and hand-feeding him and bathing him and wiping him after he shits, 'cause you folks sure got it to do.
Since most of the movers thought it inhuman to chain a maddened person like an animal, even though that was exactly what was happening in the young nation's asylums and would continue that way well into the next century, Swift was persuaded to merely bind the man securely with ropes. Preacher wasn't no fortune teller, but he could see this one coming from 100 miles away.
Gotta get away. Where do I go? Gotta get away. No. Where should I go? No. Go. Gotta go. Where? Gotta get away.
You gonna stop him, preacher?
Not me, Dupree. It's a hard thing, and these pilgrims don't want to accept it.
but that man'll be better off this way. I seen the insides of one of them insane asylums one time back in St. Louis. Most pitiful goddamn thing I ever did see.
Winter'll probably kill him.
You never know. Folks like that got some sort of natural survival about 'em. That fool over yonder in the Bitterroot's still there, and he's as silly as a gaggle of geese. Been over there for going on 15 years, I reckon.
I clean forgot about that feller, but you sure all right. Wonder if he still lives in a tree.
He still was 3 years ago, 'cause I seen him with my own eyes. He like to have scared the crap out of me. I was riding along just a-following the St. Joe and enjoying the view, when all of a sudden this fool comes a-running and a-hollering and a-squalling out of the woods and waving a stone axe. My good horse damn near bucked me out the saddle. Pack horse tore loose and run off about a half-mile, and I damn near made a mess of my britches. That crazy man was naked as the day he was born, and his hair was grown down to his waist. Terrible-looking sight. Don't speak words that make no sense to nobody. The Injuns are scared to death of him. I talked to Markhead last year, and he told me seen old Crazy clear down at the Red Rock one time. Old Crazy do get around.
Oh! Help! Winston's gone! He slipped his ropes and fled! See to your women and children! The madman is among us!
Oh, shit. Somebody's sure to get shot if he don't sing out.
He's gone! He's gone! So y'all just calm down.
You saw him leave?
You sure do look funny in them long handles, Swift.
All right, now, damn it, did you see him leave?
Sure I did. I'd say it was good hour ago. He had enough sense to take a pack and a poke with him, so he ain't as crazy as you might think.
Why didn't you stop him?
Because we're better off without him, that's why. Now go away. Let me sleep.
God damn it! Men, form a search party!
Some of them is gonna get lost, sure as we're laying here.
You want to volunteer to lead him out there in the night?
Nope.
Then shut up and go to sleep.
It didn't take long for the real show to start.
George Wilson is live!
Oh, hell, I knew it!
Old Davis is alone and lost in the wilderness!
Oh, Big Beartooth! Get up, lad, bud. The rescuers and the searchers done got themselves lost in the woods.
Well, why don't they just sit down on the ground and wait till morning?
Oh, they got to go plundering around in the timber in the dead of night looking for a fool who's probably 5 miles gone from here by now.
Oh, hush up and come on. Them folks will be sure enough lost if we don't go in there and take 'em by the hand and lead 'em out like lost children in the wilderness. I wish the hell they'd all stayed at home.
Caleb Potter is lost in the woods!
Now, goddammit, everybody just stay where the hell you is. Just sit down on the ground and wait for us to find you and fetch you back. Good God almighty.
It took the mountain men hours to round up all the movers and lead them back to the wagon train. Some of the men were badly shaken by the night's events. Even the men accustomed to the woods, getting lost in the deep timber at night can be a shattering experience. And Winston, well, they saw his tracks come dawn. He had headed north, straight as piss. The train stayed put for another day until Nighthawk returned from the scout.
We're in for it, all right, Preacher. Looks like every renegade west of the Little Missouri is gathered up there in the Blues.
That many, Hawk?
I would say about 150 Indians. Many tribes represented, and probably 50 or more white, half-breed, or quarter-breed outlaws.
Lord have mercy. I've heard worse news, but I can't rightly recall where or when it was. Where in the hell did Bum come up with that many whites?
Well, Beartooth, lots of old boys come drifting out here over the past couple of years wanting to be trappers and such. I reckon lots of them was wanted for some kind of crime back in the organized country. They soon found out that trapping these mountains was damn hard work. Easier to find their own kind and go on back to stealing.
You find attacks by renegade Injuns amusing?
I find it plumb ignorant that you brung them out here to begin with, but you did, and they're here, so that's beside the point. Red Hand and Bum, they don't like me very much, Red Hand, well, he hates whites, all of them. He even hates Bum Kelly, but he'll work with them 'cause one's just as sorry as the other. It'd be just swell for Red Hand if he could take my hair. He'd be a big man. Same for Hawk here, and Beartooth and Dupree and Jim. This showdown's been coming for years.
And you're looking forward to it?
Now, you might say that. I ain't looking forward to getting my hair tooken. But when somebody just keeps prodding at me, I sort of get my hackles up and start thinking about ways to prod back. Now look, y'all better understand this now. They're gonna be hitting us all the way to the blue waters. And they're really gonna hit us in the blues, probably on the powder, too. They want your women folk, and they covet your possessions. I heard them trash I killed back-a-ways talking about seizing girls 10, 11, 12 years old and selling them to slavers. So you folks talk, and you make up your minds that there just might be a lot of killing from here on out. Get your stomach set for it. Break out your molds and lead, start making balls. 'Cause you're gonna need them.
They spent another day and night in camp, the movers melting lead and casting balls for their weapons. A new spirit seemed to overcome the movers, and the mountain men could sense it. The settlers had come far, and no band of wild renegade Injuns and white trash was going to stop them, not this close to their final destination.
Beartooth, when the train pulls out, I want you and Dupree and Hawk to guide them through. I'll be doing a little preambulating about on my own. This is getting right personal to me now.
Sounds like you're gonna be having fun while the rest of us is left behind.
That's right. I'm gonna make life miserable for them trash north of us. I'm gonna roar like a grizzly and howl like a wolf and snarl like a mad puma.
You talk about old Winston and crazy people. What do you call one man going up against 200 or better?
I call it taking the fight to 'em, preacher style.
Melody and Penelope, with Richard and Edmund in tow, stopped by the camp of the mountain men just as dusk was settling. It was obvious they wanted to talk to Preacher by the way they kept looking around and fidgeting like kids.
Preacher ain't here. He left out hours ago. He'll meet us on the powder.
Whatever in the world would make him do something that brash?
He go count cool, take plenty scalps, hang on horses' mane, impress pretty girls.
I happen to know that you can speak perfect English, Nighthawk. I know that you can read and write and do sums. I hear you were raised and educated in a white home. Now will you stop grunting like a heathen and speak properly?
No, like talk this way. Talk like white man, make tongue tired.
Oh, for pity's sake, I give up.
Good.
Why has Preacher gone away into hostile territory?
Hawk just told you, Edmund. Can't you hear good?
My good man, I will have you know that my auditory faculties are excellent, I assure you.
Your what?
My hearing.
Why didn't you just say so? Anyways, Preacher is going to harass Boom and Red Hand's people.
Alone?
No, of course he ain't alone. He got his horse with him. Damn, woman, you didn't think he'd walk up yonder, does you?
I meant...
I know what you meant.
Don't you worry none about Preacher, missy. He's an old lone wolf. He's at his best operating by himself. He'll be all right.
He likes it, ma'am. Preacher's part grizzly, part wolf, part puma, and part rattlesnake. And he's mean when he's riled up. Lord have mercy, missy, he's mean. He ain't gonna cut them folks up yonder no slack when he goes on the warpath. He's the best they is, ma'am. I ain't never seen nobody that even come close to Preacher in the wilderness. You hear all sorts of talk about Carson and Bridger and Johnson and Brown and Simpson, and the talk is true for the most part. But them's explorers and guides and so-called adventurers and trappers and the like. Preacher's all of them things too, but what counts most is he's a warrior. After Preacher gets done with his slipping around up yonder and his throat-cutting, there's gonna be some white and Injun alike that's gonna pull out. They ain't gonna want no more Preacher. You'll see, ma'am, all of you. Right about now, Preacher is getting ready to make war. And when he starts, it's gonna be right nasty.
Preacher lowered the Indian to the cool earth. The dead renegade had him a right nice war axe, so Preacher took that. Standing in the darkness, he hefted it. It had a dandy feel, good for throwing. He wiped his blade clean on the dead buck's shirt and slipped silently on, moving closer to the dancing flame of a small campfire that was placed close to a boulder. He could see another buck sitting close to the flames, roasting him a hunk of meat. Preacher started salivating. It was bare, just about ready for gnawing on. He worked his way closer and stood still, moving only his eyes. These two, the one lying dead in the timber and this one sitting by the fire, were supposed to be the forward lookouts. Just a couple of miles ahead would be the main party of outlaws and renegades. Preacher judged the distance carefully, cocking back his new war axe in a throwing posture. The head of the axe caught the buck lower than Preacher had intended, but it was a righteous throw. The head drove deep, severing the jugular. The body spasmed.
Oh, goddammit, quit kicking and die. You're gonna knock that meat into the fire.
As the engine expired, Preacher moved quickly, rushing up to the brave and placing his knife at the front of the buck's hairline. Slinging his second trophy in his sash, he grabbed up the meat and slipped back into the timber. He left Hammer picketed deep in the woods, with good graze and a bit of water so as he wouldn't get restless. Preacher squatted down about a mile from the now still and bloody camp. As he ate, he smiled. The bodies would have been discovered by now, and the real fun would start. They'd be coming at him hard, with vengeance on their minds. He'd taken scalps, and to make matters worse, he killed them at night. That meant to their tribe that they'd wander forever the land, unable to attain the great beyond and rest in the land of plenty. Preacher now had 2 war axes, having taken one from the careless buck by the fire. He carefully shifted locations through the brush and timber, working his way north, staying at the edge of the timber and inside the Wallawas. Preacher froze. Ahead of him was a brave, and a big one, much larger than the average Injun. He was making his way towards Preacher's location, and from the way he moved, Preacher felt he hadn't been spotted yet. The brave would have to get a lot closer than he was before Preacher dared make even the slightest motion. For at this distance, the renegade would disappear before Preacher could use knife or axe. He sure didn't want to risk a shot and have the whole damn bunch of them down on him. The renegade slowly turned his head, and in the faint moonlight filtering through the trees, he looked right at Preacher. Preacher lowered his gaze to the brave's chest. He knew that looking directly at a person can sometimes bring to life a sense that ordinarily lies dormant. Preacher remained as still as the tree he stood by. He willed himself to be part of the tree, to be as one with the earth. It worked for him almost every time. But not this one. Preacher stepped away from the tree and flung a war axe. The heavy head took the brave in the face, embedding in his skull.
Pretty good axe.
Preacher stuffed the hair behind his sash. He worked the axe out of the Injun's skull and wiped the blood away on the dead man's leggings. Satisfied with his work, he moved warily but quickly away from the death scene, working his way toward where he believed the main body of hostiles to be camped. He had left his rifle with Hammer because he didn't want to be hampered by a long gun. He had his pistols, but this was the night for the knife and the axe. Preacher smelled wood smoke. He pinpointed the location, then turned to the west and moved toward the source. Preacher sank to the ground on his belly. Up ahead, he could see several campfires. He knew that there were too many men around it for him to take on. Preacher was a brave man, but he wasn't stupid. He backed away from that camp and slipped around it, changing direction. Reaching a clearing, he hesitated. Something wasn't right. Squinting into the dark, Preacher saw 2 men standing just inside the timber on the other side of the tiny meadow. They had to be white men, for an Injun would never have been so careless.
Oh, this is stupid. I can't understand what in the hell we're on guard for.
Hell, don't ask me, 'cause I sure don't know. The movers sure ain't gonna try no attack. And Red Hand's done got the cayuses off us. I think it's plumb ignorant being out here when we could be warming our blankets.
I left me a squaw on the Payette to join this bunch. I want some bangles to take back to her. I figure we'll have our way with them mover women and then kill them and go through their stuff.
Preacher slowly circled the meadow, standing right along the line of timber, working his way up to within a few yards of the so-called sentries.
I'll be right back.
Where are you going?
Got to spill me some yaller.
Preacher lowered the throat-cut body to the ground, then walked right up to the remaining sentry.
I wouldn't mind letting the lizard out either. It's your turn to stand here and keep your eyes open while I...
Preacher buried a war axe in the man's skull, simultaneously grabbing the man's shirt to prevent the body from smashing the ground. He retrieved the other body from the wood, dragging it over beside his companion. Preacher figured he'd pushed his luck just about as far as he cared to push it this night, and he headed back to Hammer.
God damn it! God damn you, Red Hand! I thought you told me you fixed it with the cayuses.
This is not cayuse work. I have the assurances of the warriors in this area that we are to be left alone.
Well, who else will be working this area?
Preacher. He's amongst us.
That ain't possible. He's good, but he ain't that good.
Preacher slipped out of the bushes and started toward his horse, circling wide of the timber where he'd left the dead engines. He reached Hammer and swung it to the south. He would head south following an old game trail. Once he had put enough distance behind him, he could stop, make a cold camp for the rest of the night, and go to sleep smiling. There'd be damn little sleep in the camp of Bum and Red Hand for the remainder of the night, that was for sure. Preacher met the wagon train a few miles south of where the trail crossed the Powder. Two of Red Hand's warriors had made the mistake of trailing Preacher out of the Wallawas. He now had their scalps tied to Hammer's mane, in addition to the other scalps he'd taken.
I can see you had an interesting night of it, did you not, Preacher?
It got right boring there toward the last. I mean, there weren't no fun left to it fooling with greenhorns, so I pulled out. But I reckon I did leave them in some manner of disarray.
What are those things?
Scalps, Swift. Human hair. Top knot mostly. When I make war, I like to leave the enemy a little sign that it ain't real nice to fool the Preacher.
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
Actually, Edmund, I read somewhere that the white man originated scalping, not the Indians. What say you about that, Preacher?
Yeah, some tribes scalp, others don't. Most do. I expect scalping's been going on ever since the knife was invented. Swift, there's a right nice place to circle about 2 miles ahead. Circle them tight, as we're close to the action now. Keep everyone inside. And when folks gotta leave that circle, have armed men with them at all times.
I'll spread the word.
When the wagons had been circled and the women were busying themselves with preparing supper, the mountain men gathered at their own camp, as always away from the main body of the movers, and they talked.
I think we'll have at least one full day of safe crossing. That'll put about half the wagons on each side of the Powder.
Yeah, that's the way I see it, too. Then when the men is busy on the second day, Bum and Red'll hit us and they'll come fogging, boys. There ain't gonna be no feeler attacks. They'll try to make the first one do it.
And there's a chance they could do it, too. We're gonna be spread pretty damn thin.
Everybody that can shoot is gonna have to be well armed. We got weapons aplenty, so Jim, you check each wagon for powder and shot. Dupree, you see that every boy of age, hell, and the girls too, if they can handle a gun and their parents allow it, make sure they're all armed. Beartooth, you and Hawk check out the crossing at first light. I sure hope God looks down and smiles on fools, 'cause we sure got a bunch gathered here, including us.
Red Hand and Bum were still livid over the dead that Preacher had left behind him. Some of Red Hand's renegades were very nervous about continuing with the planned fight that lay ahead of them, and they warned that Preacher's medicine was too good to be defeated. Bum was beginning to wonder if Red Hand was in it for the long haul. He sat with Jack staring at the fire, deciding whether the show could go on without Red Hand if he backed down.
That took a hell of a man to do what Preacher done the other night, and an even better man to slip away once it was done. Some of the boys is right edgy, I gotta say.
I think Preacher's even got Red Hand thinking about quitting, Jack. I don't think he will now his honor's at stake, but he's thinking nonetheless.
So is some of our people.
You?
Not me. I'm in this till it's over, one way or the other. Way I see it, Preacher and all them others has got to die. If they was to get through and tell what they know about us, Army'd be sure to send men in after us, and all that'd be waiting for us would be a rope. And that makes my neck hurt just thinking about it.
This time tomorrow, Jack, there'll be plenty of women and girls for us to be using, and a few of us will be having plenty of gold to spend back east. Me? I'm gonna take my share and retire from this business. I'm gonna change my name and buy me a little business of some sort back across the muddy and settle down. Civilization is moving this way, and it's coming fast. 10 years from now, there'll be people all over this area.
Jack doubted that. In fact, he doubted everything that Bum had just said. The man was an outlaw, and that was all he would ever be. Something in his head was warning him to pack his kit, saddle up, and ride the hell out of there before it was too late, but he knew he wouldn't do it. He had to finish the wagon train and actually look down on Preacher's dead, bloated body, and the bodies of everybody with him. He had a good thing going, this leading wagon trains to ambush, and if anyone lived to talk about it, he'd be finished.
What you pondering so heavy, Jack?
Thinking about all them women on the train.
Ooh. We gonna have us a high old time for sure. I can't hardly wait.
Jack looked at his comrades, sitting and squatting and standing in small groups. They were filthy, clothing hanging in rags, stinking and unshaven and ignorant. They were working 10 times harder being on the Dodge side of the law than they would be holding down regular jobs. But it was too late now. Jack looked south. Tomorrow would tell the story. Tomorrow would either be feast or failure for all of them. Preacher stood beside Hammer just above the banks of the Powder.
Well, Swift, there's gonna be some mighty mad outlaws and Injuns when they see what's happening over here.
Tell you the truth, Preacher, I think you're out of your mind. This is one of the craziest things I ever heard of.
Not so crazy. Not perfect either, but it's a good plan.
Why?
We'll make them come to us. We can have the river on 2 sides of us. We have access to water that way, and our main forces could be concentrated on the other 2 sides. We have ample supplies for an extended siege and plenty of shot and powder. We can start gathering tall grass for the animals and keep them on short rations for a few days. I think it's a fine plan.
They were at a curve in the river, much like an upside-down V, with the river wide on both sides and narrow at the tip where the trail crossed. Swift thought about Preacher's plan for a moment, then nodded his head.
I guess it's better than us losing a lot of people.
The wagons didn't circle, but rather formed up into a long rectangular box, like a fort, with the stock inside the box. Swift assigned young people to scoop up the mess the livestock would make. It was going to be close and odious, but all felt they could wait out the outlaws and Indians. Men went to work immediately cutting down small trees and clearing them of branches. The logs would be used first as barricades from bullets and arrows, then, if need be, to use in the building of rafts to cross the river, although at this point, Preacher didn't think rafting would be necessary. Across the river, Red Hand glared at Bum, his eyes hot with anger.
It is far too early in the day to stop for nightfall. Why don't they begin crossing? Why do they stop and build fortifications?
I don't know.
Bum, in fact, knew perfectly goddamn well what the movers were doing. He had a sinking feeling in his guts that Preacher had won another round. The outlaws were slap out of supplies, coffee, beans, sugar, salt, flour, hell, everything. They had planned on living on supplies taken from the wagon train. Now, they would go without.
We've got to attack, Bum. We got to attack now, man.
Jack's right, Bum. We let them movers get all set over there and we'll never pry 'em loose. We're out of grub, Bum. We ain't got nothing to eat. And as soon as the shooting starts, there won't even be a rabbit within 5 miles of this place.
Yeah, Preacher's counting on that. He's counting on us sending people out on a hunt. 'Cause come tonight, him and them other old boys down yonder is gonna slip out and circle around on all sides of us, waiting for a hunter to go out for game. And that hunter ain't never gonna come back. God damn it!
To attack now would be foolish. We would have to cross several hundred yards of open land. Then for the river. They would pick us off like ducks. If we wait until night, many of the new warriors who have joined us will not take part. They will not fight at night. We too are out of food, but unlike your people, we are accustomed to that. So what do you say now, Bum Kelly?
I don't know. I don't know.
It was mid-morning on the second day camped by the river. No hostile action had been initiated by the other side, but all could see the thin tentacles of smoke from their campfires. Richard stood beside Preacher with Swift and several others as they looked toward the seemingly deserted timber across the river.
We're at a stalemate, Preacher.
How long could we last?
Oh, days. Last 2 or 3 wouldn't be easy to take, 'cause the stock will be squalling for feed. but it'd be a discomfort to them without doing them no real harm.
Won't those thugs across the river go hunting for food?
How about you take a look around you, Swift? You see Beartooth or Nighthawk or Trapper Jim or Dupree?
No. Where are they?
Preacher pointed to the other side of the river as a horse came slowly walking from the edge of the timber. A man was tied in the saddle. Swift drew his spyglass from his belt, peering across the water.
There's an arrow in his back, and he's been scalped.
Yeah, coming from that direction, I expect that's Beartooth's work. It's like I've been figuring. Them folks over yonder's getting hungry. They're slap out of supplies. I expect they was counting on feeding off the supplies carried in this here train. We done spoiled their plans and turned everything topsy-turvy. Now they're sending out hunters. Them old friends of mine are sending them hunters back without their hair. God damn, I do love it when the plan works out.
Will they attack, do you think?
Well, they might. They might send a hard one in the hopes that they can take us on the first run. But more than likely, it'll just be a short attack to let us know they ain't forgot us and that they'll be waiting further on up the trail. If they had any sense, they'd just go on and leave us be.
Preacher looked out across the river. If he thought either one of the leaders would honor a flag of truce, he'd borrow a petticoat and wave it at him and palaver with them. But Bum had about as much honor as a stump. Red Hand was even worse when it came to dealing with whites. Now, at least Red Hand could always drift back into the wilderness, but Bum's situation was a different one. He had to keep trying until he succeeded in stopping the wagon train cold and killing everybody in it. If the outlaw leader had had any foresight about him, he'd have had hunters out killing game and smoking and jerking the meat. But if don't put a scrap of food in nobody's mouth.
Preacher, wake up. We're crossing the river, left and right.
Preacher came fully awake and out of his blankets. He looked up at the sky. It was cloudy with no moon. Good night for a fight.
All right, everybody get up and ready. Buckets filled for flames and arrows. The women can handle that. Have the men stand ready for a fight. Assign the younger kids to load weapons. Now move!
Preacher took his position by a wheel and stared into the darkness. He found him a target, although a long way off, and pulled the hawk into his shoulder. A mover took aim at a second figure moving alongside the first. The target had frozen as his companion went down. Another Injun got close. Swift drilled him right through the brisket.
Damn red savages!
Suddenly, Preacher spotted a hat that he remembered seeing miles back, long before he'd reached Fort Hall. He lifted his hawk and sighting just under the brim.
Oh, shit! Adam's down and dead! My God, the whole back of his head is blown off.
Forward! Charge, man! Charge!
Across the river, Bull sensed that something was wrong. He turned to see the sky behind him lit in eerie orange. It only took a second before he realized what he was seeing.
Shit! Our camp! Oh, somebody's burning our camp down!
Bull was right. Beartooth, Nighthawk, Jim, and Dupree had slipped in as soon as the outlaws had slipped out and set fire to the camp and all their possessions.
God damn you, Preacher! You wanna fight me, bum? How about it, you yellow-bellied son of a bitch? Just you and me! Winner take all!
A half a dozen men from Bum's bunch and Red Hands began falling back to their burning camps to salvage what they could and see what had become of the guards, both white and red. All pretty well suspected they would find them dead. Bum dropped back to the edge of the river, ducking behind a large rock. He wasn't sure how to respond to Preacher's challenge, but he knew he'd better choose his words carefully. To an Injun, even a renegade, a challenge was something not to be taken lightly. If he screwed this up, Red Hand would take his men and leave.
I don't trust you, Preacher! Besides, I ain't got nothing to gain from whooping your ass!
True, there is that to be considered.
The hell you don't! You kill me, bum, you got one less mountain man on this train!
And there is that to be considered as well.
Bum did not like the wheels that were turning in Red Hand's head.
You guarantee me when I kill you that your buddies will pull off from the train?
Now, I can't speak for them, Bum, just for me. I'll tell you what, I'll make it a real sporting event. I'll fight two of you at once. You and that sorry damn Jack Harris. Now, can't see how you can refuse me that.
Nor can I.
Red Hand peered at Kelly, sizing him up with his eyes. A Kiowa ran up, dropping to the ground beside the Indian renegade leader.
If they do not fight him, I do not wish to ride with them any longer, Red Hand. It is not good to be associated with cowards. Besides, I have thought that for some time that there is a secret that Kelly is keeping from us. What could that be? I don't know. But he lies.
He has always lied. What is so different about this time?
The value of what is in the wagons.
Red Hand grew thoughtful. The Kiowa was right. Bum had turned evasive each time Red Hand had tried to question him about the wagon train.
We will see what happens this night.
While Red Hand and the Kiowa were hobnobbing, Jack Harris had slunk up beside Bum.
It's some sort of trick, Bum. Don't you be believing nothing that damn preacher has to say.
God damn it, I know that. If we don't fight him, Red Hand and his bunch might pull away.
Come on, Bum! Jack! Are the both of you so damn yellow you got petticoats on under your breeches?
Bum saw Red Hand and the Kiowa exchange an amused grin.
It's just a trick, Red Hand. It's nothing but a damn trick. Don't you fall for it.
Listen to him, Red Hand. He is a coward. I am taking my followers and leaving. Now.
No, wait. There is something in that wagon train that is of great value. The white man's money, perhaps. If that is the case, we could use it to buy more guns and powder and shot. Consider this.
Kelly is afraid of this man called Preacher.
Perhaps that is true. But Preacher is a man that any warrior would respect. Perhaps we are confusing respect with fear.
Red Hand knew he was telling a blatant lie. Bum Kelly was so afraid of Preacher he was probably pissing in his pants. But he wanted the Kiowa and his band to stay with the group.
Stay with us. When the time is right, we shall attack the wagons, seize the money, and then kill Bum and his people.
Good plan. We shall stay, but only if you give Bum to me to kill.
Done.
Red Hand smiled into the night.
Preacher! It is Red Hand!
What do you want, you damn renegade?
Your ugliness is exceeded only by your ability to lie. We do not blame Bum for not taking your offer. Since you are not to be trusted, we can only believe that your offer is a trick. You are trying to split our forces, and it will not work.
Go to hell, Preacher! You best break away from Kelly, Red Hand! You stay with that buzzard puke, and he'll get you killed. You best think about that.
Buzzard puke? You'll eat them words, Preacher. You mark my words. God damn it, let's just clear out. This night's gone all to hell.
On the other side of the river, Preacher allowed himself a satisfied grin.
It's over now, Swift. You see him slipping away? Ain't no use in even shooting. They're falling out of range.
So we've bought some time, is that it?
That's about it. But we didn't lose nobody tonight. And we can start crossing the river in the morning knowing we won't be attacked.
I guess we should count our blessings for the small things.
You know, Swift, the way I look at it, staying alive ain't no small thing.
The next morning, the four other mountain men returned to camp with big shit-eating grins on their faces. Dupree looked brightest of all as he fell into a crouch beside Preacher and Richard at the fire.
They pulled out last night and headed north. Didn't even look back.
They're gonna be a raggedy-ass bunch, 'cause we sure made a mess out of their camps.
Their clothes needed burning anyway, filled with many fleas.
We left 6 more dead at the camps, and there's several more bodies floating in the river.
So our adversaries, while still quite formidable, have been drastically reduced in numbers.
Hey, Dupree, what the hell did he just say?
He say take heap many scalps, count plenty cool.
By the next day, all the wagons were across the Powder. Preacher had sent Nighthawk ahead to scout as they continued the rocky ride into the hills, heading in the direction of the Columbia. 5 days later, Beartooth rode up to Preacher at the head of the column.
It's getting downright boring, Preacher.
Yeah, I hope it stays that way.
Tell the truth, so does I. Nighthawk ought to be back today or tomorrow. Be right interesting to find out where Bum and Red Hand is planning on springing their next surprise.
I expect they crossed the Columbia and is waiting for us up to the north. But they's in for a long wait, because we ain't crossing the Columbia and heading north.
Now what you got rambling around in that noggin of yours, preacher? We gotta cross the Columbia, man.
No, we don't, and we ain't gonna. We're gonna raft these pilgrims across the fall and stay to the south side of the river.
You've lost your mind, man. You can't take these damn wagons that away.
I know a way, Beartooth. I spent 2 years out here, remember? I got a way all figured out in my mind. It's gonna be rough, but we can do it.
I see you two palavering, and I know something's cooking.
Dupree, this fella here says he's gonna float us through the fall.
I know the way you're talking about, Preach. You're gonna be crossing the Sandy 4 times. You best think about that.
Oh, the Sandy ain't nothing. Bum and Red Hand's got scouts watching the crossing. You can bet on that. They got people looking and waiting all over the north side of the river. So we'll stay to the south. By the time they figure out what's happened, we'll be so close to the fort, they won't be able to attack.
Have you told Sweet?
No. Hell, don't none of these movers know nothing about this country. When you're lost as a goose, you ain't got no choice in the matter. You've got to follow the lead.
But you said yourself there's going to be scouts of bums and red hands watching the fall.
Well, sure there are. But we ain't crossing there. We're gonna cross further south.
There ain't no damn place further south.
Yes, there is, Claw. You're a damn fool, Preacher. You planning on taking these greenhorns through pure virgin country. It ain't never been done before.
Well, that's what makes it so interesting.
Do you realize that we're gonna have to build a damn road? What you're talking about ain't nothing but a game trail.
Yep.
These wagons ain't never gonna stand the trip, Preacher.
They'll stand it.
You're goddamn idiot.
Is that right? Well, do you want to quit?
I didn't say nothing about quitting. Did you hear me say anything about quitting, Dupree?
I didn't hear nothing about you quitting, Bear Claw.
Fine, I'm glad all that's settled. Now you can quit your bitching. You know the way we're going, so put your thinking cap on and close your mouth. Start thinking of ways to make it easier.
There ain't no easy way.
Well, then we'll do it the hard way. And we'll be the first to do it.
They crossed the Blues at its narrowest point and headed northwest, camping at a spot that in the years to come would be called Emigrant Springs. Only a few miles north of the springs, Preacher turned the long line westward and headed for the Umatilla River. It began to turn cold. If the movers thought they'd seen winds on the empty prairies east of the mountains, this changed their minds. Anything that was not secured properly, right and tight, Preacher called it, was blown off and scattered all to hell and gone. A few days out from Umatilla, the first birth was recorded on the trail. It was a hard and long birthing, and a wagon train was no place for privacy. The horrible experience racked the nerves of everyone among them. The mother had never been very strong, and shortly after the birthing, the woman died. The husband refused to accept the baby, a little girl, blaming the child for the mother's death. She was given to the Ellsworth woman to care for, and a hasty burial for the woman was arranged. Afterwards, the husband flatly refused to go any further. No amount of coaxing would change his mind.
Shit. Raining too damn hard to move anyways. We'll just stay here and wait it out. Maybe that feller will get over his grief coming new dawning.
The next dawn was still cold and rainy. The Preacher was startled from his sleep by a lone sound.
Oh, God damn it, Dupree. I bet I know what that was.
Yeah, I sure wouldn't bet against you.
Preacher and Dupree climbed from their blankets, heading directly to the fresh grave. The others in the train joined them. The young widower had stuck the barrel of a pistol in his mouth and pulled the trigger, blowing out the back of his head. His body lay sprawled across the mound.
Get some shovels. Be easier digging up this fresh grave and just laying him beside his wife. I figured that's the way you'd want it.
That's a sacrilege, sir.
Shut the hell up, Edmund. Any man who'd shoot himself over a damn woman is a fool. Anybody who'd shoot themselves over just about anything's a damn fool. Life is for the living. Because when you're dead, you're dead a long time.
Preacher walked away from the group.
I have never known a man that hard.
It's hard country, Bible shouter. This country feeds on weakness. I suspect a day will come when this trail is lined with graves from beginning to end. 3 months after they're planted, won't be no trace of them. Best get used to it. The wagon train moved on, leaving behind him a lonely grave and the box of a wagon. The young couple's meager possessions were given to those most in need, the wheels taken for spares, and the canvas given to a family who had lost theirs in the high winds. They averaged about 8 miles a day, the men having to literally hack a road out of the narrow trail, using axes and pure sweat and muscle. Not one hostile Injun was seen. Nighthawk reported that Bum and Red Hand had spread their people out north of the Columbia, in the wilderness along the Klickitat River. And as Preacher had predicted, when the train did meet up with some cayuses, they were friendly. Preacher bartered for enough fresh salmon to give everyone on the train a good meal, and learned that only a few of the tribe had taken to the warpath. Those that had were operating for the most part north of the Columbia. But the cayuses shook their heads and made the sign of a crazy person when they learned that Preacher was going to take the wagons across the mountains south of the river. Preacher talked long with the sub-chief, and the man inspected the G-Galls in the trade wagon driven by Jim. After 2 hours of palavering, the men solemnly shook hands.
I told you the cayuses were friendly, Swift. They're gonna help us cross the Deschutes. I gave the sub-chief everything in the wagon and the wagon itself. That'll be one less we gotta pull across the mountains, and it'll give us an extra team.
But that river is miles and days away. How do you know these savages will be there?
'Cause they gave their word to me and we ain't never lied to one another, that's why. Move out, Swift. The promised land is that-a-way.
The crossing of the Deschutes was made, but it was not done without loss. Several head of livestock were drowned in the river, and several wagons were lost when the ropes on a raft parted and the raft came apart. Since possessions were rafted across separately, the movers' goods were dispersed among other wagons, and the pioneers could ride the mules. Preacher bartered with the cayuses for saddles. He didn't ask where they got them, although he had a pretty good idea. The excruciating work took 1 full day, and they broke camp on the other side, ready for a rest. On the morning the train was to pull out, Swift approached Preacher with the surest look of confidence he'd worn since the haul began way back at Fort Hall.
You gotta get over the mountains before the snow flies, and she can fly early out here. This ain't gonna be easy. I'm warning you of that right now. But I said I'd get you through, and I'm gonna do just that. So, toot on that damn bugle of yours, Swift, and let's tackle the last leg.
Tell you the truth, Preacher, I'm getting just about as sick of that damn bugle as you are.
We're gonna have about 1.5 days of fairly easy travel. Then you got to lighten wagons, and I mean discard everything that ain't absolutely necessary. The folks ain't gonna like it, I know that, but it has to be. You think going through the South Pass of the Rockies was bad? Where do you see the wood and what's all around it?
I'll tell them, Preacher.
Now don't just tell them. Stand right there until they do it. We're fixing to go straight up and then straight down some damn mountains, half the time right into a bog. We'll be doing it over and over and over again. Most beautifulest and the goddamnedest god-awfulest country you will ever see. So start shaking down the movers, Swift.
I'll get it done.
On the second day after crossing the river, the train came to a series of hills, long, steep hills. The movers began throwing possessions away in earnest. There was a lot of fussing over how many things were being dumped by the trail, but in the end, the wagons were lightened considerably. On the first day after entering the Cascades, the wagon train hit a dense forest of pine, fir, and redwood, and they only traveled 3 miles. Many of the redwoods soared several hundred feet into the air. The trail they hacked out of the wilderness was a narrow one, just wide enough for a single wagon. Fallen trees had to be dragged out of the way, huge rocks and jutting roots had to be first hacked at and then dug out. The only graze for the livestock was swamp grass. Preacher warned them that only a few miles further they would encounter laurel, and if the livestock ate it, they'd die. Lowering wagons down mountainsides by snubbing ropes to trees became commonplace for these pioneers, and they were all working harder than they had ever done in their lives. They no longer asked themselves if it was worth it. They were afraid of what their answer might be. Preacher strode up and down the lines, ensuring that each man was doing his job and doing it hard. All work. Except for one.
Avery!
Preacher spotted the boy crouched almost out of sight in the rear of his family wagon, even as it was being pulled along by half a dozen other men. Avery had been too much trouble throughout the whole trip, but at the sight of others literally carrying his weight, Preacher lost it.
Come here, you little bastard!
Hey, get away from me! Ah! Ah!
Preacher tore Avery from the back of the wagon.
What the hell is going on here?
He hit me again, Pa!
I've had enough of this, preacher. I'm gonna hand you a whooping you'll never forget. You hear me?
I'm looking forward to it. I had a belly full of you and I had a belly full of your son. You bring it when you're ready. I'll be waiting.
The men of the wagon train lugged their way uphill more than half a mile high, and then half a mile down the other side. That took a full day of brutally hard work, both for humans and animals. Most went to their blankets without even eating the evening meal. Even the rugged mountain men had had their fill of work for the day.
By now, I reckon Red Hand and Bum will know that we didn't come across the Columbia, and they'll be hard to follow on the trail we're blazing.
Well, it won't do them no good. You know where we are, don't you, Bear?
Tell the truth, I ain't rightly sure.
5 more days, we'll hit the valley.
By the Lord, we've done the impossible, preacher.
Yeah, looks that way, old hoss.
You gonna tell the movers?
No, I do that and they'll get all anxious and in a hurry and somebody will get hurt in haste. We made better time than I figured we would. I gotta hand it to these folks. They got grit.
I got me a hunch that when they cross the last ridge and stand looking down into the valley, they'll give up on any plans of going north across the Columbia and just settle right there. I know a little something about farming, and that's good land for it. Damn sure rains enough. What you gonna do when we get these pilgrims to the promised land, preacher?
Well, loaf for a couple of days, then head back east to the mountains. I got me a little task to do.
And what might that be, preacher?
I got me a score to settle with a feller named Bum and an Injun named Red Hand. You boys can come along if you like.
Well, my goodness gracious. Thank you kindly for the invite. I'll allow as to how I might just do that. How about you boys?
Wouldn't miss it for the world.
Hell, I feel left out by not going alone. How about you, Nighthawk?
Many of the rogue Injuns that had joined Red Hand had now left him. It was obvious to all that Preacher had tricked them and taken the southern route across the Cascades. Even the most stupid among them knew that to attempt to follow would amount to nothing. By the time they recrossed the river and picked up the trail of the wagon train, the movers would be across the mountains and into the valley. To attack a wagon train that close to the fort would be downright foolhardy. Even many of Red Hand's own band had given up in disgust and headed back to more familiar ground. Bum's band of trash and outlaws had shrunk to about 25. On a cool, early autumn morning, Bum watched as Red Hand and his people saddled up and broke camp. He walked over to the renegade.
You giving up? There will be another time. To pursue now would be pointless. We ride back east. We'll cross the river just north of where the snake flows.
Bum walked back to his men. Leo tossed a stick into the fire.
No women, no gold, no nothing.
It ain't over yet.
What you grinning about?
Well, Bull, I'll just tell you. You come to me whilst I was talking with Red Hand. Sadie, didn't you tell me you'd been to Fort Vancouver recent?
you.